Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of Closer Encounters. I am your host, Clarence Mitchell, coming to you live from somewhere, Minnesota. Would you like to be a guest on Closer Encounters? Or maybe you know someone that would like to be a guest on Closer Encounters. Or maybe you have a story to share. Well, please shoot us an email, closerencounters.info@gmail.com. Again, that's closerencounters.info@gmail.com. For everything, Closer Encounters, updates, all things going on, check us out, www.facebook.com/Closer Encounters Radio. Again, www.facebook.com/Closer Encounters Radio. And please don't forget to like, follow, and share. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to Closer Encounters. Today is a big show, Contact with Closer Encounters. How's everybody doing today? Awesome. Alrighty. Well, if we can get everybody back here. Okay, so what we're going to do today, we're going to have some live talk. We got people coming in we're going to do some interviews and listen to some stories. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome. All righty. All right, let's see here. We're going to have to unmute their mics. Cool. Awesome job. Okay. Did everybody hear us so far?
What's up, Clarence? I'm here. Right on, buddy. This should be a gooder.
Yes, absolutely. I just wanted to go around the room real quick and introduce everybody that's here with us today. For all those that are coming in, up there in the top right corner, everybody knows Omar from British Columbia. He's the guy that Elon Musk set the satellites up for so we can see him. Down right below me, Mr. Rich Giordano. He is from Goof on Radio. He is from the land of the Phoenix Lights. Awesome guy. He's got a hellacious podcast and show that he does on YouTube. Say hello, Rich.
Hello, Rich. Glad to be here. That was an old joke. It's terrible. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Not a problem. And of course, on the bottom right, everybody knows Mr. Rob Yoxmeyer. He's with Full Spectrum Universe, and he's here with us today. Hello, Mr. Rob.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Clarence.
Cool. Wow, what a day, huh? We're going to have some awesome guests coming on, some good talks. The main topic today is about contact with ETs or whatever. I like to kind of go around and get your guys' opinion on it and see what you think. Have any of you had any other contact or know people have had it? Give me your opinions or whatever, what you're thinking. So, Omar, if you want to start off, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Well, you all know me. I'm Omar. I'm the host at Watchers Talk. Usually stream on YouTube. Kind of gave up on Facebook due to their censoring and shit. But I've carried on. I myself have, to my recollection, I've never had any type of contact, any type of ET contact, that is. But I did see a UFO once. That was about 4 years ago. I was driving from BC to Alberta, and I got about up to Hope, BC, and maybe a little bit past Hope, BC. My van blew out, and I kind of got stuck on the side of the road, and I seen this green glowing object, about the size of a school bus, one of those big ones. I saw one of those kind of zip by, kind of slowed down, and then it just kept on going. Right, no lost time there, nothing whatsoever, and then I ended up getting a ride out of there. Right, but that's pretty much my extent of witnessing a UFO. I've talked to many people that have been abducted or have had some sort of a contact with ET, whether it's through telepathy or whether it's through physical abductions. I find the subject to be quite fascinating. I'm a believer of ET, UFOs and such, and I feel that there is a number of different groups at work. There's the 3D reality ET that we deal with in this 3D frequency, and then there's other multi-dimensional ET that show up, and they I suppose I would contact an individual through telepathy as multi-dimensional.
Mm-hmm.
And as well as, we've got the, I've talked to people that have, been in contact with the Greys. My wife, same thing. She's experienced abductions for, the majority of her life. She says, that there's seems like more like a dream than anything else. And, she says that she's got these dudes with white coats around her, and start off with like little small ones. And then, it turns into tall ones that, that are wearing white coats. And sometimes she gets away and she runs around. They eventually catch up to her. She's had, usually like a couple times a week, she's got this contact. Now, I don't know whether they're physically grabbing her out of our bed, or whether it's telepathic event that's taking place. Really not quite sure, but sometimes she wakes up very tired. She says, I haven't had much sleep. I feel like I've been up all night, and so she wants to sleep in even more, right, during in the mornings. And usually this happens at nighttime, right? And then she's been telling me that this has been happening to her ever since she was a little girl, right? Wow. So for me, that kind of makes sense, because from what I've seen so far, a lot of the abductions, they seem to be, geared towards women, and hereditary on top of that, meaning that, if you are a woman and you've been abducted, then the chances of, your mom, your grandmother, your auntie, your daughter being abducted or have been abducted is very, very high. Right. So this kind of goes back into the theorem that I'm working on, which I'm going to present tomorrow, as to why this abductions are taking place at a hereditary level more so than just random abductions, right? Which I don't think they're very random at all. I think this is an ongoing process that's been going on for thousands of years. And this is more in line with the manipulation of our genetic code, right? My understanding of it is that if you're going to genetically tinker with a species DNA or attempt to, change them in any which shape, way, or form, you would begin by abducting women. Right, they've got the eggs, they've got the womb. So if you can genetically engineer that somehow, or genetically engineer the eggs, then you've got a pretty good foundation. Right, abducting men, it really doesn't make any sense because you can't really, genetically engineer billions of cells or sperm cells, right? So for me, it makes more sense that you would abduct a woman, you would genetically engineer their egg, and then impregnate them, and then have their babies, whatever the case may be. Because we've heard from a lot of people that when they get abducted, they go up there and they're introduced to children that kind of look like them, and it seems to be a breeding process, right? So that's kind of where I stand. My understanding of the subject is not as thorough as maybe Richard's, because he's been doing this for like 16, 17 years. But I've been I myself have been at it for like 5-6 years, right? So I'm just a rookie compared to Richard, but I do have a little bit of understanding of what's going on. So that's right. That's kind of where I stand with this subject.
Awesome. So what do you say there, Rich?
Well, over the years I found that it seems to be, and I'm not sure, I don't know, but I always thought it was right down the middle on who's getting abducted, because you do need both parties. Yes, women, the eggs and whatnot, and you can use them, they only have so many of them, right?
Right.
So I'm not sure of the statistics, to be honest. I have a feeling he might be right. It might be more women than men. But when all the people I've talked to over the year, it seems to be right down the middle. But I don't know. That's just my experience with it. I was trying to look it up while he was telling that, and I couldn't find it right away. But yeah, abductions are happening, and they're still happening now. I had a guy on my show, which you may know. His name's Pat, and he got abducted in prison, which is really an interesting story. Other people that were in the jail cell saw a light in there. He didn't have a light, didn't have anything in there, but he had some very strange experiences in prison. So I don't know, why that would happen, unless it's something that they take out of you, like the soul or whatever it is we are, a light being, because I feel that we're something else other than this, but and for another show. I don't know. But I think when people are abducted, I think maybe their soul's abducted. That's why they're going through windows and can be taken out of their cars. I don't know. Nobody has any video evidence of it. We have seen a couple of security camera footages of people supposedly getting abducted out in the courtyard. There's one where a guy, you might have seen it, it's a famous video where he's walking around by a gate, and all of a sudden the light disrupts all the cameras in the security system, and he disappears. And then he comes back minutes later and he starts throwing up. And I don't know how real it is. If anybody knows if that's a fake, I'd like to know where you found that. But so far, I don't know. But there's too many cases. There's just too many people. It's in the millions. So why are they doing it? Well, it's an evolving situation they're in. They're maybe trying to save lives, or maybe they're trying to impregnate and do the hybridization. You can throw a dart and any one of those could work. If you have a board that says abductions happen because of this, they happen because of that. We don't know for sure. But we can only go by what people tell us. And then you got to look at that subject and see, well, what's their background? Are they making any money off this story? And that's, we get into that part of it, but it's a real thing, man. I've had dreams of being abducted. It's wild because it feels more real than any other dreams I have.
Do you think you've actually been abducted, though? I mean,
I when I tell the stories, people say, "Sounds like you were abducted." We can go. I've woken up with a burn mark. I was just looking at the scar today, a 2nd-degree burn mark on my shoulder, and I don't know how it got there during my sleep.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't know, man. I had one experience where I woke up because my ear was killing me, and I saw a bluish whitish light on the headboard when I opened up my eyes. This all happens real quick, and I go to look to see what this light is, and I see a beam retract into the left hand of a short alien figure, and I saw the light off of his skin, and then I looked back at my dog and my wife to see if they're awake to witness this, and I turn around, he's gone. Right. Went outside to walk the dog 15 minutes later, and there were 3 tiny grass circles, like crop circles, out in the fairway area. Never seen them before. I walked the dog 6 hours earlier, they weren't there. So it was pretty wild stuff. But that's it, man. I mean, I could go on and on, so I don't want to take up anybody else's time. But
no, that's cool. Awesome. How about you, Mr. Rob?
Well, personally, I've never had any experience with abductions or anything like that. I've always had an affinity to the stars. I've always looked to the stars and to the sky. So I feel like that's where I belong. In a sense, with my soul and my heart, I feel that there's a piece of me in the sky. But at the same time, I've never actually got to experience any of that stuff. I touch on everything supernatural. I'm obsessed with all of it. I've talked to a lot of people, and like Rich said, it really goes by background and talk. I'm always a skeptic until, I feel that they've given me some bit of information or some show of passion that this maybe really happened to them, and that why they feel so strongly about that. So from my standpoint, it's definitely happening. And, and I relish in almost a jealous way that these people are having it happen to them and it's not happening to me, because I do love the fact of contact and being able to see something of otherworldly beings. And it's funny that we talk about this, but I was listening to somebody talk the other day. I forget where it was. And he said, extraterrestrial beings are not aliens. Extraterrestrial beings are humans or entities from a different dimension or future. Aliens are from outer space. And that kind of resonated with me a little bit because, what do you call people from the future? And really, are these grays from our future? And we've been cloning bodies so long that they have been breaking down in the cloning process due to protein markers. And now they're coming back to mate with earlier humans, which would be a plan to rebuild their cloning, their cloning capabilities in a sense. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it. Is it contact with something from outer space? Is it contact with our future? Where is it? Who is it? What is it? We don't really know, but it does happen. And I believe a lot of different stories coincide to end up being in the same thing with contact. So I'm very open-minded. I'm a skeptic at first, and I believe Omar said that first the other day, that he's always a skeptic until he really feels that there's some kind of benchmark in their story that makes you go, whoa, okay, wait a minute. You know what? That might be it. That might be it. So
like Travis Walton.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I never dismiss anything. I've always been like that. If I come across some information, I'll put it on the back burner. And as more information comes and it accumulates, and I'll just continue to put it on the back burner. But then there comes that, that crossing point where you have so much information that, supports what people are saying. Then really at that time, you have to ask yourself, are these coincidences, or, is this like really happening? Mm-hmm. And then, usually at the end, the conclusion is that, this is really happening. And if it's not happening, then then I'll just leave that information on the back burner. But I'll never dismiss it. I'll never say to somebody that no, you've never been abducted. You're full of shit.
Mhm.
Unless unless they put themselves into a position where the things that they're saying are extremely unrealistic.
Mhm.
And because ET is bound to this 3D reality just as we are. Right now, there's, as I mentioned earlier, there's a number of different types of ET. There's multidimensional ETs. There are ETs that may be coming from the fourth dimension, the fifth dimension, and there are ETs that are stuck right here in this universe with us, experiencing this 3D reality that we're all engaged with, like this Earth frequency that we're all interacting with using this avatar. Same thing is happening with the gray aliens. Same thing is happening with the reptilians and the Larians and the Palladians. They're all trapped and interacting with this 3D reality in this universe. So when they're traveling, these like grays and such, they're traveling in very physical crafts, and they're very physical themselves, right? But then again, you have other ETs that are light-bodied that most people will call angels. Right, and they come in crafts that are transparent. You can't see them unless you put some different lens on your camera. Like I have this friend of mine in Australia, and he calls himself Saul Warner, and what he does is he puts different lenses on his cameras and he films the sky. And in that sky, you can clearly tell in certain videos that there's these mega UFOs that are up there. Some are square, some are round, some are cigar shaped. So it's for me, I believe that some of them are physical like us, and some of them aren't.
Mhm.
What was that name of that guy? Or can we see
Saul-
those?
Saul Warner, SOLO1ER. He's got a YouTube channel as well, Richard. It's called Saul Warner. I'll try to find the link here for you. I've got it down in my computer here, and I'll put it into
Cool.
the
That'd be
private
cool.
chat.
Yeah, I'd love to
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah.
I love
As
We
far
have
as
to
I
ask another question here now, right? Because we're dealing with different types of ET contact. Now, would one consider a information download, as a ET contact, or is that, you're interacting with the ether? How people say they got a download of information, like Michael Feely, for instance, he says, that, information just appears in his mind. So, is that, would you consider that to be like part of an ET contact, or would you consider that to be like, because he's vibrating at such a high frequency that he's able to interact with the ether around him and is able to pick out the information that he needs? Guys like David Icke have said the same thing, where, information is being downloaded into their mind. So my question is whether that's an extraterrestrial contact or not.
See, and that's the problem I have with it, because you know how I am with my theories and my different things, just out of the clear blue, I'll get this flash of information in my head, even though I have to do more research on it, but it gives me a starting point, to go in and dig and learn and, do whatever. And that's how I come up with some of this stuff, that I tell you guys about. It's pretty crazy how it happens, but ever since I was 12, 13 years old, I've had to live with this, my whole life. And there's been so many changes throughout my life because of it. I mean, it's really hard to explain to people unless you've been there and done that. You know what I'm saying? But with that being said, I know for a fact I've seen many people on YouTube and Facebook and on TV, and they talk about their experiences and stuff. And just by listening to some of these people, now, don't get me wrong on this, I'm not trying to really down anybody, but you automatically know that they're full of crap. I mean, it's just that thing that you get, you know what I mean? And that's what's sad, especially now with people that want to learn, people want to know what's going on, and it's so hard to uncover the real deal for most people, you know.
Mhm.
So when I tell people my experience, they just laugh it off, but they have no clue what I've been through my whole life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's just it's crazy. It really is. You know.
Reminds me of that Eminem song.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I
But I'll
forgot
tell
what
you
it's
this:
called.
the only way I knew that it was for real for me was after, because I was what 12 or 13 years old when it happened, and it wasn't until, oh gosh, I had to be about 24, 25. I was out of the military and had my children at that time, and I watched a program on TV about abductions and aliens and stuff like that. And when this particular person came on and told the exact same story, I mean, from head to toe, I knew right then and there, no doubt in my mind, wow, yeah.
That was your
Identical.
confirmation.
That
That was your
was definitely my
confirmation.
confirmation. Yeah. But it
That
took
was
all
your
them
epiphany
years to,
moment.
you know, to do that. Ever since then, this is what I've been doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, holy shit. Yeah.
Have you had any further contact since your first experience?
Not as like my first experience, nothing like that. You know, I was never abducted or visited afterwards per se like that. Now, I get these downloads like you were talking about, you know, that give me these brainstorms and different things. I also have certain abilities, like the animal magnetism thing that I talked about, where, you know, I could walk into a set of woods and a bear could walk right up to me, sniff me, and walk right by and never bother me. You know what I'm saying? It's just been one of them weird things. My empath is so overwhelming at times that it just drives me nuts. You know, it's certain things like that. You know, I write music. I never wrote music. You know, things like that. You know, doing songs, poetry, different things like that. I'm an illiterate when it comes to English. I'm telling you, you know, I hated it. But yet I could put things together mechanically. Man, I could tear an engine down, put it back together. No schooling, no, you know, everything's self-taught for me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
So it's just, you know, some people have natural abilities to be able to do things. I was never one of them guys, you know what I'm saying? But all of a sudden, one day I wake up and boom, I can do it. You know, it's just crazy, you know? So.
I was going to say.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You first, please.
Well, no, if downloads are a thing of contact, I don't maybe get them all the time, but I get pretty rash ideas sometimes too out of the blue. And I also share in the ability to like animal magnetism and, you know, frequency change. And I'm able to actually heal people with my hands. There's a little bit more of a frequency thing for me. It's not so much like a contact thing, but it's skills like astral projection. I had to like hone that craft a little bit. Right. So I mean, I am on the paranormal scale to a touch, but you know, if that's considered contact, then maybe I have had contact. Who knows? You know.
Well, I honestly believe that there's different stages of so-called paranormal. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
Because you got people like mediums, you know, and healers and stuff like that, shamans, different other things like that. You know, a lot of people that are in that realm, you know, and stuff like that. So I kind of look at it as an aspect, you know, there's different categories and different things that happen to people, you know what I'm saying? Sure. Spiritual type stuff to, you know, everyday stuff like me, you know.
Well, that's the thing is I'm not like I'm spiritual, but I'm not, you know, super spiritual as that, you know. I do meditate and I try and center myself with my surroundings on the earth, become one with my environment, but I'm not I guess maybe ascending or trying to find different planes of existence through astral projection. I'm not there yet, maybe, but I'm not a super spiritual person. I was kind of gifted these things. You know, it just came to me as something out of the blue, you know. somebody was like, my girlfriend was in pain one day, and I decided, let me just put my hands on her. What made me think of that? I don't know. And I closed my eyes and thought, and literally at first when I started, I used to take her pain and absorb it. And as I got better, I was able to dissipate her pain completely without bringing it onto myself.
Wow.
So a little bit of practice made it different. I did it to my mother. I've done it to my father. So they all believe it now. And at first they were like, yeah, you know what? You're crazy. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Right. And then one of my cousins actually did it to my mother as well. So she was like, okay, what, how does that work? Like, what's going on? How do you do that? She got a little bit more intrigued when another person showed her that it wasn't just her son that could do that. So,
right.
And it's crazy. You talk about genetics before, but maybe it's a hereditary thing in my family that, we're Italian and German. We're not native. I have about 5% Native American from my father's side. And this all came from my mother's side. So, it's not something that you can plot going back in my history, but maybe genetics is a big thing. Just like, ETs are doing genetic things for people because they have innate abilities that other families don't have. It could be one way to look at it too, but just a full circle everything. But
right. Rich, you wanted to ask
what Richard was going to say earlier.
Yeah.
I was just going to add that the animal thing is something I've noticed too, because Clarence mentioned, a bear can come by and sniff them, then walk away, and I could walk up to a wild horse or a pig or something, and it would just stop whatever crazy act it was going to do. It's weird. And people have seen that in my life. I didn't really think anything of it, but it's been a long time I've been able to do that. Like almost like the dog whisperer guy, it's weird. Some people just have that vibration, I think. And I don't know if it's with every animal. I almost said aminal. I mean, it's still early. Not really. It's just an excuse. But, that the healing thing is real interesting to me because when I first got into this field, there was a guy who lived across the street from me. He used to see me outside all the time with my camera. So I told him what I was doing one day. And a couple of days later, he sees me washing my car and he's moving. And I go, oh my gosh, you're moving. I didn't know you were moving. And he goes, yeah, it just came up, And he goes, I wanted to do something for you. And I told him I was having shoulder issues and neck pain. And he would see me struggling when I'm washing or drying my car. And he came over as I was backing out of the driveway and he stopped me to tell me that he was leaving. And he goes, I want to put my hands on you. And I go, whoa. And he goes, no, not that. He goes,
wait a minute.
Yeah. Well, he said he was abducted. Didn't tell me about it because he didn't know how I would react or whatever. He didn't know me. People just don't say, hey, I'm abducted.
Right.
All right. But anyway, I didn't care. I said, go ahead. You want to touch my shoulder? It's this one. I didn't even get out of the car. And he put his hand on me, and I'm very skeptical at this point. And all of a sudden, I got this euphoric feeling, and the pain was gone. And I said, oh my God, I feel something. He goes, it'll sink in. He goes, it was nice meeting you. I got to go. God bless. And he gave me the name of his website. I can't remember. Oh, yeah, I know what it is. Kingdom. I'll let you know. But I have it somewhere, and I wrote it down. And the guy's still out there. He's healing people, he says. And he said he was abducted.
Wow.
And I wouldn't have believed it if it didn't happen to me. And it's amazing. And I used to be the guy, like when I was in college or even in high school, people would say, all right, I hear you give these massages. I hurt my da-da-da-da-da. And I'd heal them up, it seemed like. Or maybe it was something subconsciously. But whatever it was, everybody has told it. My mother is, she goes, can you just rub just a little bit, and I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
It's weird. Even to this day, my father just asked me, he goes, oh, I want those magic hands over here. And I'm like, you don't believe in that. He's like, let's see. So, I did the thing and he's like, I kind of do feel better.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, it's wild stuff. I never even told anybody that before until now.
That's awesome, though.
Cool. There you go. We're breaking new ground with Rich. Breaking new ground, bud.
All these years.
Welcome to the club. We did
it. I'm going to tell you guys, when it comes to ETs and contact and stuff like that, like I said earlier, there's tons of people out there that claim it, and different things like that. But as Rich stated earlier, there's so much overwhelming evidence, like with the Travis Walton ordeal, the Betty and Barney Hill deal, the kids, in that school that had that. I mean, that's just countless and countless and countless of encounters, and interactions, whatever. So I don't know how these people can dismiss this. Everybody says, oh, we need evidence, we need this, we need that. But man, it's right there in front of you. All you got to do is look at it. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it's phenomenal.
It is, but it's right there in front. But it's so hard to believe it because they've never experienced it. That's what this is. The paranormal, right? Don't you believe that it really does take, like, for serious person, like serious skeptics, for them to believe it's the only way is proof.
Mm-hmm.
And like I just said, I never talked about that. You know why? Because I don't have any proof, and everybody would question it. So I never brought it up.
Right.
But I know, so that's all that matters. But
there you go. Absolutely. Yeah.
I like proof.
Yeah, we do.
I like proof. I'm a skeptic until even about myself.
Yeah.
I'm a skeptic. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Once I did it the first time, I was like, yeah, all right. It just happened to be a coincidence, blah, blah, blah. Second time, I was like, all right, cool. Maybe it's something. Probably not. Third time, fourth time. It took me like 10 times. And I'm like, wait a minute. I can really do something like this. Like, this is really happening. These people are literally coming back like, all right, like you're like your dad. Let me get them magic hands. Come on.
Yeah.
And people, they like, it's crazy the way everybody has their own system, how they do it too. It's never like a pinpoint accurate thing. Like, they say like healers should be able, like, some don't have it to an extreme too. It's only, a little ways here. Like, people don't think that we can sit here and like cure cancer. You know what I mean? Like, but little ailments we can do. It's a fickle thing too, and it doesn't always work. You have to be in the right mindset to make it work. For me, anyway, I have to be able to release. Like, because one time I saw a clairvoyant lady, and this is like the beginning of my whole journey, she was like, you could do what I do plus a lot more. So I started exploring more, and she was actually calling my mother on the plane saying, I want to talk to your son. And the lady didn't even know that I was alive. My mom never expressed to her that she had a son. And my mom was freaked out by it too. She was like, I don't understand. This lady wants to meet you. And I was super skeptic, like, all right, yeah, this lady's talking to ghosts. I mean, I'm like 15 years old. You know what I mean? I'm like, whatever.
Exactly.
Whatever. It's not a big deal. But she changed my life a little bit, and it made me go down a different path that I was like, maybe this is something to explore,
Right.
So everybody has that epiphany moment, just like when Clarence had that, he's heard his story and somebody else's and said, wow, wait a minute. That's really something to think about.
And I didn't want to tell anybody about it because, as a kid and whatever, nobody's going to believe you, right? I mean, that's everybody's thing, And here I am older, I'm married, I have kids, I'm rational, right? Yeah, no big deal. And then I hear that story and I almost passed out literally because when I heard that and it was so identical, I mean, from A to Z, I about fell right out of my chair. I'm like, holy Christ, you got to be kidding me. There's no way. I mean, who else could make up another story identical to mine? I mean, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that was definitely my confirmation. It was just like, wow, it really was real. I mean, I couldn't deny it after that. It was just that, yeah. And for me to be watching that program at that time, that's another thing. You know what I'm saying? It was like, yeah, okay.
No such thing as coincidence. There's no such thing.
That's just it, So, yeah, there was a reason for it. And obviously, I found out why, Yeah, unbelievable.
Speaking of downloaded information, this is a little bit relevant. I'm currently writing a book called Earth Frequency. And Earth Frequency is about vibrations and consciousness and frequency. and kind of identifies as to how this control structure that we're working with and we're dealing with and that we're interacting with, like for instance our civilization as we have it, and all the hurdles that are in the way, like the education, the politicians, and the sports, and music, and the TV, and religion, and kind of what have you. So the book kind of focuses on that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I began writing this book, it was it wasn't planned. I was just kind of just like laying there one night, and this thought occurred to me, right? That hey, Omar, you need to write a book, and it needs to be called Earth Frequency. So I had the name before I even began writing the book, right? So I got home. This was during a New Year's Eve party last year. And so we spent the New Year's Eve there, and it was on New Year's Eve that I had this idea that passed through my head. Said, "Hey, you need to write a book, and it needs to be called Earth Frequency." And the next day, I woke up, and we did our thing, had breakfast, and I came home. And right then and there, as soon as I got home, it seemed like I had this information in my mind that wasn't there the day before, right, or the week before. It just happened to show up, and this is not something that I was interested in, right? My focus was mostly on ancient civilizations, archaeology, UFOs, and ETs, right? That's how I started my show. Like 4 or 5 years ago, you go and take a look at my YouTube channel, and it's just all interviews with archaeologists and researchers and Egyptologists, Dr. Sam Osmanovic type people, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what my focus was. And then after that New Year's Eve, when I came home, my focus, changed 360 degrees or 180 degrees, whatever you want to have it. And it didn't seem important to me anymore to focus on archaeology and ancient civilizations. It seems like all of a sudden I just lost interest. Nothing happened for me to lose that interest. It's just one day it just wasn't there anymore, and I began focusing on Earth Frequency. And it seemed like the information as it's coming down, I'm just typing it, right? And then a number of people ask me, even my wife asked me, and I always tell her, say, I'm not writing this book. Right? I'm just simply pushing keys on a keyboard, and I'm just flowing my thoughts that are coming into my mind, and I'm just putting them down. Mm-hmm. So I'm not really writing this book. Somebody else is writing this book, and I've said that right from the get-go. And I'm a few hundred pages into it, and even still, up to this point, I can't honestly say that the thought process that's going into that book is mine. Right now, for the last couple of weeks, and I mentioned this to my wife as well a few days ago. She said, "Hey, how come you're not working on your book?" And and I said, "Well, it seems like I got a writer's block, right? Where I don't have any information coming in, and I can't really seem to focus on any information, and everything that's in my mind, I've already written that down." Now, this happened to me a couple of months ago as well, where I stopped writing in my book for about a week and a half, and then suddenly all this information came again, and I began writing it, and then it stopped again, and then now I'm in this process right now, just simply abiding my time and waiting, right? As normal authors would do, they would just continue to write, right? They wouldn't be waiting for anything. It's just they have that that thought process and that idea in their head, and then they're going to articulate that information onto paper. But for me, it seems the opposite of that, where it seems that I get a brain fart and my mind seems blank, right? There's no thought process happening whatsoever,
right?
And then suddenly this information shows up, right? Mm-hmm. So I write that down. Now I don't know whether I'm connected to the ether, and somehow when my frequency jumps and I begin to distort at a high level, that this information comes in, or whether this information is deliberately being put into my mind, right? So I'm not really quite sure whether that would be considered a ET contact or not.
Right.
And Richard, if you look into the private chats, I've put the link to one of Saul's videos. and his channel is called UFO to Go, right?
Yeah,
Based out of Australia.
Yeah, thank you. I wrote it down. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Cool.
Like a fast food restaurant.
Yeah.
It's all to go.
Hey,
Eat it up.
I gotta ask you guys something. I got to thinking about something earlier today before the show. Now, there's all of these researchers out there. Now, I'm not including our circle here because we do believe in certain things, and certain things have happened to us, one way or the other. But you take people like some of the big names like Linda Moulton Howe, Richard Dolan, some of these other well-known people. I notice a lot of things that they have in common is like, they're all researchers. But the one thing they mostly have in common is none of them have contact or any kind of visitations, per se. So why is it that they're in the mainstream deal, you know what I'm saying? And being able to do what they do? I mean, was it just the right time for them or what? I mean, you know what I mean?
Well, if you look at it from a standpoint, a researcher who hasn't had contact sometimes can be a bit more objective than somebody who's fully delved into it or even a part of it. It's always like when you let's say people do articles as like a third party, you'll always get the true nature of what was exactly being said because they're skeptic and maybe they believe it, maybe they don't. Sometimes, it's like arbitration. When two sides are fighting, the third party comes in to settle the matter completely. Mm-hmm. So maybe from an objective standpoint, that's a great way to go about it because they don't have to believe, they don't have to, they don't have to have experience. But sometimes, for me personally, I feel so connected to the story, even though I haven't had any kind of contact. I feel like that could be me, or almost wishing it was me sometimes. Like I told you before, I really want to talk to these guys. Like I want to go up there in that spaceship and be like, hey, what the hell's going on? Hit me with the knowledge. You know what I mean? And maybe it's a point of not like jealousy, but of admiration. Mm-hmm. Maybe they feel really, they feel like they're really connected to it and some affinity towards the subject. But you're absolutely right. A lot of them don't have contact, but they're still
I'm going to say like 99% of them, I don't think have ever had contact. Matter of fact, the only ones that, like Dr. Greer, Corey Good, and them guys are about the only ones, and maybe Dave Wilcox that ever really claimed that they've had any real contact or anything like that, Well, whether or not it's true or not, I don't know. But
Dr. Greer definitely he videotaped UFOs a long time ago. That's what propelled him into this, and they're rather good videos actually. But he has extended it because he wanted to stay relevant, and I've seen this with many people, just like Dr. Lynn Kitai from the Phoenix Lights.
Oh, yeah.
She now claims that she can talk to the aliens after years of never mentioning it, but it's been getting further and further away from when the Phoenix Lights happened, so she's not as relevant. But wait, I've got this story I've been hiding for all these years. I'm like, oh boy, here we go. And not only that, Dr. Greer said he told the Phoenix Lights to go where they went.
Yeah.
They glom on to everything.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that I can't deal with in this thing that we're doing. You know what I'm saying? It's that kind of stuff that I try to tell people, be careful and look out because, this don't believe everything that these guys are saying, and I think it's very shameful for them to do this. And it's all because of the money. You know what I mean? That's what it basically
exactly right. Money makes the world go around and changes people's perspectives.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Man, oh man.
Very quickly.
They ruined this, what do I want to call it? I'm looking for a word.
Credibility.
Platform.
Yeah, this platform, this credit. Yeah, absolutely.
Everything. Yeah.
I mean, it's just we are the true believers. We're the ones that try to bring out all the truth that we can to this, and we do our investigations and stuff, into these stories and stuff to bring out the most that we can for people. where these other ones don't seem to do that anymore. You know what I'm saying? Or even have, some of them. It's just ridiculous,
Well, Linda Moulton Howe is an investigative journalist. She started out, I think it was, oh boy, I just had his name. Anyway, with crop circles. Then she went to
Right.
cattle mutilations. Then she went, to Antarctica. But she hasn't made any claims of contact with anything. Not that I've heard, but
No, I've never heard.
No.
right, she might be probably one of the best investigators we have.
Yes.
And if you take Dr. Greer and look at all the work he's done and take away the experience that he's claiming with conversations and stuff, it's a good body of work. So we can't dismiss everything they say. We just have to look at it a little more, unbiased.
Well, that's the same with David Wilcock. David Wilcock had a lot of great stuff, always talking about things. Then he met Corey Good. Now all of a sudden he's communing with the higher level beings, and they're giving him the ability to initialize briefings for the rest of the world, and he's the outlet that they use to tell people what's really going to happen or going on. So
I don't know.
as he did that, he also upgraded his YouTube channel to have live streams every day now. So his exposure got more and more and more.
Here's the thing about Dave Wilcox, okay? Now, I want you to notice, in the past 3 or 4 weeks, he just did a 3-hour video, okay, about Q and QAnon.
Yep.
And all of this stuff with the coronavirus and all of this other stuff, blah, 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 blah. Now, today or yesterday, he just announced his new channel. You see what I'm saying? So there you go. I mean, it's just... and you haven't heard of David for how long now? It's just like Greer. He'll disappear for a whole year. You don't hear a word or nothing about him. The TSSA is the same way, nothing, not a word. Then all of a sudden one day, here I am, boom, and everybody just flocks on it. I don't get that. It drives me nuts.
The real messed up part is he did all that, and I went to his channel and subscribed anyway. That's the problem.
Well, we want to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Of course. And I was mad at myself, but I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should check it out. Like, what's he talking about? What's really happening over there? But since he met Corey Good, a lot of things have changed. He saw Corey Good as a cash cow, and he was like, I'm going to exploit the shit out of you, bud. You better
you
just
think
wait.
It was that way or the other way around?
I think it's the opposite, where Corey
I say it was the opposite.
The cash tree, and he went for it, and then came up with that 20 and back. It's I've got a hard time with that one. David Wilcox, my jury's still out on him, but half the shit that guy says, I can buy, and the other half that he says, I'm kind of very leery on it. And then it's like I said, I never dismiss anything. I'll take it and I'll put it on the back burner, and I'll just accumulate information on it until, it proves itself or it doesn't. Right. But with Corey Good, I just, I have a very hard time buying, buying his story.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's the thing. They say believe half of what you hear,
Yeah.
It goes along with
Rich.
the thing.
No, Corey Good plagiarized, took a guy's story from years ago, 70s, I believe, and made it his own.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Wilcock did this. Yeah, Wilcock then glommed onto him, and they became good friends with this big lie. And Gaia is based on a foundation of lies, hoaxes, made-up stories, everything. It's and I like Gaia. That's the sad thing. It's just I won't subscribe. But
I'm the same way. What really turned me off with Gaia was when they did the mummy deal with
Jaime
Mr.
Maussan.
Massey down in Mexico. Yeah, how did they get involved in all of that? Oh my gosh, yeah, that's the biggest turnout. That's when I said no more. I was done with it right there. Yeah,
I like what Rich said. He was like he glommed on him. That's a great word. Glommed on him. Damn right he did. He took over his soul.
Yeah.
And then they both sold their souls to the media. So,
an interesting fact about the Phoenix Lights was that Kurt Russell was flying his plane, and he was coming in to the airport. And he was the first person
Yeah.
to see the Phoenix Lights, and he didn't actually even realize what he was seeing.
Right.
And he landed his plane and kept about business. And then a couple of weeks later, it was brought to his attention of what he saw, and essentially he became the first person to witness the Phoenix Lights.
Okay, question. While we're talking about the Phoenix Lights, and Rich, you've been there, you live there, you know all about this, hands down. I got to ask you guys, all of you, I need your opinion. Was there 2 sets of lights that night?
Who are you asking first?
Any of you?
No.
You go first, Rich.
No, there was only one sighting. The real sighting was from 8:15, 8:20, 8:30, something like that, where it came down from Kingman, Arizona, and then it went through Page or something like that, and right over Sedona, and then hit Phoenix, and supposedly went to Tucson. And that's between 8 and 8:30, all that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And people were seeing it. They were outside that night, March 13th, 1997, because the Hale-Bopp comet was going to be really clear and you can see with the naked eye, and everybody was out that night.
Right.
Not me. I wasn't into it back then. I wish I would have known. But yeah, people saw it. They said they could have touched it. It seemed like, felt like they could have touched it. It was real low to the ground, silent. And then, it was a triangular craft that was 1 to 2 miles wide, and the wings would go out. And then when it wanted to go fast, the wings came in and it would jump. Like it would go from here to here really quick, then slow down and just meander right over the State Route 51, which is right down the center of Phoenix, Arizona. And 10 o'clock, the Maryland National Guard said they dropped flares. Like 3 months later, almost to the day,
Right.
there was a newscast that popped up and said, "We think we found out what the Phoenix Lights were," and they only focused on the 10 o'clock sighting. Mm-hmm. Nobody ever talked about the 8 to 8:30 sighting. They just
Right.
kept talking about these flares that were dropped. And you know what? To this day, I don't even know if they were flares. That could have been another craft. I don't really know. But Discovery Channel did an overlay, went back up to the guy's house, Michael Craigston, whatever his name was, that videotaped it.
Mm-hmm.
And they matched up the mountains in the daytime with the nighttime. And if they were flares, they went out. Or if it was a UFO, it went over the mountain and it hit the peaks of the mountains and the lights disappeared in the same sequence as if, an object was moving south.
Wow.
So, or if it was flares slowly descending, falling down.
Mm-hmm.
But I really think there was only one sighting, and that was it.
Okay. Yeah, and I have trouble with that. See, and that's why I'm asking, because I remember when the newscast showed the lights over that football field or baseball field, whatever it was, they were at some game or whatever, and they were showing the lights that had dropped down, at that stadium, whatever it was there. And that's...
I don't know what you're talking of. Phoenix Lights, they were over a stadium?
Well, that's where the flare thing come from. Because it showed those lights. It was some kind of a football game or baseball game going on, and the newscast that filmed the lights, had looked through the stadium, or up over the stadium. I'll have to see if I can find that.
And they saw the actual flares, not on that night, but 3 months later?
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Okay, I remember. I thought you were talking about that night.
Oh, no.
That's
No.
exact. Yeah, they saw the flares by just happenstance, just
Right.
it was there. And could this be the Phoenix Lights? I don't know.
Yeah. So that's how that all came about. And everybody keeps thinking that it was the same night that happened, and it really wasn't, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Where did the second light story even come from? Where
Well, that's what we were just talking about. It come from the newscast that took
3 months later they said that there was a second
Yeah.
sighting of it?
No.
Well, no. Yeah.
That night. Okay, there were sightings being called in, like Kurt Russell called in around 8:30.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "I've seen these lights." This was about 8:20, I think it was. He didn't call in at 10, did he?
No.
I don't think it was 10. Though it was earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, reports were coming in by the hundreds. I mean, they think maybe 100,000 people may have seen the lights. They say 10,000, but, well, at 10 o'clock, that's when the Maryland National Guard supposedly dropped flares in the South, in that area, trying
Got
to
ya.
make us, or it was the lights that came back, went down to Tucson and then came back up and then disappeared to the South again. I don't know.
Gotcha. I was familiar
Yeah.
with the first sighting. I didn't hear the second part of that. I guess must
Yeah.
have tailed off on it. But
Yeah,
I
3
mean,
months.
I only thought that there was one sighting of it. One set of lights, not one
Uh,
sighting. Hundreds
the
of thousands
one
of
that
people
the
saw
one
it.
that you saw, right? The one that everybody knows of, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
that's the flares.
Yeah.
Because the ship didn't look anything like those flares, according to other witnesses. It wasn't even close.
No, the ship was huge. It was like half a mile wide or wider.
1 to 2 miles wide, yeah, depending
Yeah.
on the way the ship was floating. The slower it went, the wider it got. They said it's kind of wild.
So
Yeah.
here's a question
That
to
is
ask
wild.
whether when you come into the atmosphere, you got the fireball effect, right? You got all that friction and all that heat happening. Now, did anyone see that when the craft came into our atmosphere? It's just not gonna just quietly just come in. It would have had to have left some sort of an entry trail.
Not
Well,
that I'm
not
aware
true.
of. Not that
Not
I'm aware
true.
of.
If you have an inertial damper, if you can dampen the inertia coming in, you will not get the fireball effect. It doesn't always happen. If you could slow your descent enough to when you come in, if you do a gradual, the technology has surpassed ours, but if you come in on a gradual velocity and you take it slow, you will not fire up like they say you do. You won't burst into flames on the way in. It may regenerate some redness of heat coming through the atmosphere, but it won't fire up in a sense.
I see.
Well,
See, I would think the gravitational pull would make you fire up. I wouldn't
Yeah,
think.
yeah, that's
You know,
what
I don't.
That's what
that's my thing.
dampening the inertia is.
Yeah.
Your inertia, which is gravity pulling you, is basically what's pulling you towards the earth. If you have some sort of force pushing back against that, you can slow your descent, and it won't happen like that.
Right.
It's not just the falling to earth; it's the speed at which you're falling to earth that gives you that effect.
the thing about these lights, when they saw it around 8:15, whatever, people said that it looked like if you've ever seen a light bulb recessed in a canister in a kitchen or somebody's house, they said the lights were like encased in something, but it looked like it was made of the ship, like it was part of the ship, which is really interesting. Yeah, they said it was all swirling in there, but it didn't illuminate anything. It was just contained, which is bizarre.
Right.
Like it was a power source with a force field around it that was basically moving around in a circle that they could see the light moving inside of the vehicle, is what
They
you're
saw
saying?
swirling of lights, kind of like if you looked inside a crystal ball and I guess you saw a bunch of worm-like things going around, but they were lights.
That probably could have been a power source of some sort.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah,
maybe,
right.
yeah, that makes sense because they were evenly spaced apart, and that would make sense to keep it afloat.
Sure.
Right.
Well, that's usually what the light source is. People say, why do UFOs need headlights in space? It's not really that.
It's
Yeah, it's
not.
energy.
It's more.
It's
It's
nice.
more the propulsion of it. It's
Right.
usually whether
Yeah.
it's the exhaust of a port or
Yeah.
or they're letting off some kind of xenon gas that causes the refraction of light from a power source.
Yeah.
Rich, do you think the governor actually did witness those
No.
lights, or do you think he came back later and just said that?
Yeah,
to
no,
appease the people.
well, Governor Fife Symington at the time was the guy who came out on TV and said, we found the culprit, and he brought out one of his
Yeah.
co-workers in the alien mask and said, you people take this stuff too seriously. And then 7 years later, he came out and said, I saw it. After he was the governor, he came out and said he saw it. But his story is so awful. And he was on
Right.
UFO Hunters. He was on UFO Hunters with Bill Burns. You remember that show?
Yes, I do.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
And I talked to Bill about this, and Bill said, Rich, I can't believe you just said that. We said the guy was lying too. And I said, because he is. He's
Yeah.
just trying to make up because he didn't want to be known as the governor that was a
Yeah.
jerk about the UFO. So he's trying to save face. He said he came home and heard on the TV that there was a UFO sighting. Like, he said that people were still seeing the lights. I'm like, Okay, so what time did he get home? He said he got home at 8:30. Then he went to the mountains where people said they saw the light. So you mean to tell me this guy hears that there's lights
30
and he
seconds.
gets in his car, goes there, and then he says people were milling around, and then they started pointing up at the sky, and there was this craft. I saw it. I go out looking for it. I mean, this guy just happens to go drive down there where people say no.
Right.
And by the way, nobody was on the news until 10 o'clock. So
Right, it was
nobody.
late. Yeah.
Yes, nobody said anything until 10. Reports were coming in, but he lied about being there because the craft had already gone at 8:30 anyway. And who gets home at 8:30 to eat dinner with their family? Why didn't he take his family with him? Take his sons? Take a camera? You're going to go see a UFO? Gee, what do? Take a camera to get the evidence. He didn't
Yeah,
do
you
that.
know,
I want no proof of it. No,
Right.
I don't want any proof of it.
Yeah.
We're not going to do it like that.
But because he's the governor, why would he lie to us at this point? Well, he lied 7 years ago.
Right.
He's
Yeah.
going to lie. I mean, I hate that guy, man.
Yeah. I tell you what impressed me was the cops and stuff that were reporting it at the same time. That's what really
Yeah.
hooked me about it, was the fact that you had all the sheriffs and the local cops and the state police literally chasing this thing all through the whole state. I mean, it was just remarkable, you know.
And Luke Air Force Base
Right.
sent out two F-16s, I believe, at the time, F-18s maybe. Yeah,
Yeah. So
Witnesses
you know
at-
it was real. There's no doubt about
Yeah.
it.
at 8:30 they were going after the UFO.
Yeah.
So Chuck, now-
Imagine being in that car. You're like, oh, let's get it. We close. They're coming
Yeah.
down. Like,
okay, so
let's taste it.
here's an interesting idea. Now we know that our military, or the American military, and probably others, they too have crafts that kind of look like UFOs. One being the TR-3B, which is they released just recently. Now Chuck Bam from YouTube is saying TR-3B jumbo wide body. So do you guys think that this may have possibly been a human craft more so than an extraterrestrial? Because I kind of go back again to the atmospheric entrance where no one noticed anything like that. And, in my mind, having keeping Rob's idea in my mind, I'm still kind of go back to the idea that if something's entering into our planet, there's going to be some sort of friction. There's going to be some sort of a fireball effect that's going to be left behind, and no one witnessed that. So I'm wondering, whether this was a human craft that people, assumed that it was a UFO because everybody wants to see a UFO, then instead of being, alien as we're thinking. Just a thought.
I almost have to disagree, only for one reason, because Arizona was basically the only state that it was seen in, and it just up and disappeared. It wasn't like it went from Arizona to New Mexico on down. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there would have been reports for miles, other than just one state. You see what I'm saying? And to hide a craft that big with that many people watching, I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. But
You want to hear something really weird about the Phoenix Lights? Nobody knows this. I don't think anybody's even talking about it. I just found out by accident driving down the freeway. Down the freeway, we have what's called the Arizona 51, State Route 51. It divides Phoenix pretty much in half.
right.
And it's a 8-lane, freeway, whatever. And it flew right down that freeway. Now, the funny thing about that is the Hohokam Indians and all the indigenous Indians, I guess, that lived here, tell the story about the Star people. And on the sides of this freeway, there was artwork, there was writing that was looked like artwork. But what this said on the walls of the freeway was, "Welcome, Star people, follow this to home," or something like, because if you take the 51 straight and keep going straight, it takes you to the Estrella Mountains, which means Star Mountain.
Right.
And so it went right there because Sky Harbor International Airport is only 2 or 3 miles from South Mountain. That's why Kurt Russell saw it, and people in the tower saw the lights, which is amazing. But I drove down the freeway the other day doing my COVID thing and documenting, and everything's been taken off. The story has been painted over, and all the artwork's gone because.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because somebody said, and I remember seeing a documentary about them talking about the writing on the walls and what it meant and how it could have been related to the Phoenix Lights. And it's just amazing that all that stuff is now gone. Why would they take it? Looked beautiful. Why would they remove it after that? I think that's interesting.
Yeah. So what would that mean then? I mean,
cover up.
Yeah.
Literally and figuratively. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Wow.
That sounds incredible.
It is incredible.
That's
sad.
That's something I never, I wouldn't think, but now that you say it, it does make some mode of sense that they would be following some kind of, some kind of direction with where they were going,
It's weird, but if where they came right over is where that little message was, which is amazing.
Kind of makes sense too, because if this ET hasn't been to Earth in a number of years, whether it's centuries or millennia, it's going to be familiar with the area that it first made contact with the indigenous people. So if they come down here, they're just going to go back exactly to where they were, because they're going to assume that these indigenous people are still going to be there. They're still going to be on their land. So they're going to go back and they're going to try to make contact again, because obviously they're friends. Right, they have some sort of a connection, because we have the Anasazi, we have the Hopi. They called them ant people. They took them underground. They rescued them. So there's obviously a relationship that's brewed over the course of millennia, if not even longer. So it kind of really makes sense that when they come down, they see, okay, there's roads. Okay, we need to follow this. There's that Star Mountain over there. The reserve is over here, or their land is over here, and that's where we're going to head to. Really does make a whole lot of sense. And then when the F-14 start chasing them, I could imagine they would say, fuck this, we're out. It's a bit too dangerous. We don't want conflict of any sort, right? Shooting their little jets out of the sky and cause a bit of a galactic conflict, and probably didn't want to do that, so they left, right? But it was probably in hopes of landing there and making recontact again. And maybe to relay some information, or just to drop by and saying, hey, what's up? We're told you we'll be back. Here we are. But probably didn't expect the fighter jets to be chasing them either.
Such a great point that was where they came the last time they were here, man. That's perfect.
That's pretty
cool.
That
makes me want to go and delve into their lore and see exactly what, explore that option more that you said that now. I feel exactly the same way, Rich.
Story. Yeah. It's a fantastic story. I would say an experience, right, by the entire nation of people there, and you would have to read into it and investigate, and really understand what their past is like. And I found the best guy to read and to understand this would be Gary David.
Oh, Gary Davis. Yeah. I had him on our show one time. Yeah,
I've had him on my show a few times as well, and that guy knows a lot about the Hopi and the Anasazi. He's been researching it since the 90s, right? So if you're into that, Rob, that's the guy that I would go and start looking into and reading, because he has a lot to offer, and has been at it for years. And I would assume that he'd probably say the same thing that I just did. That they probably made contact there in the past. They came back, and things just were not as they had expected. Things changed,
right.
And
totally different.
People moved on and became even more violent.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I love doing this, is because those little tidbits give me more to go on. Somebody else's thought. Something that didn't cross my mind.
Yeah,
I didn't think about that at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now you're expanding, you're enriching my knowledge on it, because you know what? Now I'm thinking a little bit more outside the box for certain things, which could, I love this. This is why I love doing this.
Which is why you put stuff on the shelves, because you never know when it's going to come up again.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah. You never dismiss anything.
Right.
Put it in the back burner, leave it there. If some information comes, pile it on top of there, and then after a while, the scale's going to tip.
Yeah.
And if it tips, then you look into it. And if it doesn't tip, then you just keep adding information to it. And then when that information accumulates, whether it takes a month or a decade, eventually that will either prove itself or not prove itself. And then to dismiss information is just, ignorance, right? And ignorance, knowledge lifts ignorance. So, to take knowledge and to just toss it and dismiss it, to me, it makes no sense.
Right.
Well, if you look at the way that happened, Rich gave us a nugget, gave us a beautiful nugget that we didn't have any idea of that happening.
It's a
Then
brand new
Omar
nugget.
went, right. And then Omar had an epiphany about it. And now all of us are sitting here back thinking, wow. Well, you know what? Like
Exactly.
the divinity of that thought process just blows my mind how it full circles itself to, you know what? Okay. You know what? Now I get it. Now I get why, I had to say, this is why I love doing this, because you get these moments where your mind is broadened and you're like, wow, that's amazing. That was, it takes somebody else through the eyes of somebody else sometimes to see exactly
Big time.
Absolutely.
exactly, what you should be looking at or what interests you in that mode, that modus operandum at that point,
Mhm.
That's why I enjoy these panel discussions. I've had them many, many times on my channel. One-on-one interviews are fine. They work, and I enjoy those too as well because of the information that you can get. But these panel discussions are, they're special to me because, like you just said, Rob threw us a little nugget. Now we're all like trying to disseminate that information and coming up with our own ideas. And I like that exchange of thought that happens in these types of discussions, because one person's thinking one thing and the other one hasn't even thought about it. Like Richard just said, that they had art down the highway, and and then all of a sudden, flags went up. Mine went up, yours went up, Rich went up, Ernst's went up. It's like, holy shit, yeah, you're right. This could have happened, that could have happened. And, that's what I enjoy about these types of discussions. Okay, now so there's a couple of different types of UFOs that we're dealing with here now. Okay, now we're dealing with a modern day UFOs that we see hovering in the skies that defy gravity, that defy laws of physics. They're taking 90-degree angles, 180-degree angles. They're going like this and they zip back and they're gone. Mm-hmm. And then we're seeing, we're hearing about crafts in the Bible, in the Old Testament and in the New Testament, where we're talking about the Wheel of Ezekiel. We're talking about hot air and booms and thunder like atmosphere where these things are landing, and then when they take off, there's lots of smoke, there's lots of fire. Kind of really reminds me of the type of rockets and the space shuttles that we have today. But we're hearing about this stuff coming out of antiquity, a few thousand years ago, coming out of the Bible. So now I want to ask you guys, is your opinion on whether, those are, bona fide, true UFOs as we see them today, or are they part of a technology that existed prior to the current state of situation that we're in? We went into the Ice Age, and then we came out of the Ice Age, and everything seemed to have been lost. But prior to that, we're, reading books like the Mahabharata, the Ramayanas, where they're talking about these, city-sized crafts in the sky that are fighting each other. And then, of course, we have, Ezekiel's wheel, where, as I said, when they take off, they're taking off with fire and smoke. And when they're landing, there's lots of hot fire, there's heat, and there's smoke. So in your guys' opinion, are we dealing with technology that possibly humans were operating in our antiquity, or are these, UFOs that have, I guess, advanced or evolved in technology?
Well,
I'm saying for me, it's a little hard to see that a UFO where they're using fossil fuel based type of fuel to go into the type of propulsion that they're using now, where it makes no sound, No humming, nothing. It just, and then they defy gravity too. Like I said, 90-degree turns, 180-degree turns. And what we're seeing from antiquity is this thing is taking off vertically, right? It takes off vertically and it lands vertically, like kind of like the SpaceX
Right.
The rocket, like a rocket.
Go up and then they land themselves, right? So what are you guys' thoughts on that?
Well, a couple of shows ago that we did, that I talked about the Tic Tac, right? I can't stand that word, but that's what they used. But I showed where the XR-73 or XR-73 it looks a lot like the Tic Tac that they're showing on those videos, and it actually flies over Mach 10.
Yeah.
Okay, 17,000 miles an hour, and I proved this to you guys. I've showed it on the video, and then we talked about them just breaking Mach 10 with another jet. NASA just did it, but yet they're not saying that we've had this technology before, okay, which is pretty amazing. So are some of these that we're seeing now man-made? Absolutely. I totally agree with that, 100%. But how far back, when you start getting into antiquity, now we're talking something totally different, because that's way beyond our scope of, being able to do things. So, yeah.
Well, not necessarily in a sense. I mean, Omar's talked about how many times that basically life on this planet has gone extinction level events and come back.
Well,
it's like talking about it's like talking about Atlantis or Lemuria. Basically, an advanced type of people lived on this planet, whether we know if they're of extraterrestrial alien origin or not. Like, we don't really know that. But for me, I don't believe Atlantis sank into the sea. I believe Atlantis took off and left. Literally just got straight up out of the water. And then when people went back to see it, they say it went into the sea because then nobody they could, there's cloaking devices, all types of technologies that could have used to mask something leaving. Also, if it's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, hence Atlantis, who's going to see it? Who's going to see it except for maybe African tribes or South American Indians? And at that point, would they really be, if there is even life out there at that point, it might have been so confined to the Middle East at that point, as per what history, fake history tells us, it's what really happened to how many of, and the other aspect of that is how many of these primitive people got their hands on technologies that they had no idea worked. Maybe it was something left over by a civilization that had colonized here, and they ended up taking to the stars via objects they had no idea how they worked. Maybe they never came back. Gary left the village, found this spaceship, got into it, hit a button, the spaceship returned home, everybody saw it, and Gary's gone forever.
Yeah.
Gary was taken by the gods.
Well, my only biggest problem is, like Omar was saying, with the fossil fuel thing, unless they're here long enough to make more fuel, to supply themselves, that's the only thing I can think of. You know what I'm saying? Because rocketry, as we know it, it takes a while to build and, get them to fly. So I don't know. I mean, unless they're not that far away,
The African shaman, Credo Mutwa, talks about the Chitahuri brothers that came to Earth, and they used some sort of a craft to come and visit the Earth, and then after they did their bit, they left, right? And now he's not very clear on how they left, but he does state that they came here in a craft, and they did their bit here, and then they left. Now, when it comes to Atlantis, I feel that Atlantis is Earth, right? Because when we read an ancient text, older than the Bible, it's clearly telling us that the Earth is being terraformed, and prior to that, I feel that humanity was more than likely living on Mars, and then terraformed the Earth, and then moved to the Earth, and then had colonies here on Earth and on Mars. And at some given time, Atlantis went to war, and Mars and Earth combined, fought somebody else, and evidently ended up losing the war. Mars was lost, and humanity was forced to go underground, as we see with the the story that's coming from the Hopi. But we have like other cities around the world, like Derinkuyu, for instance, in Turkey, which can house like 20,000 people, live animals underground, and they. Seems to be the same story over and over again, from culture to culture to culture, where they were forced to go underground and then they came back. Technology was lost. So for me, I feel that these fossil fuel UFOs or crafts that we hear about in the Bible and in older stories are actually humans that are traveling from Mars to Earth, right? Because this would be a local travel, because you're using fossil fuel. You can only get so far. So the way station, would be from Earth to Mars, and then Mars back to Earth, because we do have that 18-month cycle where the two planets coming close together, and then they launch their stuff, and then they come here, they do their bit, they wait for 18 months, and then they go back, right? And for me, that's the the only reasonable story, because in the last 3, 4, 5,000 years, for us, it may be in 3, 4, 5,000 years, but for ET that's been visiting this planet for, however long they've been coming here, for them, it's just a matter of minutes, right? If not, maybe a couple of months, where they take off, they come back, a few thousand years have passed here, and then to evolve on that technology from going from rockets, to the type of crafts that we see today, is, it's leaps and bounds. That's,
here's the thing, though.
That's like kind of us going from Henry Ford's first car to going to Back to the Future car, right? What's that, DeLorean, right?
Yeah.
For me, that's the impression that I get, right? That it's not realistic to evolve your technology that quickly, and then to change your craft up as well by design too, because we've got vertical rockets that are landing, and then now we have like these round ones, we have cigar-shaped ones, we have cubes. So very, very interesting for me. I find.
Well, my whole thing on that is you have to kind of think about how old the Earth actually is. According to mainstream scientists, of course, we're only 45 billion years old. So we're basically, or 4.5 billion, I'm sorry. Yeah. So we're basically the youngest outfit out here. You know what I'm saying? We're like babies compared to the rest of the galaxies and the solar system. You know what I'm saying? So, E.T. and them would have to have been here thousands upon millions of years before we ever became a planet. You know what I'm saying? So, I just find it hard that they would use fossil fuel at that time, even though, even let's say we're 45 million years old. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be 100 million years old compared to us. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So all I'm saying is that I think their technology would have to be so far more advanced, even at that stage, you know what I mean, than what we know now. So I really have a hard time with fossil fuel. Now, being that I'm saying, being that they see fire in the sky and stuff, okay, I can get that, because anything that you come into our atmosphere, meteorites, even our own spaceships, all are flamed when they're coming in. Right? We just talked about this a little bit ago. So I can see the concept of the fire. I get that part. But I just don't see them taking off with fire, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. And from antiquity, what we see when these things are taken off, they're taken off with fire and smoke.
If we're looking at antiquity, right? we would all pretty much on a consensus that the Bible is somewhat of a, let's say, of a record of sort. Maybe not history exact from one point of view. They cast it out. They cast it out. Right, but they casted out a third of the alien population, as in the Bible they call it the angels. You know, that God casted out a third of the population. So when they sentenced them to live amongst their slaves or the people of Earth, they had to use whatever means possible, which was only available to them here, to maybe go back to where they came from in a sense, or at least to get into orbit. They, you know, maybe they kicked them out and said, "Hey, look, if you guys can find your way back without any of our superior technology, we'll let you come back. We'll pick you up." You know, so maybe they had to use exactly what was available to them, and as crude as it may be, you know, that was the fastest technology to get to orbit at that particular time. You know, and hence why maybe they were building, maybe not pyramids, but different types of structures to accommodate the building of these specific rockets, because they were the easiest to make, and they had the most abundant resource was the fossil fuel at that time.
Yeah,
to actually, you know, that's just a thought.
I understand what you're saying, but on the other hand, you know, in the Old Testament, we hear about the demiurge, and the demiurge, they travel in cube-like crafts that highly advanced. They're tech savvy on it, and these demiurge are also kind of like what's that I'm looking for? Like a Borg. You know what I'm saying?
Half machine, half man, kind of.
Yeah, and eugenics. They're working on something like that right now.
A technocrat.
I forgot the term that they're using now, but you know, in the Old Testament, we're hearing about this demiurge, you know, that's using technology that kind of sounds like the type of technology that we have today, that we're witnessing in the skies today. So if we keep that in mind, then you know, the rocket fuel type of spacecraft again doesn't make any sense for an ET, because we hear about these demiurges that are moving around in this, anti-gravity type of craft that, makes no sound. It, takes off, it lands without making any noise and fire and such. So
I tell you, the one thing that really gets me about that is the fact that in all of these writings and teachings that we talk about, and even carved in stone, you know, whatever, they talk about the wars that happen between ETs and, you know, the aerial flights and stuff that happen and you know, back in the day. Now we're talking weapons of mass destruction here.
yeah,
We're not talking machine guns and hand grenades. Okay, we're talking nuclear. We're talking, you know, fusion. Things that blow cities up like Pumapunku. Okay. Yeah, or Hernando. Yeah, exactly. So
Gamora,
yeah,
right? It just goes on and on.
If you're that far advanced that you got that kind of weaponry, I can't believe they're using fossil fuel. You see what I'm saying? And you know, I don't know.
Well, think about this too.
You know, this could also be made a reference towards the Tower of Babel, right? Because in the Tower of Babel, in that short story that we see in the Bible, it tells us that we're trying to build the tower to reach the gods, right? So could it be that, you know, humans back in those days were, you know, delving themselves into technology to build a spacecraft so that they can go out into space, and then they were able to create this, ion-based or a fossil fuel-based type of craft that very crude for, you know, compared to the technology that the ET would have, and that they were using that to go up into our skies. Right. And then when ET saw that, they said, no, fuck this, you're not flying, you know. So they down and they destroyed whatever facilities that humans were using at that time to develop this type of technology. Now we have to also keep in mind that humans are at least minimum 500 million years old. because there's evidence on the planet that shows us that we're minimum 500 million years old, because there's artifacts. Guys like Klaus Donna have discovered where, artifacts are like 350 million years old, 400 million years old.
Out of place artifacts. Yeah, different things. Yeah.
Right.
So
So
I don't believe our timeline as far as what scientists is trying to tell us. I don't believe that at all.
That's the Darwinian timeline.
Yeah. No.
Well, just because you see fire too doesn't mean that it was fossil fuel.
Well, that's what
Just
I'm
because
saying.
you see fire.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just a show. Maybe they put a show on for the people as they were taking off, because they could relate to fire because primitive people had fire.
Yeah.
Maybe it was some kind of drive that produces flame of a higher technology, but it wasn't propulsion as per fossil fuel. That's always
our ancestors were primitive, though, right? They built the pyramids.
Very true, too.
They built pyramids. They built Pumapunku. They built the Ollantaytambo. They built the pyramids in Mexico. We have the same human architects all over the planet that have shown that they have had some sort of an advanced technology, right? I'm not, in the school of thought where, E.T. built the pyramids and E.T. built that. I like to give humans the credit. And, I feel that we were advanced enough several thousand years ago, more than likely prior to the 12,000 years ago ice age, when it began to melt. I think it was prior to that human beings were highly advanced, that were traveling to Mars and to Earth using these, type of rocket-based technology. And, that's my feeling on it. I don't really have any physical evidence for it, but to speculate, for me, that's the closest thing that really comes to mind. I want to give humans the credit, because, in the last few thousand years, we haven't been very smart. We haven't made very good choices. We intent on destruction and death for the last few thousand years. But prior to that, I think we were, quite advanced and very civil. And something happened, and we have those records, like I said, in the stories like the Mahabharata, that are telling us that there was a war, and there's evidence of it. Take a look at Mohenjo-daro. There are skeletons that are radioactive still to this day, and how is that possible?
Even our dinosaur bones, when you dig up a Tyrannosaurus Rex, they have to paint them because they're radioactive.
Yeah, they got to be painted with lead. All T-Rex. It's kind of weird how they're T-Rexes too.
Yeah, exactly, right? The only species.
Not all of them.
Yeah.
It's just weird how it's only the T-Rex. When they dig up the T-Rex, they're radioactive, so they got to paint it with lead before they put it into a museum. Why not? Why not any other dinosaur?
I don't know. That's
really? Yeah.
That's true. You didn't know that, Rich?
No.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
I thought they were just doing that to preserve its, whatever.
No, they're radioactive. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. That's a good question that we don't know.
No.
I'm serious, dude.
It's only the T-Rex. It's
only the T-Rex. Yeah.
That doesn't make so you're saying the T-Rex may have been an alien?
Well, I think he was destroyed by the alien. I think he was such a monster that they wiped him out, kind of like the coronavirus,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
My question is that how do you single out a single species out of thousands and then to nuke them, but to leave the rest that wouldn't have any nuclear residue left, but the T-Rexes do, right? That to me, is a bit strange, but it's a proven fact, right? It's scientifically proven that these bones are radioactive. Because at first, when these guys were digging up these T-Rexes, they found that these guys began losing their hair and fingernails, and they began getting like what do you call that? Nuclear radiation poisoning.
Yeah.
Right? And when they began doing their tests on it, they realized that these T-Rexes are extremely radioactive. And then after that, they began taking the precautions and digging these up with a lot of caution. And then afterwards, they said, okay, well, we're going to paint these with lead so that others can see them, and they don't get poisoned, radiation poisoning. So for me, that's a very interesting tidbit. And I've said it in the past that dinosaurs were exterminated. They weren't. It wasn't a natural event. They were exterminated. And for me, I feel that the way they were exterminated is that, like I said earlier, human beings had a colony on Mars. And then from Mars, when they terraformed and came here to this planet to make it viable for them, it was at that time they destroyed or exterminated the dinosaur life on this planet because obviously it was too hostile for humans, and they got rid of them and came here and colonized. And that's why I say there's artifacts that go back that Klaus Dana has discovered that go back hundreds of millions of years.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Not 65 million years either. That 65 million year timeline is that's misinformation. This is hundreds of millions of years old.
Yeah. Omar, looks like your guest is with us.
Yeah, Elle?
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah,
let me bring her in. We'll bring her in here. There she is.
Right on, Elle.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Yes.
How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Doing the best that we can in this quarantine.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I work from home, so.
How lucky you. I'm a drywaller, so I got to go out. Well,
sorry, guys.
I'll start from the top left corner. That's our host, Clarence Mitchell.
Hi, Clarence.
Closer Encounters. This event was his idea, and I was like, yeah, I'll hop on it since I do yearly events like this. I was like, fantastic, let's do it. And up on the right side of me, in the top corner, is Rob, and in the bottom corner is Richard from Goof on Radio.
Hello.
Hello.
That's a lot of UFO and ET type of shows, and we thought that you'd be a great guest from the last talk that we had. I really enjoyed that, so I thought that since this is like an ET contact UFO based show, you have a lot of experience in this, right? And so I thought that bring you on. And then you can share your experiences with us and answer any questions that people may have. We'll dig into the secret space program and the type of UFOs that are flying around, and just your basic round the table UFO talk.
Sure.
So guys, let's familiarize ourselves with Elle. So maybe we'll start in the top corner with Clarence. So Clarence, maybe you can introduce yourself to Elle, say a few things, and then we'll move over to Rob, and then down to Richard, and then we'll get an insight into Elle and her experiences and what she's had to deal with for the last couple decades.
All right. No, I just want to say thank you for being here with us today. Omar told me quite a bit about you, so that's pretty cool. My name's Clarence. I host the show Closer Encounters, and I'm also a former abductee / contactee, so I've always been interested in this for quite a long time. I've been digging into it and stuff. So it's always good to meet somebody that, in that realm. So pretty awesome.
Thank you.
I guess I'll go next. My name is Rob. It's a pleasure to meet you. I personally have never had any contact. I do have an affinity to the stars. I believe I belong out there. I have a lot of spiritual based knowledge, frequency knowledge. Somewhat of a bit of a historian at heart, and Omar has also told me really good things about that he's going to have a lot of great guests on today. So I really look forward to hearing what you have to say, and I love hearing stories about contact. So it's a pleasure to meet you. Full Spectrum Universe is my channel and my Facebook page. If you have any questions about me, you can always go there and ask. But it's a pleasure to meet you, Al.
Thank you.
Cool.
Hi. I'm Rich
Hi.
Giordano, and I am the owner and host of Goof On Radio Stream, and also the website owner of Goof On Network, which is Giordano's UFO Network or Greatest UFO Network, however you want to use it. 16 years, been in the field. I call out anybody who I think is lying, making money off lies, or hoaxing, and as well as being an experiencer and thousands of hours behind the camera. I use that experience and boots on the ground training to follow my instincts and call out other people. I do ghost hunts, more like a truther kind of guy. You know, if there's a situation like this COVID, I'm driving to the hospitals, hotels, downtown airports. You know, I'm doing it all, trying to find out what's really going on. So that's kind of me in a little bit of a nutshell. And I don't know if I said it, but, you know, I've had experiences.
Cool.
It's a big nut.
It's a big Awesome.
So, well, can you tell us a little bit about yourself for people that are watching that are not familiar with your background and your experiences, and and then we'll just after that start tossing questions at you.
Sure. So
Claire, you want to make Elle's screen full screen so that
Sure can. Yep.
people get a good look?
Yes, absolutely.
I think they're had enough look at us.
Probably true. We're a lot to take in at first, that's for sure.
Did she go full screen?
Yeah, she went full
First,
screen. Yeah.
okay.
Now we're back in panel mode.
Oh, what
Okay.
happened?
So,
There we go.
Hi, I'm Elle. I'm an ET contactee, and I'm also a secret space program asset. I had done a 60 back in the planetary corporations, working on the cybernetics labs on Mars. So that's my experience in the secret space programs. I'm also a healer. I've done energy healing. I'm also a psychic, so I've done memory retrievals, working with other SSP experiencers to retrieve memories and figure out what happened to them. So that's basically my background. And I've been doing this for about now 6 years. I came out with my disclosure about ETs in the secret space program on the Awakening Cosmic Reality show. In 2015, I started discussing ETs and my abduction experiences with the reptilians from the age of 2 to 10, and my other ET contacts with the L's, who are a human race, and they also interact with other ETs. So that's been mainly who I've had contact with, the L's. I've also had contact with Pleiadians, my higher self, Janaea, who's a human ET hybrid. She's on the 6th dimension, I believe, from what she's told me. So those are my background experiences.
Can you tell us a little bit about the secret space program?
Sure. Well, again, the faction that I was with is Planetary Corporations on Mars. So what I was doing is working in the cybernetics labs, making biological human cyborgs, infusing them with nanotechnology. So that's my background. That was about 10 years. And I was put into the quantum leap time travel aspect of Planetary Corporations by the Time Corp. So there's time travel involved in the program that I was in for 60 years. Planetary Corporations, they developed the various spacecraft and ships to trade with the other factions in the SSB. They also work with ETs on developing biological drug serums to fix the autoimmune system, to fix diseases. So they do a lot of advanced medical stuff that's 200 years more ahead of what we have here on Earth. So that's what I had seen in the cybernetics labs. There's the holographic medical pods, there's the regeneration tanks, the biological drug serums. That's what they do in these cybernetics labs. They create the biological human cyborgs for soldiers, for scouts to put out on missions, and the regenerative kind of technologies for medicine and stuff. So that's what Planetary Corporations does primarily. It's a lot of advanced technology that they make for themselves, ETs, and other human factions of the SSP.
Wow.
How did you get involved into the secret space program? Now it's a secret, right? And how? I know you were very young when this started for you. So it's like, how did this all start for you?
Well, before the secret space program, I was taken into the Monarch program to be trained they broke me down like emotionally and physically to develop my psionic abilities. And I had been put in a cabin that's somewhere near the Sierra Madre Mountains. And basically when you're taken, right? And that was before I was 15. And I have some memories, like they drown you. They leave you out in the forest alone. So there's a lot of sensory deprivation and cold and stuff. You're out in the elements. So you're scared, you're alone. That's part of the toughening up process, the training. And then I have memories of being drowned behind a cabin in the water. A tank was filled with water and I was being drowned. So that's the traumatic memory aspect of that. And then I remember being psionically trained to open Stargateway portals from point A to point B on Earth, to go through it and to hold the portal with my ability, with my psionic ability. So training and controlling. So that's the first aspect of Monarch Solutions. And then that was kind of the prep for the secret space program to do the work on Mars for me. And I had done many various jobs. I'd done a timeline, but the most that I remember about is the cybernetics labs. That's the most vivid memories I have. And I had to train myself to do hypnosis and past life regression to be able to get all those memories back. Because when you have physical recall, memory recall, it comes back in bits and pieces. And then you have to sort out, well, what came first? Was it the ET abductions? Was it the Monarch Solutions training? Was it the SSP? What was first? So the ET stuff was first, Monarch Solutions second, and the SSP third from the hypnosis, from what I was able to learn.
You guys got any questions?
Wow, that's a lot. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around. I'm sorry, I don't mean to chuckle or anything, but it's just, I know how people go through all these things, a lot of people and stuff. So I got to ask you, why do you think that you were literally chosen for this? I mean, and if so, why? Why, why you? Why,
Well, for the SSP program, I was chosen because of my psionic abilities. I have psychic abilities, so I can tell what's going on inside people's memories. I can literally walk through people's memories and pull stuff out of their head and tell them about it. I can sense what's in your auric field, what your soul is going through. I've been able to tell people, well, for example, I have a friend who was buying a house in Costa Rica. And I said to the friend, well, you're going to spend 125,000 USD on your house. And she's like, oh, come on. How do you know that? I'm like, it's flashing in neon yellow signs above your head. And a month later, indeed, she spent 125,000 USD with taxes on her house in Costa Rica. So I can see things in people's energy fields and their auric field, what's happening with them now or what will happen. Sometimes it's money, sometimes it's health, sometimes it's other things going on in their lives. So I can sense that and see that. And sometimes I tell people if I think it's important, they'll either take it in or not. It depends on the situation. I've had people be very offended when I told them, oh, you have cancer. So, yeah, they're like, I know I have cancer, but as a psychic, you're not supposed to blurt that out to me. You should know better. So I've had people be offended. I've had people be surprised, and I've had people who just took it in. They're like, thank you for telling me what you know. That helps me.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's awesome. So how did you get involved in the space program itself?
Well, the space program, like I said, I was taken in through the quantum leap time travel. So they take you from the timeline that you're on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically they take you out of the loop from your timeline and put you in concurrently on Mars, so they can return you back home anytime they want or take you back to Mars. So there's an open time dilation matrix. It's the same timeline, but it diverges. And they keep it open so they can take you back and forth, basically. And you wouldn't even know it. It seems like you're still having your human existence at home while you're doing your SSP stuff on Mars. That's why it's called the Quantum Leap Time Travel Program, 16 back.
So it's like a split life in a sense.
Yes, a split life, exactly. So you're still here on Earth doing your business, but you're also there doing your other business.
That's got to be confusing, eh?
Yeah, I was just going to say, how do you? All right, so how do you know when you're doing that part of it? I mean, I don't know how to ask that. When you're sitting here and you're on Mars, how do you know you're actually there? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I know that I was there because through the hypnosis, I was able to get medical information about biological drug serums. I have an autoimmune disorder called Hashimoto's encephalopathy, where my autoimmune system attacks itself and ruins things internally. So I never knew how to deal with that. I never knew how to manage that condition or anything. And then when I started doing the hypnosis, I'm like, there's this thing called intravenous immunoglobulin therapy and subcutaneous immunoglobulin therapy, different antibodies of plasma, human plasma infusions and injections that could be basically individualized for every person on Earth, for autoimmune disorders, for migraines, for other things, multiple sclerosis. I'm like, okay, I remember being infused with different plasma regimens on Mars to keep my autoimmune disorder under control. Because Mars has a different atmosphere. It's much heavier. There's less air, oxygen there. So it's a denser atmosphere. So those conditions are horrible for me. So I remember being injected with a dermal injector in the neck with these plasma infusions that would make me healthy. And every couple of months, they'd rotate the plasma infusion, right? So I was perfectly healthy on Mars. But when they put me back from the cybernetics labs, after the SSP service, the 16 back, the autoimmune disorder came back and I couldn't control it. So through the hypnosis at the age of 29, when I was learning that through shamanism and stuff, these memories came back. Well, what are these biological drug serums? And in the hypnosis, immunoglobulin therapy. What is immunoglobulin therapy? It's human plasma infusions. That's what you had on Mars. That was given to you in the labs, because I was a cybernetics technician in the labs. So I was doing the nanotechnology aspect of the cybernetics stuff, and somebody else was giving me the drug serums to keep me healthy so I could keep doing my work. So that's what came up in the hypnosis. And then I'm like, okay, well, how is this applicable on Earth? Do we have biological drug serums here? The answer was yes. What is it called? Intravenous immunoglobulin therapy. It's given to you through IV. It's pure human plasma that's been separated from the blood. It's been checked for bacteria. It's been checked for diseases. It's clean. It's clear. You get it infused through the IV, and it gives you fresh antibodies, and it basically reboots your autoimmune system and boosts it, and you become healthier. I had double blurry vision, which improved. I had walking impairment and a lot of joint pain and stuff. So that's improved. I have white matter lesions in my brain from that Neuralink implants that I had from the SSP. And those white matter lesions were dissolved with the immunoglobulin therapy. So a lot of things improved for me health-wise. My memory also improved because I'd lost my photographic memory. And through this immunoglobulin therapy process, I regained that. So these concepts of biological drug serums, that comes from Mars. We already have some of it here on Earth. So I correlated the hypnosis nodes. What's on Mars? What's on Earth? How do I mesh that together and find an equivalent? So I had to do a lot of work through hypnosis of these memory retrievals. I call it actionable data. What can I get from my SSP memories and apply it here on Earth to heal myself? What can I get out of my SSP memories? I was working in cybernetics and nanomedicine and biological drug serums. So I could take from the biological serums that information, what I was having on Mars injected into me, which is biological, pure human plasma, different regimens, except they can make it in the regenerator, and synthesize it so they don't have to collect human plasma. They can synthesize it differently. So you don't have to pull blood from a human anymore.
Wow. So for those that may not be familiar with 16 and back.
Not a 16, 60 and back.
Can you explain that a little bit to enlighten us a bit on people that may not understand what that is?
Sure. Well, 60 and back is done through time travel. So they have technology that could literally warp time, create a matrix in time, like a bridge, right? There's portal technology, there's time alteration technology, where they can, again, control 0 point and take you in and out of time at will with these technologies and splice timelines. So you can concurrently be on Earth and serving in the secret space program on Mars or other planets. And nobody would know you're even missing because your body is still here. Part of your essence of the soul, half of your soul is still here on Earth doing its business. The other half is there in the program. And so you're one person, but you kind of have a mini split because they could split you through time travel. And there's no consequences. They can bring you back at any time through this 0 point time travel technology. I don't know what the devices
Does it have
look
any
like.
effect on you?
Yeah, I was just going to say. So
Does it have
what
any
is the
effect on you
effects?
in the waking world?
Yeah, it
Like,
has
let's
certainly.
say your soul is somewhere else, and then you're here. I mean, are you walking around like, not to put in bad terms, but as in like dumbed down a little bit, maybe not yourself, a little bit distant, while half of your soul is on Mars in a sense?
I was never dumbed down. What happened is I have a lot of physical ailments and pain and some emotional trauma that I've been working through, because when you're taken in and out like that, when you do a 60 and back, it does take a toll on your physical body. There's wear and tear because the technology is not perfect. It's not as developed as the ETs have for time travel, where there's no consequences. In these programs, there's still consequences, even with this advanced time travel technology. So I had medical issues, that of a 60-year-old. My vision was bad. I couldn't see long distance well. And it's like almost blind as a bat, long distance. I could see fine close up, but not long distance. And now that I'm doing the SCIG and after the IVIG, my vision has improved. My long distance vision is much better. So I could see, street signs again. I could see, when the light changes from green to red to walk across the crosswalk. So I could see that fine now. But because of being in this time travel program, it does take a toll on your body, wear and tear. So when they return you, right, after your SSP service is over, you have the medical ailments as a result of what was done to you in the programs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the result on me was. And also the trauma of having these Neuralink implants in my brain, because they malfunctioned in 2017 when I was returned, right? So they malfunctioned. They started leaking this gold stuff from the nanofibers that were connected to my neurons. And I had a lot of migraines. I had brain inflammation, and I started having white matter lesions. So I had to do psychic surgery to remove these Neuralink implants in my brain that were augmenting my psionic abilities and improving them. So the hardware was left in my brain, the nanotech hardware from the programs, and it malfunctioned because it was no longer being maintained in the labs. So that was another result of that. And it was taken out through psychic surgery. Then I started doing the IVIG, and it removed the white matter lesions in my brain and removed the inflammation. And that information comes from the hypnosis of what I was doing on Mars. How can I use biological drug serums to make myself more healthier and remove the damage done by the SSP stuff? So, yeah.
This is kind of... Sorry, go ahead, Rob.
When did you have the first inkling that maybe you had been a part of that space program? Were you aware of this the entire time, or did it take time for you to go back? I know you said hypnosis brought these memories about. What was the first signal to you that maybe you should go get hypnosis, or, try and find these memories that are inside of you? What gave you that tip? Like, what tipped you off to maybe that this happened?
Yeah, what gave me the tip in 2016 that I had these memories is like bits and pieces of memory recall, like, not in dream state, but lucid dreaming when I'm awake. Bits and pieces of making human cyborgs on Mars in some type of cybernetics labs, doing that for like 10, 12 years, and doing other things in the SSP, other programs, like in the planetary corporations, but other jobs in the programs, right? Because they have different sections that they put you in every 10 to 12 years. And I had a lot of memories, and also working with a ET attaché, insectoid reptilian human-looking attaché named Zagor, that he was assigned to work with me on Mars in the cybernetics labs. From time to time, he would check in how I was doing my work, what I was doing. So I'm like, and this guy comes and talks to me sometimes in reptilian, he doesn't speak English, but through me, he speaks reptilian. I'm like, wow, that's weird. It's interesting. I'd like to know more. And so I learned hypnosis through shamanism. I'm like, well, why don't I just do some memory hacking of my own with the shamanism teaching and with learning other types of memory retrieval, like past life regression, and also memory retrieval. What is it like to walk in people's memories? What's it like to be in their heads psychically?
How many other people do you know that have the same experience as you? I mean, do you know it? Like, is there a whole group of you, or are you aware of that, or
Well, I mean, I've done memory retrieval for many different people, and no one experience is the same. They're all uniquely different to the individual for why they were taken by the ETs, abducted, or had ET contacts, why they were taken in the SSP programs. There's more than one SSP program too. So every person has had different experiences that I've worked with, that I've interviewed, because I host my own online radio show. and I've interviewed Penny Bradley, Tony Rodriguez. I've been in an interview with Randy Kramer twice. So there's also Johan Fritz recently who I interviewed. There's Rochelle, the SSP asset from Australia. There's so many people that I interviewed. All of their experiences, like they worked with this faction or this faction of the secret space program. A lot of them have been on Mars, on the moon. So those are the key aspects of where they've been that are similar, where we've served, but their experiences are never the same as what I've experienced, because everybody has their own story. Everybody has their own life path in these programs. So even though their stories are uniquely individual and have some similarities, but they're always different. I never get the same old thing out of every person. It's uniquely different to them.
So why I don't know how to ask this. So why does this happen? What is it that they're doing or looking for when they do this with you, or and with other people?
Well, a lot of the time what they're looking for is advanced psionic ability. What can you do? What can you do psionically? Is your telepathy good? Is your way of pulling out information from things is good? Can you open Star Gateway portals? Can you teleport somebody from point A to B psionically without needing a teleporter? What can you do for us? My main ability is psionics, telepathy, precognition. I sometimes get bits and pieces of the future, seeing the future, my own future and others' future. I can do medical intuitive scans. I can scan your auric field, your torsion field, your energy field, whatever you call it. I can tell you what's going on with you externally, like medically, and I could heal that with energy. That's an ability that I have. I can go through your memories and pull stuff out for you. So what can I do for others? And that's why I was taken in the SSP, because I'm good at gathering information. I'm good at collating information. I'm good at taking in medical information without having the training for it and digesting it and applying it. So that's why they took me in the cybernetics labs, because I'm just good at coordinating everything and putting everything together and doing it. So that's why they took me. And because psionically, I was good to get the implants because I could take it and use it.
I got to ask this, and I don't want to sound rude or nothing like that, but do you feel that, like, person like Corey Goody, now he claims the same thing, okay? Is it the same thing? I mean, are yours and his stories the same? You know what I'm saying? Are you guys in the same kind of a thing? Or
Well,
is his different? Or, you know what I mean? Do you know who Corey Goody is, or his story?
Of course I know who Corey Good is.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just I don't know. I'm overwhelmed. I'm a little confused. You know what I'm saying? Because I've heard other people say the same thing, and I'm just trying to correlate the similarities, I guess is what I'm saying.
So the similarities are not similar. Corey Good was on spaceships doing fixes for warp drive engines, for communication systems. That's what Corey Good was doing in the secret space program. He was more off planet on ships. I was more on planet on Mars in the cybernetics labs attached to the Planetary Corporation spaces. So Corey Good's story and my story are not the same. Okay, so let's differentiate that.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just, no, go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, the way I met Corey, honestly, is he started threatening and attacking me for disclosing my SSP stories and calling me a fake and a liar. And
no kidding. Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Corey Good did that?
Well,
wow. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
It's amazing.
It
You
is.
sent some emails on, on that as well. I haven't brought those emails out, and I haven't mentioned anything to anyone about the emails that you had sent me, that the communication that you had with Corey. So I've kind of kept that private between us. But I'm glad that this question came up, because I was going to ask you the same thing. Is that Corey Goode is talking about pretty much the same thing as you are, but with like two different missions.
Right. Yeah.
He was threatening you because you were about to affect his revenue stream, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Nothing personal, just money.
No, it wasn't even money, because I'm not making money from my disclosure on YouTube and messages.
But you could, and you might, if somebody picked you up as in like a David Wilcox kind of person who had other revenue streams to prop your platform, you could potentially make some money out of it too. Not saying that you would, or you're that type of person, but he saw that as a threat, I'm sure.
But what Corey doesn't understand is, because of my autoimmune disorder and my migraines, I can't travel outside of Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. I can't physically board planes, go to Colorado, film shows with places like Gaia or something else, or go on the circuit on conferences. I can only do local things physically here where I am. So I've improved my health, but not to the amount where I can just board planes, hop somewhere, and do a conference.
Well, another question I have is, and it's going to sound crazy, but I have a lot of the same abilities you do, precog, healing. Why didn't they pick me? I would have loved to do it. Why didn't they pick me? Like, I would love to go out there and do that.
Do you have an affinity
Same here.
for playing with technology, for sitting around for hours looking at genetic information, splicing that?
Who doesn't?
Well, I can sit for hours and just read medical things and work through that. So they take people who are very logically focused, who can sit there for hours just sifting through information, who can, remove their emotion and be neutral and just do what they have to do.
That's me.
Yeah.
Seriously, I always wondered why I was never involved. And I asked, believe it or not,
exactly.
ask Corey Goode and David Wilcock to include me, and I won't say a word. And I don't think that's fair. How do certain people get into it and certain people don't? Do you have a different biological makeup, or is there something different with you or me?
Yeah, I'm half hybrid L and half human and a lot of hybrid other things. So I don't even think of myself as human anymore.
Wait. Did you say half hybrid elf?
No, L, the L race.
Okay, I really thought you said elf. I promise.
No.
I learned a lot of new stuff today, so I thought I learned something else.
Hybrid elf would be pretty cool too, though. I mean, bows and arrows would be your thing,
Well, I had a client actually whose past life was an ET type of being that looked like an elf.
Oh, yeah,
I've
heard
cool.
that. Yeah.
So no, I'm L. It's if you guys have heard of the ancient races, right? Like that
Anunnaki.
Yes, but they're L are not Anunnaki. They're a different type of a human race that's been around here for like a million years ago, something like that. Okay. And they seeded different knowledge repositories with crystal stuff. And in Peru, they have underground cities and stuff in Peru and other jungles. So that stuff is yet to be unearthed. They have stuff in Egypt as well. You know what's under the Sphinx?
Yeah.
And the tunnels between the pyramids. Yeah. All of that stuff is there, like evidence of the ancient builder races coming to Earth and leaving things behind. So they're like the ancestors of the ancient builder race. They're their ancestors.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Rich, maybe me and you should make our own secret space program because they didn't pick us. We'll just do our own one.
The alternative secret space.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Our own faction. The Robin Rich faction.
I don't see what's wrong with that. That's awesome, man. I mean, I've really honestly sent him emails, and also I used to say it on my show. Come on, man. I know you listen. But I haven't done it in years. I gave up.
Well, honestly, I'm so lucky I was able to remove myself from Mr. Corey Good
Yeah.
and was never associated with David Wilcock because, there's this horrid, ugly thing going on right now. If you guys have noticed all the mudslinging and the lawsuit crap.
Constantly.
Oh, yeah.
Constantly.
Plagiarism and all that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So it took me 2 years to basically get rid of Corey.
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
Harassment.
I've seen the
social media.
Wow. Can you
Yeah,
give me
I've seen the
that dirt? Can you give me the
between,
links?
Yeah,
I've
no
seen the
kidding.
correspondence between you and Corey, and it's nice to hear that that you finally shed yourself of him, because I remember the last time we talked, you were pretty stressed out over this Corey Good thing, right? And I think the last talk that we did was like 2 years ago.
Well, apparently behind my back, he was sending people emails calling me a fake and a liar privately through email. It's not enough
like
that he
he's
did it
gone?
on.
Can you disclose the whole situation to us? Can you, from start to finish, can you disclose that situation?
Yeah,
'Cause I'm
it's,
sure people would love to know about it.
well, Corey went public on Gaia in 2016. I went public about my SSP experiences in 2016, just on my own YouTube channel, doing my own thing and my own website, Messages from a Star Traveler. So he was disclosing, I was disclosing, he was just disclosing on Gaia TV on a popular platform, or Gaia at the time. So he was making the big bucks, he was on conferences, he was doing the shebang. I was just quietly doing my own archival interviews and videos of my SSP experiences, NET contact experiences and abductions. So just minding my own business. And then a friend of mine had gone to Contact in the Desert and mentioned my name to Corey. And then Corey's like, who is that girl? She should contact me, and I'm going to vet her whether she was in the SSP or not. And at the time, I had published a presentation of all the, at the time I was calling it Interplanetary Corporate Conglomerate, but it's not. It's called Planetary Corporations. That's what's on Mars. So I had published the video with the locations of all the Mars bases for planetary corporations, interplanetary corporate conglomerates, same thing. It's just, I don't call it that. I call it planetary corporations because that's what I have for my hypnosis stuff. I published that. He got a hold of it and he's like, no, you were never an SSP asset. You were military abductee, military industrial complex abductee. I'm like, no, I don't agree with you. That's how the email started. I don't agree with you. I know that I was an ET contactee and an SSP asset. I have the information. He's like, no, you're lying and you're a fake on social media after that email exchange. I also shared with him that I did have an experience with meeting a blue avian type being. And we discussed the Rainbow Body Bridge, which is basically, when you are having a spiritual experience, you're astral traveling, and the Rainbow Body Bridge is like your astral body, light body, whatever. So I discussed that experience with him. I've also had inner earth experiences, meeting various beings in inner earth for healing and stuff, and crystals. So I told him about that, and he's like, well, you're copying me. It's your same experiences. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm not claiming I've met blue avians. So, and then I went and read Ashiana Dean's information while I had been reading it. And lo and behold, page 248 and 246 in her Voyagers books, she talks about blue avians, calling them the Azurites, that they're here to help us with ascension. They have 48 stranded DNA. So, and she calls them the Guardians, and that she met them in Hawaii. So what is Corey talking about? Blue avians, Guardians.
Right.
Well, one place where your stories differ, not to keep bringing up Corey Good, is he said that they used to pick him up via spacecraft. So he wasn't, from what I understand, he wasn't going halfway like you were, half of your soul being
No, he
transported.
went full body.
Right, he went
Yeah,
full
he
body.
wasn't here on Earth. He left Earth. He went
Is
full
there
body.
is there a difference maybe in your posts, as in where you were stationed? The fact that he was actually on the spaceships and you were in the facilities, is that why that differs a little bit?
Well, my whole body was on Mars, and my soul is just, it's a halfway split between Earth and here. So,
So your body was in both places as well?
yes, it's called bilocation and can be done. So,
Okay.
I was mainly on the cybernetics labs on Mars, attached to different bases of Planetary Corporation. I also remember sometimes being on space station platforms that orbit Earth and Mars between, and they're cloaked. I remember doing that. But I mainly was doing the cybernetics lab stuff. Corey was servicing different ships in space.
Okay,
Mhm.
I gotta ask this because it just jumped into my mind when you were saying it. Would this be a really hardcore form of astral projection?
No,
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 totally different. Okay.
totally different. I know astral projection. I've done astral projection. And no, it's not astral projection. It's time travel, matrix split of the timeline. That's what it is.
Okay.
Now, earlier you had mentioned that there's more than one secret space program. Can you tell us about that a little bit? Because from what I understand, and from what most people would understand, is that there's only one secret space program that possibly Werner von Braun may have had a hand in. And then you mentioned that there's more than one secret space program.
Well, Werner von Braun sure had a hand in planetary corporations, forming the bases first on the moon, then on Mars. So what they did, the US Navy and Army took Werner von Braun's schematics of his anti-gravity space stations, the Donut Space Station.
Yep.
Project Horizon. They took his rockets, they loaded everything up, and they started building bases on the moon underground first. Project Horizon, have a look at that. And they took his schematics, threatened his family, right? They threatened his family. That's how they got him to help them build the space stations first. They threatened him, his family. So he was coerced to work with the early US Navy and Army elements of what would form the US SSP, and Planetary Corporations is part of that. That's the built out version.
So the U.S. Army and Navy were no better than Hitler, because Hitler did the same thing to him with their rocket program from Nazi Germany.
Well, Hitler killed millions of
well, of course,
humans.
but
yeah,
threatening somebody's family is a pretty dastardly deed too, I'm sure.
Yeah,
well,
they didn't kill his family, his children, but they threatened his wife, his children, and they got him to work behind the scenes, making. He gave up all of his schematics for these space stations.
So is there like a intersolar and then outside of the solar system secret program, or like I'm still not catching it.
There's both.
Me either. I'm trying to figure this out.
Well,
yeah, me too.
The planetary corporations, for example, makes spacecraft that can go beyond the speed of light. So they have the gyroscope drives, fusion drives, EM, warp drives, crystalline drives.
Kind of like a warp drive?
Yeah, or plasma drives. They make it all. They make different types of ships. So they can go...
now, is this... All right, I just gotta ask you, is this reverse engineering? Does this all stem back to the Area 51 ordeal, or is this something totally different?
This is something totally different. Reverse engineering of spacecraft happens on Earth. Planetary corporations makes their own. They don't. Sometimes they reverse engineer ET technology, but they mainly produce now their own spaceships with their own technology.
So that's earthen technology being utilized in these systems, or where did they find the technology to begin with to make these programs?
They make it themselves because they have their own infrastructure and bases on Mars and
no, right. But where did the plans from them come? Did they make these discoveries on their own, or did they somehow use help, or were they told, or something like that?
They make their own plans. They've had for like almost 100 years their own infrastructure on Mars. They make their own plans. They're not dependent on Earth or even the moon bases anymore. What's on Mars is totally independent and run. A lot of the bases are planetary corporations, and there's other SSP factions. It's not just one program. There's many factions.
So are they interstellar connected in other places then, or just on Mars? I mean,
they're interstellar connected. Like I said, they make spacecraft that go beyond the speed of light. They can go to other galaxies. They can go to other solar systems. They're not stuck to our solar system. And
those ships are of human design?
Human design, sometimes with ET collaboration, because there are humanoid ETs on those Mars bases. So they work with humanoid ETs.
Wow.
So the humanoids on Mars have been there for thousands of years, shall we say?
Since the beginning of Mars.
Right. Got that. That's what I was trying to understand, if they're actually humanoids from Earth or they're Martians to the core. You get what I mean?
Well, they're humanoids from, let's just say, the SSP program, planetary corporations, that grew out of the U.S. Army and Navy stuff going back to the 1950s, 1940s, 30s. So the planetary corporation, the origins is from the U.S. Army and Navy, but now they're separate from that. They've grown out. Just imagine when you have 100 to 80 years to develop something on your own outside of U.S. influence now. Just imagine what you can do. You have your own basis, you have your own spacecraft that you make, you have your own biological drugs that you make. You can
no regulations. They can experiment with pretty much anything.
And they do. They do.
So what is the plan? What's the object behind all this?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering too. Like, what's the end game?
Yeah, what is the end game for this? I mean, there's got to be an objective to it somehow, or for something, right?
Oh, of course there is. Planetary corporations is all about building biological human cyborgs that look perfectly human. Don't think of it as Terminator where they could just dissolve and reform and have weapons shooting out. It's not like that. It's say you guys are familiar with nanomedicine, nanotechnology. You fuse that with,
absolutely. Yeah,
you fuse that with a human body and you have humans 3.0.
Like eugenics.
Yes, eugenics, exactly. Yeah. So that's the plan. Transhumanism, eugenics.
So what happens to the real human species then? We just disappear?
No, you don't disappear. You coexist alongside the human 3.0.
For what reason, though? I don't. That's the thing, though. What would be the reason behind it? Why do it?
Because you can. You can make it. You can do it. That's why.
Yeah, it's like, why did you climb that mountain? Because it was.
Yeah, well, I get that, but I mean, what is the plan with them? I mean, what are they supposed to do when they're here, or whatever? I mean, what's
make advancements, build more technology, build more medicine, build more infrastructure.
Does this have anything to do with the gray alien that we're all familiar with? Some say that that they're kind of stuck, right? That they can't evolve any further, and that they're trying to use the human DNA and trying to evolve themselves somehow.
No, that's totally separate. That's the Gray's agenda. No, what's happening on Mars? I can only speak to the planetary corporations. They like to make advancements in nanotechnology and building better human 3.0 with transhumanism attached to it, expand their, building their spacecraft, build more, advance more technology, medicine, more and more. They never have enough. They always like to make technological and medical advancements and improve on what they've already done. That's their core agenda. That's what they do. They're very happy being left alone on Mars to just do that. never be exposed to Earth.
Here's an interesting question coming from YouTube from Lee Bodge. He says, I'm not familiar with nanomedicine. Can your guest explain that?
Okay, well, you know what nanoparticles are?
Yep.
Yep.
So that's what nanomedicine is. You can take nanoparticles and you can make different sets of infusions with it. Say you have cirrhosis in the liver, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you take some kind of a nanoparticle that makes similar enzyme as the liver. So you somehow through medicine delivery system, it could be through the blood or the dermal, right? You inject that and it attaches to the RNA of the cells. The nanoparticle attaches to the RNA of the cells that's close to the liver, and it removes the cirrhosis. That's one type of nanomedicine, what nanomedicine can do. There's also the Neuralink implants, which augment your psionic abilities. There's this report that came out, Cyborg 2050, that was done for the DoD, where they're planning to do the Neuralink implants. Say somebody has lost part of their vision, their retinas are burned. Mm-hmm. So they make these Neuralink implants very small, right? Even smaller than microchips. They implant that into your brain with different fibers that connect to your neurons and this little implant behind your eyes, and you can see again. They rebuild your retina. The implant rebuilds your retina or improves some of the function of the leftover retina. So that's Neuralink implants and nanomedicine.
Okay.
That's
So I go back to when you're mentioning this nanotechnology, my base reference to that would be like 7 of 9 from Voyager, where they take some of her nanocells and the doctor reprograms those nanocells and injects them into someone who needs them, and then these nanocells would go into the bloodstream and go where they're supposed to go and then fix the damage that they're trying to fix. That's kind of something what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's the simplistic analogy of describing it. But they take nanoparticles and infuse that into the cell in the body where it needs to go to fix something. So the nanoparticles do need to attach to something within the body to do the fix. So you do that through the RNA, because there's DNA and there's human RNA. So you can program RNA. You can attach the nanoparticle in the RNA to go to the cell in the body to do the fix. So that's the gist of how nanomedicine works.
Okay, very interesting. Lee Bodge here again on from YouTube. Very busy, that guy. He says, where did that question go now? He says, can your guest provide any equations used during her Mars work?
What do you mean by equations?
Yeah, I'm not catching on that. I'm assuming what he's talking about is,
I think he's looking for like quantum physics kind of stuff, or something.
Yeah, I can't give you that. Sorry, I was involved with autoimmune stuff, biology. Look, I'm not a scientist. I'm only the end user of what I remember. So I can't give you any equations, even if I wanted to.
Yeah.
I can't replicate any of what I did. I was just the end user in the lab, using the technology and doing that stuff. I don't remember any equations. The only equation I remember is the biological drug serums and the subcutaneous immunoglobulin therapy and the IVIG. That equation, what it does is you have human plasma, right? If you have inflammation in the human body, the plasma removes the inflammation, and it also lowers the cytokines in the body, the antibodies of the cytokines, because that's what causes the inflammation in the body. It can be in your brain, it can be in your legs, wherever. So if you reduce the inflammation in the body, you reduce the autoimmune response that's attacking your body. You lower the cytokine antibodies. and enzymes and proteins. You lower that, and the inflammation goes down, and your body reaches a better homeostasis outcome.
So it's just like stem cell research?
That's a whole other field.
No.
Regenerative medicine.
I had to ask. I don't. I'm sorry.
I was just thinking the same thing.
I dealt with the human plasma. You take the human plasma separated from the blood, and you have different antibodies. You have IgG, you have IgM, you have other different types of antibodies that could fix something in your body when it's infused with the plasma. So that's what I know. That's what I dealt with. Stem cell research, you could take stem cells from yourself. It could be filtered, centrifuged, cleaned out, and infused back into yourself. If you have a festering wound on your skin that's not healing, it's going necrosis, your stem cells will fix that and close it up. But you have to remove the festering stuff first. If you have gangrene, you have to literally remove that and then do the stem cell infusion.
Wow.
To regenerate the skin and prevent scarring.
So nanite particle technology is something that basically goes for a living organism. But you
Yes.
said also you were in the cybernetic side. Is that classified cybernetics, the
Yeah.
nanite particle technology?
Yep, that's classified cybernetics indeed.
So
Cool.
basically, it's using the electro spark that we have in our bodies. Then, right? Is that how it's supposed to work? It's basically connected to the what do they call that? You know, because your body has so much electric impulses in it, right?
We have electromagnetic fields in the body, or torsion fields. That's
Stem
what the
cell.
well, stem cells are cells in your body that your body makes. So those are stem cells. You have your electromagnetic energy field, your torsion fields. So Neuralink implants, in my case, they were connected. There's 4 Neuralink implants that you can't pick up on the MRI, and they have the nanofiber casings that attach to the neurons of your brain to amplify your psychic ability. That's the circuitry, hardware, whatever, etheric implants, whatever you want to call it. That's what I had in the left side of my brain that amplified my psionic abilities. And then they malfunctioned because even advanced technology sometimes can go blup.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Would this be part of Morgellons disease? With
Well,
the fibers
Oh,
and
wow.
stuff?
Wow.
Yeah.
No. Well, I mean, different nanoparticle technology can be programmed to do different things. If they want you to have Morgellons, you will.
So, okay, so that's an introduced kind. Well, I'm only asking because of the fiber you talk about. And, you know, they get these things that come out of people's skins that are attached to
Yeah.
like the second or third layer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well,
And-
that's nanoparticle too. But no, what I had in my brain was Neuralink implants. So it was gold case nanoparticle fibers, long fibers that attach to my neurons in the brain. So that's not Morgellons.
Okay.
Those are
Well,
different.
I mean, I'm just saying that's what they call it is Morgellons, but I'm wondering if it's the same technology, what you're talking about, if that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the technology could be similar because nanoparticles, and that can be programmed to heal you or it can be programmed to destroy you, either way.
Mhm.
So Clarence, you're saying that Morgellons is a byproduct of these nanoparticles?
Well,
Somehow
that's what
these
I'm
people got nanoparticles in their systems, and now it's from a helpful nanite particle to a disease in a sense. Is that what you're trying to say? Because that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, in a sense, I'm kind of putting a connection together here. You know,
Mhm.
the way she describes it, that's what it sounds like to me, because of these colored fibers and stuff. You
Yeah, and
know,
also those fibers, when you place them under heat,
they have
they-
electronic,
they don't burn.
right?
No, they don't burn, but my
No.
Neuralink implants leak gold because the nanofiber particles were made out of gold nanoparticles, and that leaked in my brain and caused inflammation and white matter lesion scarring.
And then that's what you had to. That's what you got the psychic surgery to to remove that.
Yes. And then I had to work on my own afterwards to remove the scarring, the white matter lesion scarring left over from that.
What
And-
exactly is psychic surgery?
Oh, psychic surgery is just using energy like from the universe or from source, wherever, the healing energy, wherever you can get it, you use it to literally remove something energetically and physically from whatever organ you're working on in the body or whatever.
So it came out of you, or it dissipated inside of you and dissolved to nothing?
Dissipated and dissolved to nothing out of my brain.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I've talked to several people who are involved in things like that. The person that comes to mind is Jillian Hendricks.
Yep, I was just
she's
thinking
a,
of Julian. Yep.
Yeah, she's a healer herself.
Yep.
She works with energy, and she's discussed that this psychic surgery on a number of different occasions. I've got another friend, Aaron Fowler, who is a psychic shaman himself, and he's talked about energy healing and psychic surgery. So that's like you're right on the ball with that, because I've heard many people talk about
Leonard O'Neill talks about it. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I do that with my wife as well, because when she's in pain, what I'll do is I'll take my hand and I'll begin to concentrate, and then I'll just keep my hand like maybe a half an inch, 3/4 of an inch, above her skin in the area
What I do too.
that's in pain, and then I'll use my energy and attempt to try to fix that. And I would say that's part of like psychic surgery as well, right?
yeah. Yes.
So I'm a psychic surgeon then. That's
well,
awesome. I didn't know that.
Well, what you have to do, don't tap into your own energy from your own body. Take it from source field, because energy
from the ether.
exists from the ether. Yes, take it from the ether and concentrate it like a laser point and adjust the amounts of energy that you use to heal somebody. I have a perfect example of what went wrong in one of these things. So my cat got GI tract irritation recently from cat kibbles. The cat kibbles were dry food, were not good. I'm not going to mention the company. They were compromised, so she got constipation. She couldn't go anymore because we couldn't feed those kibbles to her. She was vomiting from the kibbles. So she stopped vomiting, but then she had the constipation. So my mom asked me, can you do some energy healing on the cat? I'm like, sure. I've never worked on animals before. And this is a small creature. So I'm like, started doing the energy healing on her to adjust her bowels and her intestines so she, would start doing poop production again. And I did this for 4 days, and boy, poor cat got diarrhea because I overdid it. Oh God, I adjusted her bowels and intestines too much. I should have just done a day of that, because after a day, I saw her pooping fine, but I still kept working and adjusting. And I'm like, ooh, this is fine. I'm working on an animal. I'm working on a cat. I wasn't doing this intentionally to hurt my pet. I just didn't know how much energy to apply.
Yeah.
And so I realized that on humans, you can apply more energy, and that's good. On animals, you have to hold back, not so much. Because
is it because of our vibrational distortion, that because it is different from the animal kingdom, that it may have had that negative effect on your cat?
No, it's based on size. It's really
that's
just
pretty cool though, to say that you have your psychic energy gave your cat the squirts.
It did.
Pretty awesome.
I just did it. I overdid it on the healing, because even one day, like less than 5 minutes of healing, less than 5 minutes on the cat, day one. And after an hour, she went and did poop. Fine poop. It wasn't too wet. It wasn't too dry. It was long and nice and looked good. I had it checked. But after, like 3 days, oh God, it wet and ploppy and stinky.
Oh, poor cat.
Well,
I'm just
thankfully,
looking at my little Gilbert.
yeah, thankfully it only lasted 2 days. So I said too much energy. Like I could see internally what's going on with organs and stuff. So I was moving her bowels, intestines, palpitating, vibrating, like enjoying doing the healing, but I overdid 4 days of healing. Like,
Yeah.
Note to
Still the
self.
best tag you ever had. My psychic energy gave my cat the squirts. That's for me. That's epic. That's epic.
But
I'm dirty like that, but it's epic.
we were considering going to the vet to get a diuretic because she wasn't doing it. She wasn't going to the bathroom big. And then my mom's like, well, we just went to the vet twice to get her gravel shots for the vomit. So I don't want to go to the vet again. Can you just do your stuff and make her poop?
Yeah, it would have cost you $600. Like every time you go to the mechanic, it's $600 to fix the car. Every time you go to the vet, it's $600 to fix something else that's wrong with the cat.
Exactly. So my mom had confidence in me that I can make the cat poop with an energy healing, and I did, but I overdid it. So
let me ask you, Elle. You mentioned earlier that you've got some medical issues. Now, I'm wondering if those medical issues arise from your experience with the SSP, and if so, why hasn't the nanotechnology been used on you to try to heal you, to make you 100% functional so that you're not suffering and having to deal with these medical issues on a daily basis?
I'm out of the SSP. I'm no longer serving in Planetary Corporation, so I don't have access to nanotechnology anymore to prop me up my health.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have access to that. So when they release you from these programs, any augmentation that you had, any medical treatments that were keeping you healthy, they revoke all of that when you're back on Earth. You don't have access to that.
There was a question earlier in the comments about SSP retirement program. So I'm assuming there's nothing like that available?
No, there's nothing like that, and there never will. The SSP does
no
not.
401ks.
No, the SSP does not compensate you for anything. I was really lucky through the hypnosis regression that I could pull out the medical information that was in my head about the biological drug serums. And that really does prop me up, the autoimmune system. I can go outside more. I am more upwardly mobile. So I have improved my health with doing the plasma infusions for 2 years. It's been a lifesaver.
A good question I just saw in the comments myself from B. Baker was, what is your feelings about the Space Force? Now that you've done the SSP and the U.S.'s new initiative to do a Space Force, how do you feel about that?
Oh, I feel I feel it's a good cover-up for the other goodies that they have on Mars and the Moon, because they already have bases. They already have spacecraft that can fly around in our solar system and outside to other galaxies. So Space Force is kind of like NASA, cover it up. It's we're going to make these space stations in the future. We're going to have bases on Mars and the Moon in the future. It's down the road stuff that we're going to do. So it's to cover up the infrastructure that's already there.
You think these satellites
to disclose information in a sense?
Well, to leak information as they want it in drip for what they already have eventually. Oh, look, we have the TR-3B. We can disclose that through Space Force eventually.
I kind of thought about the same thing when this whole Space Force thing came up. Actually, I went back to your interview and I thought about that, and I was like, I wonder if this is somehow connected to the secret space program and that they already have this technology. And in order for disclosure to come, they needed to create something like this in order for them to begin to leak that information. So to, to save face, right? Like they haven't been lying to humanity for like the last 100 years, and that they actually have this technology. And they just can't come out and say, okay, well, we have this, we haven't told you in the last 100 years, but here it is. So it kind of makes sense as to why they would create the Space Force and then to slowly divulge that information and that technology that they currently have. however they got it.
Yeah, well, they're not going to divulge everything all at once because remember, this is 200 years more advanced what they have on Mars than what's here on Earth. So I think they just released the patent for the TR3B and some of the generator, anti-grav generator stuff that they're working on that the Navy has. So those 2 patents are released.
You think any of this Elon Musk satellite thing has anything to do with that?
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't look into that. I'm not really interested. What I'm interested is what Elon Musk is working on is the Neuralink implants. His Neuralink company. That's what I've been looking into.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's propagating the Mars agenda here on Earth through transhumanism and making us into psionic cyborgs eventually. What I think it is.
So you think he's getting his? You think he's getting his ideas from this other deal, or not? Or
I think he knows of things, and maybe things were disclosed to him to kickstart what's going on here on Earth. So I don't think Elon Musk is totally out of the loop. I think he is in the loop for some things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also,
we know he's under contract with the military and stuff, so I'm just kind of wondering. Yeah.
Think about it this way, too. If something's disclosed to you and you know that it's possible, it's just basically finding a way to manufacture or to get that technology available to yourself. So knowing that there's some kind of way to make it happen, you just have to explore every avenue to make it happen,
Yeah. I mean, he's building this Starship thing. He's doing the Neuralink implants. They're supposed to start trials on humans in 2020. So,
saying that, how do you feel about the Starlink program with using a grid to literally use access to 5G access for the entire world? Is that something that you would see as beneficial? Could it be detrimental? What is your take on it?
Well, I see it as detrimental because I'm very sensitive to 5G or 4G technology. Let's say my router downstairs is running on 3G.
Wow.
I'm so sensitive to electromagnetic frequencies and fields. I cannot be anywhere near 4G, 5G, 9G, or whatever they're planning to bring out. It makes me sick physically. So, no, thank you.
Well, that leads to the discussion of what's really going to happen to a lot of the people on Earth who have that same sensitivity that you do. Is that going to cause civil uprising? I mean, is it going to be a third of the population gets, affected or afflicted, shall we say, by that 5G or 4G, whatever the case may be?
Well, you'll have to move to the country and as far away from the towers as you possibly can, or
won't
whatever.
Be able to when it's surrounded by the Earth.
That's correct. Also, at the same time, they use different types of satellites. There are no towers for this 5G. The initialization of 5G. It's basically rotating satellites around orbit, and also the antennas that are on cars, planes. So if that's the case, let's say a plane flies over with that 5G connectivity from wherever you are, and the whole, it'll affect you. But the whole basis of that specific program is to get low latency internet and 5G signal everywhere, even in the Sahara Desert, which is one of the most isolated places on the planet.
Well, pray it doesn't happen so quickly, and pray it doesn't make all of us sick. That's all I can say about it, because that would make me concerned. Because I'm sensitive to different frequencies of technology and stuff. I could literally sense it. If it's near me or above me or below me, I'll know about it.
All right.
There's an interesting comment by B. Baker. Says Elon was sweating like a pig in that Neuralink announcement. He clearly was nervous. Maybe he didn't want to do the project.
Maybe he didn't. I mean, look, when you're making Neuralink implants, there's a lot of responsibility not to kill somebody when you implant them with it, because it's new technology. You don't know what it's going to do. It could fry a person's brain.
Yeah,
that's true. Leave them a vegetable after all said and done.
Well,
they're not dead, but they're literally not cognitively thinking anymore, I'm sure.
Oh, look, I had advanced Neuralink implants and it leaked fiber gold and it almost fried my brain.
Well, imagine being in the very beginning of that testing, especially on this planet. Could you imagine?
Do you think any of those implants that Dr. Lear took out had anything to do with that too?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Dr. Lear's work. Patient 17, I think it was called, the documentary.
Well, the one movie, yeah.
Yeah. Some of those implants are alien to track you. They're like tracker implants. And some of it could be, I mean, the implants in my brain, that didn't look nothing like what Dr. Lear pulled out of people physically.
Right.
Physically, like my implants were nanotech, small, less than microscopic. You can't pick it up with an MRI scan or a CT scan. So what Dr. Lear was pulling out of people was pretty much encased in metals, not from Earth. Small things that had liquid and gel around it as well, from what I recall. So those are more like trackers, what he was removing from people, tracking devices, and it has to be close to the bone or something in your body.
Right.
To attach to it and kind of like stay there. It's very small, so it looks like a cyst or like some kind of a growth.
Right.
That's what it's picked up as when you do an X-ray or an MRI or something. So you can see it. These SSP programs, the Neuralink implants that they make, you can't see it on a scan, on a physical scan. So when it started leaking, I had to do a medical intuitive scan of myself. And I'm like, oh my God, this is not working. I knew I had the implants. I knew I had them, but I wasn't aware that they weren't working properly. So I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to lose my mind. I don't want to lose my brain. I don't want to lose my memory. Even though these implants improve my psionic abilities and what I can do, but I don't want them in my brain at the cost of frying me, eventually, killing me potentially. Gone, goodbye. If they ever offered me a Neuralink implant, I would say, no, thank you. I don't need that. Never again.
I think I'd say the same thing. Jocko Johnson, the panel here today is Clarence, Rob, Richard, and myself, Omar, and our guest is Elka. She's been around on the circuit for a while. She's got her own show. So maybe after we're done our stream here, go and check her out on YouTube. And also, Jocko Johnson says, I feel like shit 24/7 from injuries and osteoarthritis and what the docs call fibromyalgia or fibromyalgia.
Fibromyalgia, you mean?
Yeah, that's it. And chronic fatigue. What kind of nanotech or any meds can I take? My injuries are from line of duty health.
Well, just keep in mind, nanotech is just being created here on Earth. So it's being, it's not available to us. It's in the stages of being tested and stuff, but you can't infuse yourself with nanomedicine right now. It's in the research stages. So from what I understand, I have done research on the efficacy of using immunoglobulin therapy for fibromyalgia. I've done the research because I had somebody contact me asking, how do you treat fibromyalgia? So I would say immunoglobulin therapy for the fibromyalgia and the fatigue.
Would psychic surgery work for something like that?
I think healing, yeah. Well, psychic surgery, keep in mind, energy healing. Psychic surgery I do when implants need to be removed or when you've broken your leg or your joints. But general energy healing would work for the fatigue and the fibromyalgia.
Okay, awesome.
And the IVIG or SCIG, because fibromyalgia, I found some articles that SCIG and IVIG human plasma do treat fibromyalgia, joint pain, fatigue, all that stuff. Fibromyalgia, I think, is autoimmune based in some sense. So you could treat it as such.
Now, is there any thing that you can tell us about the secret space program that that most people would not be aware of? Like, I'm sure, like, most people have the understanding of a secret space program or like a runaway civilization. Is there like some information that people don't know that they should know?
Well, you never know when you can be taken and by who. So keep awareness of what happens on Earth, because well, if you've seen shows like Star Trek Picard or Emergence, nanotechnology in building human cyborgs, these corporations on Earth are trying to do the same stuff. So it is starting to become more visible what's on Earth and what's on Mars. A lot of this stuff is being disclosed through movies of what the SSPs are doing. So disclosure happens in different forms and in different ways. So I would say keep a watch out for some shows do disclose a lot that you can get about the SSPs inadvertently. Find out. I've been watching Star Trek Picard and Emergence. Also the Rook. Some of these Black Ops programs use people as psychics, psionic abilities to do the work for them. Just like they do on Mars, they do here on Earth as well, the British programs. So that's something interesting, inadvertently. Some of the programs here on Earth are similar to the SSPs in some ways, that they use psychics for work, to work for them. So that's something some people might not know about. And the show The Rook really discusses that.
Interesting. Very
Yeah.
interesting.
Cool.
You guys got any questions? Let's bring the panel onto the screen here, Clarence.
Sure. Let me see if I can get everybody set up here. There we go.
I'm just looking for some questions in here.
There we go. Rob said he'll be back in a few minutes. He had to do something.
Jocko says, take the last two, but have no idea what the first one is. Does it have another name? Not really quite sure what you're referring to there, Jocko.
I don't understand either. What is the question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to...
It was when you were talking about something about fibromyalgia. You mentioned something that could help him. He got the first two, but not the last two things.
Okay, IVIG and SCIG.
Okay.
Immunoglobulin plasma treatment. It's either intravenous immunoglobulin therapy or subcutaneous immunoglobulin therapy.
Wow.
I've read articles that say you can use immunoglobulin therapy to treat fibromyalgia. Because I had somebody contact me and ask me, how do you treat fibromyalgia? Like physically, if you need.
Yeah, nothing works on me.
You have fibromyalgia?
Yep. I'm diabetic, so I've got diabetic what are they called? Diabetic, what is that? Jocko knows.
Because there's
Okay.
there's 3 stages of diabetes. Like, do you still produce your own insulin?
I take metformin.
Okay. So
I still produce a little.
Okay. But
Type
you have
2.
Yeah, type 2.
All right, cool. Thank you very much, El.
Oh, thank you guys.
Really appreciate your time here this morning and all the information that you've given us and the questions that you've answered. It's a lot to lot to absorb, as always is in all the shows. Usually I go back and I watch them again, and you hear something new and that you didn't hear during the show, and you get more questions. And so
Well,
hopefully
I have a question for Rich.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So in the beginning, when you introduced yourself, you say you try to verify people if they're lying or not, right? Sometimes.
Yep.
What are your thoughts about me?
It's all bullshit.
You think it's bullshit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's fine.
No, I just wanted to say and get it out of the way. I don't believe any of that secret space program stuff, because nobody ever comes back with and I mean it with full respect. I don't hate anything about you. I don't know you, but I just don't like that nobody ever has any proof. And I don't buy it. I just can't get into it. I've tried. I've looked into it. I've talked to the guys. I know their history. Corey Good and David Wilcock I'm talking about. And anybody else, even Asagio, saying they've been in this program, come back with no proof. So I just have very hard time with it.
And that's fine.
I know.
You probably don't have most people asking you what you think of them.
No, they do. We get to that point. They said, "Do you believe what I'm telling you?" I'm like, "No," but it's interesting because maybe someday you guys will bring back evidence, and I will look the fool, and I want to be the fool.
Well,
but I definitely need evidence when people make these tremendous claims.
Yeah, we can't give you what you want. We never can, because we're not allowed to bring it back.
But why? How can you be able to come out live and put your face out there for the world to know about the secret space program without being dead? It's not. If it's that important, you wouldn't be able to talk.
Oh, but they don't kill us. Why would they kill us? This is secret. So why kill somebody who's spouting off conspiracy theories?
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a nice hole to get out of it. I understand that.
Well, I'm not trying to get out of anything. I am what I am, and I've been through what I've been through. You can put me through, even like on Gaia TV, what they've done is put people through a polygraph lie detector test. But that's not going to give you much, because if the person believes they were in this program, they'll pass the test because they believe it. That's the funny thing about a polygraph.
But yeah, that's a polygraph. But there's also the human element, which you cannot avoid, especially when you talk for 45 minutes. You give off body signals that tell me there's a lot of deception, and you're not even quite sure about yourself. Well, you're almost looking like you're forcing yourself not to.
I'm not forcing myself
look up
anything.
To I know, you're not.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I look on body language too, facial expressions, things of that nature. No, I said you were very good. You speak well, and all you guys do. And because it's something you've been saying over and over and over and over and over again. So I understand. But I need proof. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with you personally. I just like the proof. That's all.
Yeah. And that's the interesting part, because I wanted to ask you, what do you think of people? Do you think I'm lying? Do you think I'm telling untruths?
I already said what I had to say.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not afraid to engage with anybody. If you don't believe me, that's fine. I really don't care.
If I asked you one question, where can I get proof?
Well, the proof is in the pudding. What's being done in Neuralink? They're making Neuralink implants.
Right, but where's the proof that it came from there? That I need a paper trail too.
I can't give you that because I don't have that. I don't have that. Just like Randy Kramer, just like Tony Rodriguez, like Corey Good, I can't give you that because I don't have that. All I have is memories of what I did.
I know that's tough for you too. Yeah. I know you go through a lot of people like me, but I totally respect. I don't disrespect you at all. I respect what you're saying, your message. It's got to be said, because I could be wrong. I know that. So just with that being said.
The human nature is any one of us could be wrong. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And
also from the perspective of killing the messenger, so to say, really all that would do would be to justified, I guess. The conspiracy theorists out there, they'd be more on the line with, look, this person was talking about the secret space program, and now this person's end up dead. So there has to be, some truth to it, or they shot this person, or they killed that person out of whatever reason. So, I can see that that aspect of it as well myself. And, like I've always said, I just take all the information and I just allow it to build. And then there's always that tipping scale, right? From, whether, it's real or it's not. For me, I don't really dismiss anything. I take it all and I put it in the back, and then I say, okay, well, let's allow this to build on here, see if there's more information. And as more information comes along, then, we can, all use our common sense and try to put it all together, right? That's kind of what my thought on the process is, right? Because personally, I haven't spoken to too many people that are involved in the secret space program. So for me, it's more of a new topic, right? So for me, the more I talk to people like Elle, then the more information that I myself am accumulating, and and I just put that in the back, and then go back later and try to cross-reference and kind of like connect the dots, right? And see what's what, because this secret space program, it's very confusing. I do know that something like this does exist. I realize that, right? And with these 16 and back and 20 and back and 10 and back, that's something that I really, really, really have a hard time wrapping my head around. It's not saying that it's not true or it's true. It's just simply I have a very hard time as to, how can we go back 10 years and then be brought back and then be taken back again and then brought back and then taken back. Like Corey Good says, he's been taken back like 3 or 4 times, right? Mm-hmm. So for me, when I hear him talking about that going back 3, 4 times, then I wonder to myself, like, how is this happening? Right, is the question really that comes to my mind.
How about a lump sum of a 16 back all in one shot, and you're back and you're sick and you don't know how to live on Earth, but that's fine. I like to see proof. So when I made my cat poop with the energetic healing, and it looked disgusting, it felt disgusting, and it was there in the cat litter box, that's proof for me of what I did.
That's good for you, but that doesn't help anybody else who wants to believe,
Yeah, well, when you're doing an energy healing, now I'm not talking about the SSP, with energy healing, that's also like, how do you quantify that? How do you prove that?
Yeah.
Well, it's possible subconsciously you saw your cat was getting ready to go to the bathroom and you thought, maybe I'll try this, and that's how it happened. He just was going to do it anyway, and you just took a hold and helped, maybe. Who knows?
The cat was constipated. She wasn't going to the bathroom at all.
No, I said maybe the cat looked like it was about to go, so maybe you assisted.
It wasn't. That's the problem. She wasn't going. So.
Oh, well, I mean, okay, all right.
The problem was she wasn't going. Either I go to the vet or I get a diuretic, or I could do energy healing, and my mom asked me to do it, and I overdid it, and I ended up cleaning diarrhea and poop and all over the floor in the house. So I overstimulated the cat. So I could have taken pictures of the end result of what I did, and I took full responsibility for what I did to my cat. Too much of. So I'm not lying about that. That actually happened. People can believe me about the SSP or not. I really don't care. You can call me whatever you want. I really don't care. I'm not here to prove or disprove anything. I'm just sharing my story.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that, Elle. I really do. For me, I'd like to learn more about the secret space program, right? It's really my end goal. Right. And the way I see it is, the more people you talk to, the more you learn. And the more you learn, the more knowledge base you have. And you can cross the dots later on. And as I've stated this entire show, I never dismiss anything. I put it in the back burner and I just allow it to accumulate. And then from there, my only interest is to learn. right?
Yeah.
People who have had contact and people who haven't had contact, and what type of contacts people are having is really at the end of the day is what my goal is, right? I'm not out to disprove anyone or to prove anything, right? For me, it's just all about information, right?
Yeah.
What type of information can I get, and how can I use that information to enhance my knowledge set.
And for you guys kept asking me,
Richard's honesty too, so kudos to that.
you guys were asking me about Corey Good a lot. I actually do believe that he was in the secret space program, because the way he's behaving, that shows a lot of programming, actually. And we're programmed in the space program to cause chaos and mayhem on Earth. That's programming. So how we control that programming and deal with it is also important in our actions. Sometimes what the person projects outside and does might not be of his own free will and choice, and it's the programming running in your head to what you present and what you do, and how you act as a person. Don't look just at the testimony of the person, look at the person themselves and what they're presenting to the world, not just the testimony. That's what I learned with Corey. Look at the person. Why is Corey the way he is? Why am I the way that I am? What made us the way we are?
Mm-hmm.
What does that? How can you explain that? That's something else that these programs do to people. They program minds to warp you. That's something I usually don't like to discuss, but the programming is there. It's just, how do I act? Why do I act the way that I do? Why do I do what I do? And interact with people in the world. That's something else, the psychological factor that has to be looked at in all of this stuff.
Clarence, do you have anything to add?
Not really. I'm just trying to take it all in, I mean, it's really, I'm glad she's here. There's a lot. Let me get my cam back on. I'm sorry about that. Some reason. There we go. Chit-chatting with the other guest there. Yeah, she's having problems getting her cam running, so I may have to do something different, but that's I ain't gonna worry about it. But anyway, what can I say? My mind is like,
Yeah, I hear you every time.
Yeah, a lot of information there, a lot of stuff. I'm definitely gonna get back with you. I want to get more in depth with you on different things, and stuff, and see, what I can come up with or whatever. But fascinating, definitely fascinating. Yeah,
absolutely. Lots of information.
Well, any information to me is good information. It doesn't really matter. You just take it one step at a time, and we go from there. So that's, but wow, that's awesome. And I know that there's other people out there that have basically the same kind of things going on. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
We all have something going on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just like, when I tell people about visitations and stuff like that, and whatever, either they believe or they don't, you know what I mean? So, what do you do with that,
I don't care one way or the other if somebody believes me or not. I've had to learn to grow with thick skin, and just, if you don't believe me, it's fine. It's human nature to believe or disbelieve or not believe at all.
Sure. Yeah. Skepticism is always a big thing with, it's a human trait. I mean, that's, so yeah. That's
and
cool.
Again, like what they've tried to do with people on shows to do the polygraph test. If a person believes they were in it, they'll pass it.
Well, yeah.
Power of thought.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Where's that proof?
You're not going to get any proof with a...
Well, no, I want somebody to take the test and see if they pass it, but nobody's taking it.
Oh, sure, you can put me on it. I'll sweat like a pig, and I'll be anxious and nervous.
There it is. That's the excuse.
But I'll take it.
I don't want to take it if you already think you're going to be nervous and sweating, because you're telling me that I'm not going to be telling the truth. You should be calm, and you should be ready and no sweat. It's the opposite.
I have anxiety disorder, so I'm always nervous
Oh, well.
and sweaty.
That seals that up in a nice button.
No, it
doesn't
does. No, it doesn't. But I take the test.
I have a solution to this. Elle lives down in Vancouver, which is not too far from me. I live up in Kamloops, a few hours from me, and maybe once this this COVID detention is over, maybe we can hook up in Vancouver and and do a one-on-one interview, and then maybe we can get like a polygraph or something set up so that we can do that experiment and and see where it goes from there, right? That's kind of
That'd be
my
awesome thing
to
to
that,
see.
and it's kind of cool that you're nearby as well. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to pay for that thing, I'll do it.
yeah, absolutely. We'll run some sort of fundraiser here on our
I'll
stream.
donate to it just to see it done,
and
whether she passes or not.
yeah, I'd
Yeah,
like to see that
Seriously.
myself.
I mean, that's, yeah, absolutely. I'm game.
That would be fun. I love experiments.
Yeah.
The polygrapher will see that I'm very anxious,
Mhm.
that I have anxiety. The polygrapher will see that right away because I had a brain spec done and it shows that I'm prone to anxiety and depression because my cerebral perfusion is increased. So I can send you all that,
Cool.
and the polygrapher will see anxiety.
Yeah, they're pretty good with that too, right? Because these guys are testing murderers and rapists and all that shit, right? So they know when somebody is trying to evade them, right?
Oh
And they
yeah.
can tell when somebody has anxiety or is just nervous or whatever the case may be. They're able to pinpoint all that.
Yeah, well, I can honestly tell you that I'm prone to anxiety and depression because that's what my body does. Whether I'm anxious or not, it happens more often than it should, and I'm telling the truth about it because it's even in my brain spec.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Now, do you have a regular website or just a YouTube channel that you?
the website is Messages from a Star Traveler, and the YouTube channel is Awakening Cosmic Reality Show.
Okay.
I can see I kind of pissed off Rich.
No, Rich. Rich has been doing
Me,
this for
man?
a lot of years. And he ain't pissed at all.
I
He's
turned
been
off the
active.
camera because I wanted to vape, and I don't vape
Okay.
on camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he's a good guy. Don't worry about that.
Manners, Rich.
She's not worried about me.
I'm not worried about you because I've been wanting to take a lie detector
I
test
can
and
hear
see
it.
how that works.
Yeah. Cool.
I hear everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean that's
let's,
good. Maybe we'll see about that.
I
We'll
love
contact
tests.
you.
Absolutely.
I love experiments and tests. I mean, look,
I would love it. To be
Yes,
honest
Yeah, me
with
too.
you.
I would
Yeah,
I'll
love
see
to
if
do
I.
something like that personally. Just to say I've done it.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, just to say, I was part of something like that, and I've done it, and
I'll see
know,
if
so
I can
it-
arrange it.
interesting. We'll try to do a fundraiser here on.
No,
on
no,
Facebook.
I got somebody who can do it. I think.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah.
In Vancouver.
I don't know if he can go. Yeah, maybe. He's in New York, so I don't know. I'll find everything out, but it probably
Okay.
won't happen.
Oh, that'd be cool.
We'll
Is it
see if
po-
there's a way.
I've contacted polygraphers and through $300 to $600. I'm like,
Yeah.
ouch.
This one's 700. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the price. I've actually
We've got a base set up then.
well, I mean, people should really take this because they'll pass the questions that they believe what they're saying. That they'll pass on because it naturally shows the polygrapher can tell your behaviors and your language and if you're nervous or if you're upset or
They're truth tellers. Yeah.
they're truth. I've done the research about it. I'm like, wow, I love to be compared with Corey Good on a polygraph test.
Yeah, if we can get both of you side by side, that'd be cool.
Right? Well, and the polygrapher has to be really good and independent and certified too. I mean, they got
35 years. Yeah.
They got Randy Kramer to do a polygraph on Gaia. and supposedly it came out that he's telling the truth. And I like Randy Kramer. Not
Mhm.
sure about the polygrapher. He wasn't certified at some point to do the work,
Right.
from what I read. So make sure he's certified. He's still doing it. He's in the business.
Polygraphs are so easy to read. You don't really need to be certified, really, honestly. You just have to know how to put on the cuff, read the lines. I mean, it's the easiest thing you ever done.
Yeah, but
I know.
is he certified? Is your guy certified?
Oh, 35 years, New York City
Okay.
court. Yeah.
Okay, good.
That's
I'd
pretty
like to see that. Yeah.
Awesome.
If you get me a polygrapher, I better see the certification papers because I'm looking for a pro. Honestly speaking.
And we're looking for the truth. Giddy up.
Okay, yeah.
There you go.
Well, that's
You're a
something
good
to-
sport. You're a good sport.
Oh, I like to play. If you want to put me on the hotspot, I'll put you on one as well.
that can't happen. It'll never happen.
Excellent.
No, we're all good people.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We're all having a good time.
Yeah.
It has to be an open discussion. So
Yeah,
Yeah, obviously.
honesty is the best way about going about things. You know, it's especially when you come into a subject such as this, right? Like UFOs and alien abductions and such, where people don't have the proof, right? Like I could say the same thing to Clarence, right? Clarence said,
Totally.
he was abducted, and I'd be like, well, show me the proof,
Mhm.
right? And then Clarence would be like, well, I don't have any proof. And then I could say, okay, well, you're either bullshitting me or you're not, right? So it's really up to the person that how they disseminate the information.
But you know what? I'll take a polygraph test any day.
Yeah, and
It don't
you know,
bother me at all.
I appreciate Richard's honesty,
And-
right? I like that.
And the honest,
Yeah.
the honest thing is Clarence would pass because he believes that it happened to him. That's
Well,
the
I
thing.
know it happened to me. I don't
Yeah.
have to believe it. I live it. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's why you'll pass. It's
Yeah.
if people lie, if you ask me, did I murder anybody? Not that I remember on Earth, but I might have on Mars.
Right.
Don't ask me that. Don't
Yeah.
ask me that.
Yeah, that'd be a tough question, right?
Well, that's the thing. It's also experiential. On Mars, you might have killed somebody. On Earth, you never did.
Right.
Because in these programs, you can be programmed to do anything. That's another thing.
Wow.
I might never have killed anybody on Earth, but I might have on Mars.
Let's say in that program, would you have recollection of that specific incident if they programmed you to do it?
I have memories of being programmed to be a assassin. That's what I have memories of.
Wow.
The polygrapher, I asked the polygrapher in the email question, they're like, well, so if we ask you this question, did you ever murder anybody on Earth? You would pass. Yes, because I've never murdered anybody on Earth, but I don't know for sure if I did on Mars because I have the assassin's training for it, but I don't know if I killed anybody on Mars or not. I'm too afraid to look into that memory to find out
I
if
would
I
wanna
did or
know.
not.
I
Well,
would want to know. Just saying. That's me though.
well, I have a predilection for collecting semi-automatic rifles, military style,
Wow.
and swords and battle axes, and I have a whole war room of that stuff. So what does that tell you about me?
That you like weapons?
I do like weapons. I sure do.
But I don't see you with the submachine gun or anything you mentioned. I don't see you using those in defense. So maybe you just hold them.
I hold them, yes. And I like them and I pet them and I play with them. But I don't wipe them out on YouTube because that's wrong.
Yeah.
That's wrong to do. But I've moved 4 times and lugging that around is a pain in the ass. Because it's heavy. It has to be stored correctly in safes. And it has to be in a locked room. Because if somebody comes in to steal it, whew, if they steal it, you're in a world of shit. Because you
Why
have
is
to you have to record.
Is that a M16 or you just happy to see me?
No,
Yeah.
I have FNFS bullpups. That's what I have. If it's stolen, you're in a world. You have to report it to the police. They come in. They do the fingerprints. They do the their check. You have to
Oh,
have
sure.
serial numbers. You have to have photographs of your weapons, what was stolen. So you have to have a full inventory. And got my dad addicted to weapons too. So he was in the Russian military. So he has his own collection. I have mine. And we did have a break-in one time. So now we had to take photos of all of that stuff and serial numbers.
Cool.
Because when the police investigate, they want to know what was stolen and how much.
Right.
Turns out it was a biker gang, but they didn't get the weapons because it's all locked up in safes.
Wow.
But they did get the biker gang a month later. They were living down the street.
Damn.
They left knives at every entry point in the house. Our kitchen knives, the good German ones.
Jesus. Nice guys. Wow.
Oh, wow.
So,
So we could say you've had a pretty eventful life then.
Oh, yeah.
I've
I've had a fun life.
definitely not the quiet type, that's for sure.
I'm not the quiet type. Never was, never will be.
Cool.
So, yeah.
all right, cool. Thank you very much, El. Appreciate
Thank you.
your time, the information that you've given us, and I'll be in contact with you
Sure.
for sure. We exchange messages every now and then. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do a fundraising campaign here on our channels, and see if I can raise $700-800, and then see if we can get a hold of a polygraph guy, and maybe we can hook up in Vancouver, and we'll do a live stream from there, and and see what happens. Right?
Yeah.
That's really all we can do, and speculate and talk, and really that's all we can do. So I really appreciate your time, and the
Appreciate
information.
your story too, El. We appreciate your
Yeah,
story.
yeah,
Sure.
We all do. Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Well, it's the weirdest story out there that I've seen because, and I've asked this a million times, do SSP assets have predilection of weapons collection? That's something else I've noticed. Somebody always has a little bit of a stash of something because in the training you are trained to have weapons and use weapons. So that's always what I'm on the lookout for: motorcycles, weapons, predilections. Do you act out what you did before in your human stuff, in your human life? And I did act it out. I started collecting weapons. So, how do you explain a war room?
You like
I don't know.
weapons.
Yeah.
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 Well, I never liked weapons until those memories started to surface, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, so there's things I look for when I interview SSP assets too. People's actions, predilections, what you're into, what you do, why you do it. That has an impact on human social behavior. If you've had programming from abductions, SSP stuff, why do you do what you do? So I like
Human
to.
condition. You're into the human condition.
Oh, very much so, because what makes you you is part of your experiences, whether that's a human life, whether that's ET abductions, SSP, whatever. It all makes you part of who you are. And I like to explore that and investigate that too.
Awesome.
Yeah, so just that's what I look into when I interview other people as well. What makes you tick? What makes you you? Why are you sharing your story? So that's what interests me and why I do what I do as well.
El, the questions come up a couple of times before you go. Sorry if I'm
Sure.
keeping you here, but they were asking again, what did you do for them in the SSP? What did you do again? I don't know if I remember it. It was a while ago.
I worked in the cybernetics labs making human cyber soldiers. That's what I did.
What was your specific duty, though? Did you put, like the arms together? I don't know. Or
Yeah, I inspected body parts, tissues. I put soldiers into the holographic medical pods for rejuvenation, regeneration. If you have your limbs blown off, it would regenerate that. So I basically did it in the lab, cybernetics lab. That's what I did. And I also played around with biological drug serums, and I was injected with biological drug serums, genetics as well. So
when you say you were injected, did
yes.
you do it voluntarily, or did they
Yes,
hold you
voluntarily.
down?
No,
Okay.
it was voluntarily because I have an autoimmune condition, and that continued on Mars too.
Okay.
I voluntarily inject myself to this day on Earth.
Oh, wow.
But
Okay.
I got from the hypnosis. That's the funny part. I got that from the hypnosis. So how would I know that? I'm not a medical person. I don't have any medical training. And yet I'm addicted to medicine, and I'm addicted to trying to make myself healthier. That's my addiction.
Okay.
You could almost say I've been obsessed with it for 6 years. Like, why would I be obsessed with hypnosis notes and memory retrieval? Why do I do that for others? Like, why do I do what I do and act the way I am? What's behind it?
Why do we do
you
what
would
we
have
all
to
do?
tell us. You
No,
would have to tell us.
I'm
We're
telling
not standing in your shoes.
Every time I do hypnosis for others, every time I do it on myself, memory retrieval, past life regression, whatever, I want actionable intel out of those people's memories to get something that could be done here, made here. Makes me frustrated because I can't. They just have memories of all these experiences, and that's about it.
What's different? What's different? Last question for me. I'm sorry. I just want to know this for me. What's different? What were you before this happened? What changed so much? What were you doing 7 years ago that was so different from now?
I was a library technician working in a library. That's what I was doing 7 years ago.
Okay.
Oh,
That's interesting.
I'm also trained as a shaman, as a healer. That's what I was
Before this, before the.
before. Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
And then it started popping out. Well, I'm interested in memories. I'm interested to find out why people do what they do, why they are the way they are. And again,
who did you study under with your shaman?
Leonard Howell. He's passed away since, but he did my training. Past life, I did the hybrid hypnosis because I wasn't just interested in past life. So I had to do a bit of a practicum. He allowed me to do hybridization of the past life and the hypnosis together. So,
I totally hear you on why people do what they do and to understand them. As you know, some people that know me, they know that I'm extremely interested in serial killers, murderers, serial rapists, things like that. And you know, I study that a lot in the effort to try to find out what makes people tick and why do they do the things that they do, right? Like, for instance, a serial killer. Like, why would a person even do that? You know what I mean? Like, why kill someone and then enjoy it and then carry on with that, you know, bad behavior? You know, for me, that's very interesting, and you know, it kind of points to everyone in that line of thought as to like why people do what they do. So I'm with you on that, Al. I'm totally interested in why people do shit.
well, serial killers, there's a few reasons why they kill. It could be a chemical imbalance in the brain that makes you psychotic and sociopath. That's why you kill. It could be your upbringing. What if your dad did that and now you do it because that's the influence and you mimic? Or you're just a warped person who enjoys doing that. There was no outside influences for it.
Yeah, I call them phantom people, where the energy of the person, our essence, has I guess evacuated the avatar, right? Abandoned the avatar, and because the avatar has to carry through the laws of physics from you know, cradle to grave, that when the soul, I guess layman's way of calling it would be a soul. When the energy leaves, that avatar still needs to carry on, the daily life things, but there's no driver behind the wheel. And most of these guys, when they engage in that type of activity, are for me, I feel that there's nobody behind the wheel, and that's why they're doing what they're doing, because a human being has empathy and wouldn't even dream of killing someone or raping someone or harming someone or torturing someone. So for me, I'm more into the fact that their energy consciousness has left the avatar, and that's why they engage in the type of behavior that they do.
But sometimes they're not born with empathy. The brain chemicals are not there. They're born like that, and as they get older, they kill too. So there's so many different factors. There's the soul, and there's also some people take drugs that make them, sociopaths. Sometimes drugs do that to people as well. There's so much that can make you do that. Your soul has vacated, or it's something physically on Earth, or you were just born that way.
Right.
I feel that people that are born like that, with no empathy, I feel that that the energy, the infinite consciousness, the pinpoint of it has decided not to engage with that particular avatar for whatever reason that it may have. Maybe the avatar's faulty, or that's not what they wanted to begin with. So they just chose to abandon that avatar. Sometimes it results in a stillbirth, and sometimes it doesn't. And when it doesn't, that avatar continues from cradle to grave, and is going to just be in that survival mode of just doing shit without really understanding. Because a lot of these serial killers, what they have in common is, you ask them why did they do it, they all say, I don't know, I was told to do this. Right? So there's some sort of an entity or some sort of a thought process that is embedded into their mind that tells them that, hey, you need to do this or go do that. Like Son of Sam, right? He would say that the neighbor's dog told him to go and kill. Ted Bundy said he didn't know why he killed. Joel Rifkin said he didn't know why he killed. Right? So there's too many examples of these guys that said that they don't know why they did what they did, and then some of them say they were told to do this. Right? So I feel that there's something bigger going on in the picture than just serial killing and stuff like that. But we're really getting off topic here with the UFOs and ETs and serial killing.
Serial killers can be on topic because there's voice to skull technology, synthetic AI that can tell you to kill, and that's part of the Black Ops programs who do this type of thing. There's targeted individual. They're targeted with energy weapons. They're mind controlled, manipulated. So it sort of connects. If you want to
full
dive
circle,
in,
Omar.
dive
circle.
into
It's true, though.
there's a connection. So there, a lot of people are talking voice to skull technology, and that you're programmed to do things. So that's something else that can make you kill. If you get a program and you can't control yourself. That
like MK Ultra.
Yeah.
I can see that. I can totally see that.
You can.
All right, Al. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. We've got another guest lined up. Not really quite sure what's happening with Kim.
Yeah, Kim is having some technical difficulties, so it looks like we're going to be skipping over Kim today. Unfortunately.
Okay. What's the issue? Camera doesn't work, or
audio? Both her camera and her audio. She's having problems with both. So.
Damn.
Yeah, I was going to bring her on. I was going to bring her on just as a voice, but she can't hear nothing out of her speakers now. So I don't know what's going on.
Shit.
Yeah. So.
Omar, can I ask your permission to be able to repost this on my own channel as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, just as last time, you're more than free to do with the video as you wish. This is public information.
Yes.
It's for everyone. Nothing
It is.
secret about this, and
No.
nothing private about it.
I don't copyright nothing, so you're good.
Yeah, the stream is created for the people, by the people.
Oh, I always ask
Sounds
permission.
like the Constitution.
I
Are you
always-
writing the Constitution over there?
Yeah, man. Being a
No,
citizen.
but, with YouTube copyright and all that stuff, I always ask permission because some people might say yes, some people might say no, and I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, no,
you're
I always
fine.
ask.
You're
Like
fine.
the last talk we did, you have that video on your channel. I have it on mine.
Yes.
And YouTube hasn't sent me any notifications or nothing, so all is well, my friend. Use it if you wish.
Thank you. They wouldn't because you say this is I've been given permission from so and so, and you give the link to the
Yeah.
original, and YouTube won't go after you if you do that, and you have permission.
The village is happy. The village is happy.
Yeah, well, we're on Earth, must make the village happy. Play by the rules.
Right on, Al. Thank you very much, and I look forward to speaking with you again.
Can you send me the
Thank you,
link?
Will.
Can you
Yeah,
send me a
absolutely.
link to this?
Here, let me. I will send it to you. I gotta go into my other browser,
Yeah,
and,
just
and
to
then I'll
make sure.
copy it.
Yeah, so I edit out where you're interviewing other people.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
all
I will,
together.
I'll try to get it for you right here,
Okay.
and then I'll send you the link.
Yeah. And I'll just edit out the portion where you guys are just interviewing me.
Not a problem.
Okay.
It's going to be an 8-hour show, so it's going to be a lot of editing.
I said for
Up,
hours.
Click and paste.
I can. It's like I go to the stamp where.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
It's easy to do that on YouTube with the edit. So
Oh,
I
no,
just I just sent you the link
okay.
to the live stream, Mel. So this will be probably available for download probably after 5 o'clock. We're
Okay.
running this from 9 to 5, and then I'm sure after it's done buffering and processing whatever it does, then it'll be available at that time. And and as well, it's on YouTube as well on Closer Encounters. Right, so you can always go and copy that link and toss it into your downloader and then download the entire thing. 'Cause I don't know what policy Facebook has, because I know with Facebook they say that if the video is longer than 4 hours, then
nope, not anymore. It's 8 hours now.
oh
Yeah.
really?
Yeah,
Okay, well, that's cool.
yeah, we're good.
Well,
No,
what,
no,
I,
Yes, sir.
what I like to do is just edit out the portion where we're doing the interview
Yeah,
with
yeah,
me
that's
and
sure.
just use that. So it'll be like an hour or 2 hours, no
2
more.
hours. You got on here about quarter to 11, was it? Yeah, I think it was
Yeah,
quarter
something
to
like that.
11.
Yep.
1 o'clock
And-
now. Yeah, about that.
And how do you like StreamYard? Is it?
I love
good?
it. So far, well, ask Rich. Rich was another one that, I kind of introduced Rich to it. And this stream right now, we haven't had one bit of problem all day so far. Not even a
Yeah.
glitch.
And
I
is
like
it,
Don't think that. Don't say that.
Well,
Don't
we're not
say
using
that.
videos yet either. So, I mean,
is it expensive for like to
Yeah.
host a panel like this?
25 a month.
Okay.
25 a month. Yep.
25 a month, or you can go on a trial basis as well, where you get 20 hours a month for free, right? And then that 20 hours resets once a month, right? So they
But you
allow
don't
you
get-
23 hours, and
You don't get all the features though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't get the banners and the tickers.
Gotta
and all
have
that
the features. The features.
stuff.
They make a difference, yeah.
Yeah, well,
It does. Sure
I,
does.
I don't need banners. I just like the simplicity of you guys are all here. It keeps going, and you get
There's
to
the
talk
banner.
and
There's one of
interview.
them.
We are watching closely. Okay, yeah,
See? Banners make a difference.
I'm a simple girl. I don't need the bells and whistles. I just like the simplicity. You get everybody here. It keeps streaming. It keeps stability. And you do what you do because it's important to do this. So
with the
Mhm.
monthly subscription, you also get leather interior and a sunroof. So
Yeah.
Well, the
All
sunroof
right.
for sure. I don't know about the
Power
leather
windows,
interior.
power locks.
Okay, so you can do the green screen, I take it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, you can do a green
Yeah,
screen.
yeah, I can do it.
Absolutely.
I'm
My
just.
green screen is right behind me,
Mhm.
neurostimulus package.
right here.
I'm simplistic, nuts and bolts. What you see behind me is exactly what you get. I don't do the
Which
gimmicks.
is a very nice armoire, I must say. It is very nice.
Yeah.
It's the crystal armoire with the crystal collection and the manifestation tools.
See the words I know? Armoire, all that. See, I got a little bit of brain power. That's all.
No, they're simple bookcases with display.
Cool.
So what do we got on the menu next, Clarence?
Well, good question. I don't know if we can just do some video looking or something, or I'm not sure what we need to do here. Kind of caught me off guard here.
So do you disengage me from this? And
Yeah, you just put Leave Studio on the bottom, right?
okay.
You'll see on that little menu that they have there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, El. We appreciated everything.
Oh, thank you guys. This was very
Yeah.
interesting.
Well, you're welcome
I
back
quite-
anytime.
Thank you.
Interesting conversation for sure.
Yeah.
I really liked Richard's honesty there, right? So he went up a couple of notches in my book for sure.
There you go. Yep.
Well,
Pretty rare when you get honesty out of somebody, right? So I appreciate it.
well, that's the thing. I like to get honesty out of people. I'm not afraid to engage in looking for the honesty factor. That's what I look for.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't care if you believe me or not. My experience is my experience. Like,
That's right.
I'm sharing it and putting it out there. I've had haters, I've had threats, I've had this and that. I don't care at this point.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
hear
care.
you on that.
Yep.
I've
Corey
had to
Good being
deal
one of
with
them.
the same thing, you know.
Oh,
I've had to deal with the same thing. Hate.
Just forgive Corey for Corey's
know what
stuff.
happened.
Forgive Corey for Corey's stuff and let it be. I don't want to
Yeah.
engage with him. I don't want to mudsling that stuff. It happened. No big deal. I do have screenshots of it. So
Oh, that's cool.
when you put stuff on the internet, you can never take it back, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
look, he put up the court files for the lawsuit against Guy and Jay Widener, and he deleted that stuff. It was deleted, but I went back with Google Catchy. You can just go back and
Snippet.
well, you can
Yeah.
snip if you know how to, undelete what's been deleted on the internet. If it's been only gone for one day, you could swipe it with a little PDF app. You can swipe it, and I did. So the protections on Mr. Good's website is not that good. Sorry. Well, if a little app allowed me to do Google Catchy and to download the files of 20 documents, I believe, what he filed in court.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
It went that far.
yeah, it went that far. And somebody asked me, can you get that for me, please? It's gone. I'm like, sure, if it's just one day deleted, I can get it back for you. It's a simple PDF app.
Wow.
And Google Cat, you type in what the title is of what was deleted on the internet. You go Google Catchy, you click that, and voila, showed me the page, showed me the deletion page, Sphere Being Alliance, apply the little PDF app, and boom, list comes up, download.
Wow.
So I got the court files, no problem. And I read the whole 58 pages of that bullshit.
Wow. Amazing.
It's boring. I don't think, okay, yeah, the judge is going to hear about the Blue Avians and the secret space program. How is that going to go over with a human judge? I mean,
Probably
man,
not too well. He might be committed at that point. Some people may want to commit those to people who speak about that because they
Well,
just don't understand it. That's
well,
all.
I think Judge Judy would listen.
Oh, Judge Janine Pirro might listen.
I think
She
she's
would.
alien though, but that's just me.
Honestly,
He does look like an alien.
if you believe that happened to yourself and you're a public figure talking about it, that's fine. But in a lawsuit, you're gonna look mental. That's just reality for you.
Yeah.
You look mental. So what he's doing and what he's filing, it needs a reality check with that.
Oh,
Because that lawsuit is ridiculous. That's all I'm saying.
yeah.
It's like, okay, I've been attacked and I've been followed and I'm worried that they'll come to my home. None of these people even want to go near him, honestly. They just want to be left alone and for their addresses not to be exposed in public court filings. They all want to be left alone.
Yeah.
He's pursuing them and he didn't even serve them.
Wow.
None of them were served. That's the thing. He filed the lawsuit in the court thing.
Isn't it illegal?
Yes, illegal. You have to serve whoever you sue. You have to serve them.
So whatever he brought to court would be exonerated because it's not.
Well, hopefully,
it's not the way to legally file it. You have to subpoena them to legally file it.
yeah. Well, he legally filed the lawsuit in the 10th Court District of Boulder, Colorado, United States, but he didn't serve the defendants. He didn't serve anybody. There's like 8 people, I think. There's 8 people in this thing that he sued, in a huge company. So, but he didn't serve any of them. He didn't get somebody to serve them the documents for the lawsuit. So if you don't serve somebody, how can you get a lawsuit going?
Right.
That's just something that people told me about. Oh boy. Get a professional lawyer, Corey, or lawyers who can tell you how to file a lawsuit. And don't go after me again.
You heard it here first. Leave her alone.
Oh boy. Oh, I know this is live, so just leave me alone, Corey. I'm not interested. No, thank you. Been there, done that. Not interested in engaging with you again. You do your thing, I'll do my thing. We'll all do our things. So I think respect each other, stay cool, stay safe, and be strong, folks. That's all I have to say. Now I'm leaving. Bye.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
All righty.
I gotta go too.
You got to go too? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, well, I mean,
Right on,
not
Richard.
cool, but, but
Sorry, I
look,
didn't-
Can you come back at say 4 o'clock?
Here?
Yeah.
What? Is there something going on at 4?
Yeah, I'm just talking to our good buddy Alexander Tulloch,
oh,
and
no.
I just shot him a message, and he said that he'll be available at about 7 o'clock Eastern time, so that's about 4 o'clock Pacific time. I'm not sure which region you're in, but
Pacific.
this show was actually designed with Alex in mind. And we had a little bit of an argument there about a week ago, and had a little argument, and he kind of left, and we carried on with our show. But he is a ET abductee and has a lot of experience
SSP
to share,
experience as well.
right?
Oh,
And
okay.
I appreciate your honesty. So for that, I'd love to have you at on at like 4 o'clock, right? You see where I'm getting at, right? I'd love to have you on for that. And like I said, this was Clarence's idea. And, and Clarence said, hey, I really want to do a panel show with Alex and a bunch of other abductees. And, I want him to come out and share his story. And then from there, being that I am what I am, I was like, hey, why don't we make a weekend plan out of this and, have webinars and stuff like that, right? So I kind of pushed it into the evolution where it's at. And then I just talked to Alex, and he said that he's in the middle of doing some kid stuff right now, but at 7 o'clock he'll be available. So that's 4 o'clock Pacific. I'm on the West Coast, so I'm not sure what time that would be for you.
It's the same exact time. The only thing is, I have my show at 7. I wasn't able to do my show last night, so I'm doing one tonight.
Okay,
But I'll
okay.
be happy to come back. Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, right on, man. Right on. I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
So use the same link just to come back, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. You'll see me at 4.
Cool.
All right, cool. Thank you, Richard.
Thanks,
Thank
Rich.
you for having me. Yeah, nice meeting
Have
you
a great
guys.
day, buddy.
Absolutely, brother.
You too.
Nice
Rob.
meeting you too. I'm gonna
All
shoot
right.
you a friend's request on Facebook.
Oh, good.
As am I. As am I.
And
All
stay
right.
in
Cool.
touch.
You just gained 2 new friends, Rich. How does it feel?
Yeah,
How does
exactly.
it feel?
I can never have enough. That's great.
That's right.
Thank you.
Very true.
And if they're
Thanks.
good ones.
Yeah. Right.
That's debatable. That's debatable on my end. Anyway, that's debatable.
Yeah.
You guys
Well-
are killers.
All right. I'll see you in about 3
All right,
hours.
Thank you, Rich.
All right. Bye, guys.
See you then.
Awesome.
Oh man, the big 3. Here we go.
Yeah.
What's on the agenda now? What are we doing?
Well,
Okay,
that's a
so
good question.
I'm just forwarding this link, Clarence, over to Alex.
Okay.
I'm not sure
I'm
if
surprised.
Alex
I'm surprised how this dialogue began between you and Alex. Of all
Well,
people.
Alex and I don't have anything against Alex myself. I don't have anything against anyone. It just what I didn't like was the way the comments thread was, just being hijacked by a different
Mhm.
topic instead of the topic that we were talking about. And
Of
that's
course.
really the only thing that irritated me about the whole deal. But beyond that, I like Alex. I've had Alex on my show, numerous times, not just once or twice, but 3, 4, or 5 times I had him on there, and I was doing a series with him. And then some shit was happening, and there was just too much energy interference. And and at that time we decided that we were just going to stop the series. And this is when Leonard was hosting Watchers Talk, and I was the producer at that time, because there was just so much on my plate, and my channel was new, and I was building it, and and thanks to Leo, he stepped in and helped me out for a few months by co-hosting. So that was really cool of him to do. And it was at that time that we did our talks with Alex. And
Mhm.
then and then I seen Alex again on Closer Encounters, and I was like, oh, right on, there's Alex. Let's hear more of what he has to say. He has a very interesting experience as well, and ongoing.
Yeah, I was there. I heard it the first time
Yeah.
that he was on Closer Encounters. Not your show per se, but
Yeah.
I do think it's interesting as well. It's a little bit similar to what we just heard, just a little bit more in detail. I think.
Yeah.
Because
Exactly.
it's not a hypnosis regression to see what the memories are. He's got them clear and present right in front of him.
And he's been writing them down too, right? He has a journal that he's been writing down for years and years and years. So, I'm glad that he has no hard feelings, and he agreed
Of course.
to come on, right? So that's
Yes,
mighty
David.
big of him, Alex.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm
David.
talking to you.
I was answering David Rooker there in the chat. He wanted to know if that was the Prince from Lyrian. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. That's him.
Mhm.
So we'll hopefully get him on here at 4 o'clock. He just gave me a thumbs up. See,
Oh, cool.
Excellent.
There you go.
just gave me a thumbs up. I sent him the link, so he's cool with that. So 4 o'clock my time, 6 o'clock your time. And Rob, you're on the East Coast, right? Or are you in Central?
Yep. East Coast.
Central?
7
So,
o'clock my time.
Yeah, 6 o'clock for you. Right on.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Question
Well,
is,
I'm here for the duration, so I'll just be on the whole time. If I have to step away, I just mute it and pause the video. Like I had some domestic duties before. I had to help my girlfriend with the dishes, so I had to,
So
I had to
what-
jump out for a moment.
Okay, so real quickly, who we have after? We had Steve coming on at In a couple hours? Let me see here.
Steve is on tomorrow, Clarence. We've got here. Let me just pull up my notebook here.
Steve,
I don't have a
Erdman's on?
notebook, so you're gonna have to tell me. I
Give us
can
a
make
it
it
like
up.
I'm looking at it.
Sorry.
So the lineup for tomorrow is we're going to start with Michael Feely, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
Oh, I'm excited about that.
He's going to do a webinar, and we're probably going to go for like an hour, hour and a half, and then take a break, right? 15 minutes, let his throat rest because he's going to have a lot to say. And then probably about an hour after that, and then half hour for questions and such. And then after that, we have Mr. Stephen Erdman and Mr. Robert Morningstar coming on. What was that, 2 o'clock, I believe, Clarence?
Let's see here.
Yeah, something like that. These two gentlemen have been researching UFOs since like the 1950s, right? 1960s, essentially around the time when they coined the term flying saucer, right? So with the two of them, they have like over 100 years worth of UFO investigations. They have their own magazines, websites that are just loaded with information. And I'll find the link for you guys, and I'll put that down in the comments, or I'll send it to Clarence, and then Clarence can toss it down into the comments so you guys can go and have a look. And then after that, we have Billy Carson that's going to come on. Billy Carson has had ET contacts, as we heard in the last interview that Clarence and I did with him a few days ago.
Yeah.
So that should be a really good one. And then after that, I'm going to do my webinar, which is based on Saturn and the Archon and the phantom-bodied people, and on and on. It's about 400 image slide that I'll be doing, about 2 hours. So I'm going to talk about the effects of Saturn and the Saturn
symbology. The symbology of it, I remember. It was really, when you showed us a little piece of it, it was awesome.
Yeah, so I'm going to get into that and do that, and of course take questions afterwards. And that's kind of what the lineup looks for tomorrow. I was really hoping to hear from Kim today, but we'll see if we can get that tech fixed and get her in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right, so that's kind of where the lineup looks for tomorrow.
That's a lot of heavy hitters tomorrow, huh? A lot of heavy hitters coming tomorrow.
Especially with Mike Feely and Billy Carson, especially with
That's
them
what
two.
I'm saying. I gotta step my game up a little bit. If I'm gonna be on tomorrow with all those guys, I gotta step my game up. That's gonna be some serious stuff.
Erdman and Morningstar are no finger to shake at either.
Exactly. Yeah, I was going to say.
I know.
They're
awesome for a long, long time, and I hope that Robert tells us a story tomorrow. Which Clarence, remind me of that. With the John Lennon.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
His, UFO experience that he had.
Yeah.
That Mr. Morningstar talked about in my last show with him, and I guess he got the info from a friend of his that was good friends with John Lennon, and there was a gray that was in John Lennon's room, and he freaked out and ran out the door. So it's quite an interesting story. So I like to hear that. So big power lineup for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's with Robert, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was, it's funny you say that. When you guys did that interview with Billy Carson, it like super resonated with me. So for me, I'm super excited to be able to speak to him as opposed to just leaving things in the comments.
Sure.
And really picking his brain, because when he started doing with the history of everything and the ancient civilizations that came together and the symbology of the ancient civilizations, it stuck with me to the point where I went straight to his YouTube channel. I went right on, and I had to listen to almost everything he had to say at that point, and he captured me for a moment. Like I was stuck in the Billy Carson wave, so to speak. Like he really, forbidden knowledge is fitting for his name, and I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, Billy Carson, aka Forbidden Knowledge, and the guy has I call it a potion, right? A magic potion that he sells on his website that he took off of ancient tablets, and believe it or not, the man is 64 years old. And he looks younger than me.
Yeah, no kidding.
Doesn't look a day over 30.
He doesn't.
Man, and that is impressive.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive. So here's an interesting question, guys, from Jocko Johnson. Says, anyone know why some people who are in SSP remember everything? And in fact, L was the first one I ever heard needed to be regressed. That's a really good question.
Yeah, I haven't a clue because I'm kind of new to the SSP thing myself, so I never really got into that realm,
Well, I'm thinking of something that she said about Corey Good and the fact that he classified her as an abductee to the military facet.
Yep.
And it seems like a lot of the other people maybe not volunteered, but were a little bit more. She was like, they took a split of her body and soul. Mm-hmm. Other people seem to have gone full on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where they've taken. I've heard that they've taken them from their bed and had them do 20 years in service, then regressed back to the moment that they left, as in full body and soul, except for their experiences they kept, and then brought back like they never left, like it was an overnight affair. So maybe the different subtleties and technologies that I really don't know. I'm speaking as all theoretical here because I haven't been exposed to it. Mm-hmm. But maybe those technologies were they were able to give them more of a clear and present path to those memories, where she maybe had to go against superficial blocking and walls and things that they maybe kept in her subconscious, not in her conscious. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because
from the sound of it, time we got to kill here, Omar? What's
it's 1:30 now. 1:30 now, so we got 2:30, 3:30, 2.5 hours. We need to kill.
Okay. Well, there was somebody
that wanted to come on, right?
Yeah, I was going to say there was somebody in the room, and I don't know who it was now, that wanted to come on, or
Yeah, I recall that. That
tell their story. So if somebody in the room would like to come on and give a story or tell their story, or speak up now and we'll put you in.
Yeah,
not a problem.
Where was that? Was it on Facebook or was that?
I thought it was on Facebook. I may be wrong, but I was trying to go back and look and I couldn't find it. So
I don't
know who it was now.
How have the viewers been looking on Facebook? How many views have we had in the sense of how many people have been on actively?
Oh, you know what? We can't go by that because I'll tell you what happened last night after the show that I did. I went back and was rewatching, the show on Facebook.
It said you had like 30 people at one time, and then it was 2,100 views when I jumped off. It was crazy.
It was 2.8 thousand views last night.
In the first hour, too. Yeah. After coming off of the program.
That's and of course, like we said before, being that we're so worldwide with all those viewers in different countries and stuff, so we don't see them on Facebook and stuff because they're interacting, on other platforms. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you don't always see it, but locally we only got probably between 15 and 20. You know what I'm saying? But
I saw 30 last night.
Oh,
last night we hit 30, and you had no sound, and it kept going up. I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah,
they just love Clarence's face. That's what it is.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I think it's the alien guy. I think it's the alien over here is what doing it.
Oh man,
it's funny.
So B Baker has a good commentary. Says if SSP was any good, they would try to make people forget.
Right. Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
to
would
keep
I
it
would
a
say that.
secret, right? So it's really not
Well,
a secret anymore.
I have a good question. I was gone while Richard, I believe, from what I understand, maybe had some skepticism with
Mhm.
Elle's story. What exactly? Why don't we reiterate for the people what exactly happened and what exactly you feel about Richard's stance to it? So, you
Well,
know, it's both sides of the coin here. We're going to go both sides of the coin right now. So, what exactly was said? First off, for the people just tuning in, that not said, but like, what was the atmosphere at that point?
the atmosphere was fine. He
Yeah,
just
the
had
atmosphere
questions
was.
for, you know, um, he's like with me and Goody. I don't believe Goody for nothing. So, and other people love him. I mean, that's
Hmm.
just the way it is. You know what I'm saying? So, depending on the stories, and who the person is and whatever, and it's fine to be skeptical. That's what I
Of
tell people.
course, of course.
It's not for everybody. That's the thing. And so
Well,
yeah.
the reason why I say that is because skepticism is healthy. Be skeptical about everything
Oh,
in your
sure,
life,
absolutely.
and if for us to do justice, for us to not play both sides of the coin would be a disservice to the people listening. I think, there should be a split panel in that essence, because not everybody's going to follow along the same guidelines. Everybody has different views, morals, and things like that. So I just thought maybe it would be healthy to look at it from both sides.
Hmm.
Let
Yeah,
the people who were skeptical voice their opinions and see what they feel. It's
right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, Jocko says he's got to go. If they can do that, it's one person being in two places at once. They have mastered time travel. Okay, I have to officially inspect the schedule for any holes in my eyelids. Good job, boys. See you later or tomorrow. All right, cool. Thank you,
thank
Jocko,
you,
for being here.
thank you, Jocko.
Yeah,
Your
absolutely.
comments were gold. I saw a lot of them, so they were pretty good.
Yeah. Well, they're a good bunch of guys. These guys, they come from GoofOn, with Richard and them, and
Hmm.
I talk to them all the time in the chat room, and good bunch of people, very smart people. Some of them have their own channels. They do really good stuff. So glad to have them with us.
It seems like that's the new trend too. And I'm so happy to hear that all these people want to put information out and really do their own take on it.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
like we were just talking about, everybody's take is a little bit different in what they believe, what they don't believe.
Right,
It brings an essence of honesty to everybody. You know, when
right.
all these people are doing different types of programming and having somewhat of the same rotation of people for all the different shows. Sometimes somebody has a different idea, just like when we do panels like this of exploring different avenues. So it's really good to see the same people go on different shows and have different interactions with different
Oh,
people,
absolutely,
because
absolutely. Yeah,
it gives you a little bit more of their actual story from all the different sides and standpoints. So I love that. I love that.
yeah.
Just like L, human conditioning to me is
Hmm.
huge because sometimes I see things differently than most people. So when people make me, in a sense, look at the other side of the coin, I tend to be more unbiased to things.
Right.
And I love that. I love opening up my mind to other aspects of the story, because I'm always information hungry. So finding it through a new set of eyes gives me a different perspective of the information, which lets me make my own educated decisions on it, a
Right.
much more enveloped and broader scope of the information, which I love personally. That's just what I'm all about. That's
Absolutely.
what I'm all about.
I want to say hi to Vita's. I see she's in, just having her morning coffee in Australia. She just woke up. Good
Hi,
morning.
Vita. Hi, Julie. Julie's
Yeah,
there as
Julie's
well.
with us.
Hi,
Cool.
Julie. I always say hi to Julie when she comes on.
Yeah.
And VJ. Where's VJ at? VJ should
VJ
be
was
here.
running errands today. She said she'll be in later, or back and forth. So, yeah.
Those are the two people I look for on Closer Encounters, is Julie and VJ. Always giving him the guy waving, the icon like this. Look, I'm doing the icon
There
myself.
you go.
I'm doing it wrong. Hey,
Cool.
letting you see my apartment as well.
So we got to
a
kill a
mess
couple
right now.
hours here, guys. I don't know what we should be doing here. I want to.
How about some topics? We'll do some round table on topics. Is there any topics anybody wants to talk about that stood out from the last interview, or is prevalent in their mind right now that that they'd like to throw on the table? Whatever it may be, whether it's contact, technology.
Oh, VJ's here. She's here. She says I'm here.
All right. Any comments from anything within the comments that people have questions about abductions or anything supernatural for that matter? You might as well open the floor up to comments as well.
Yeah.
Hi, VJ.
Oh, my mom's here. Hi, little mom. I didn't see her sneak in either. Well, all these people coming in, I didn't even notice that.
Hi, Mrs. Mitchell.
Yeah, she's here.
Your boy's doing a great job over here. I'm gonna let you know.
Well, we were until we lost our last guest, our guest here, but
Wow,
fill
we're
it
still
up.
rocking and rolling.
Yeah,
Still rocking and rolling. I seem to be doing all the talking though. I know Omar's got stuff to say. Come on, Omar, wake up a little bit. I know you got things in your brain that you want to talk about.
There's Christina. There's
Yeah,
Bella.
sorry guys. I'm just messaging Mr. Erdman and letting him know his spot for tomorrow.
Official time slot.
Along with Mr. Morningstar.
I love that last name, Morningstar. That's Lucifer.
Yeah, he's a really cool guy. A really cool conversation with him. Very well versed in the topic. All right, so if you guys got like any UFO questions that you're not sure about, Mr. Erdman and Morningstar, they know their shit. So
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to having them on. I've never had Mr. Morningstar on, with Mr. Erdman, right?
Yeah.
The last interview I did with him was a one-on-one. So I'm really looking forward to, having the two of them on the same screen and toss ideas back and forth, right? And
that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, listen to their 120 years worth of investigations into the UFOs.
Right.
So that should be really cool. Probably essentially end up getting a timeline from to what they've evolved into and how UFO research was conducted in the 60s and how accepted it was back in the 60s before the term conspiracy theorist got attached to it, right? And then up until now. So looking forward to that. Should be interesting.
Cool. BB Baker, Mr. Baker says, thanks, guys. Great show. Yeah,
Thank you, B. Baker. And
Yep.
Hi, Christine. I see Christina's here too.
Yes.
We didn't say hi to her, and she's always one of our people too. Hi, Christina. How are you?
It's Bella. Bella from
Yeah,
Romania.
I wish that person that wanted to come on earlier, I could find them, but my
comments only go so far back. Otherwise, I would have found it.
yeah, exactly. And I'm trying to do the same thing on Facebook, but I've been going in and out of Facebook into YouTube.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then when you go back and reload, it only takes
It
you
only
back.
gives you. It only
Right.
gives you the comments that are right in front of you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the problem I'm having. Yeah. You can
I
only go
wish-
like 20 people and that's it, or 20 comments. Yeah.
Yeah, see, it takes me right to the top of the comments, and and that's not too high. In fact, it won't even let me scroll. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comments.
Wow, that's bleak. That's bleak to go by. You can't really go by that.
I wonder.
And then I've got my own personal abductee right here, my beautiful wife.
Cool.
Hi.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
had, she's had quite the experiences, like I was saying earlier on, and this has kind of been happening to her her entire life, where she says she's always being chased by men in white coats, right? Sometimes they're tall, and she gets away and
That's
wakes
just
up.
Omar in a bathrobe. We know who it is.
Yeah, I'd be naked if that was.
We know better.
Jeez, Omar.
But we
Stop
got kids in
scaring
the
your
house.
wife.
We got kids in the house. I can't chase her naked.
Oh, man.
We know who it is. We know
Too
what's
much
going
info.
on.
Too much info, Omar. Now, you know what? I do got to say one thing. That a few years ago, when we were living in this little town called Lake Cowichan on Vancouver Island, I'd woken up this one morning, and Amy was rubbing my back, and she found 3 little dots that were like triangles, right? Kind of looked like that. There was a dot, and a dot like that, 3 of them.
Wow.
Right?
Symmetrical? They were like a symmetric triangle?
Yeah. And this was,
Really?
like the 3rd or the 4th vertebrae up from my tailbone, right? And it wasn't there before, right? She rubs my back all the time, and one day it wasn't there, the next day it was, and oddly enough, my brother had the same thing on his back at the same time.
Wow.
So
Really?
I looked into it, and and then I talked to a few people that are involved in UFO research and have had experience with abductees and such. So I contacted her, and I told her what's going on, and Amy took the pictures of that, and I sent it to them, and this woman immediately came back and said that it was a spinal tap, and I didn't really quite understand what she meant by spinal tap. So then I'm assuming the same thing happened with my brother as well, because when I mentioned it to him, he's like,
They're supposedly very painful too, spinal taps. Super
Yeah,
painful.
yeah, and I
Did you have pain in your back?
no pain, nothing, just 3 symmetrical marks like that.
Huh.
And oddly enough, when I said that to my brother, he got his the wife to take pictures of his back, and it was in the exact same spot as mine were, right? So he sends me the pictures, and I'm looking at them. I'm like, holy shit, these are identical, right? So I showed them to Amy, and Amy's looking at them, and we're pretty surprised by it, right? That the 2 of us have had this, and I don't have any memories of being abducted. As I stated earlier on in the show, the closest thing that I've ever had, what was that, baby?
You told me a time loss once.
Yeah, time loss a couple of times, but nothing that I can attribute, right?
Let me ask you a question. Was this before you started writing your book or after?
Long before. This
Maybe.
happened, what, honey, like 4 years ago? Right?
Maybe that was an upgrade to give you the ability to perceive the information that was going to be downloaded into your brain to write your book. They were setting you up.
Yeah, that could possibly be, because I only started writing my book last year at 2019. When we came into 2019, it was in 2018 that I was at my brother's house doing our New Year's Eve party. And then it was at that time the idea came to me that I should write a book, and the book needs to be called Earth Frequency, right? And I haven't deterred from that. It's almost like the title of the book came to me first, and then the information followed, right?
Well, here's a theory too. You came in contact with your brother, who had the same markings on himself, correct?
Yeah.
Is it the same brother? Maybe by you two being in the same room, and possibly somewhere in orbit, there was a extraterrestrial craft turned it on, and instantly you got the upfeed from it, as if like you have Wi-Fi and you walk into your Wi-Fi zone, and immediately, boom, the information becomes faster or seeded into you. That could very well be a possibility.
Kind of funny you mentioned that, because in my book I talk about the rice grain size crystal. It's literally the size of a rice grain. It's like turquoise blue, like this blue right here, right? Like that blue right there. it's right in between the two brains, and and not the two brains, but you know what I mean, between the two hemispheres of the brain. And in it, what I write is that this crystal is an antenna that is that can transmit information and receive information. So if you raise your vibrational distortion to a certain level, this crystal it activates itself, and then through that activation you're able to hone in on certain information, or connect to the ether, so that that information can be downloaded into your avatar, right? So it's quite possible what you're saying may have happened, but again, the type of brain that I have, right, is I have a skeptic's brain, and scientific brain tells me that I need to see proof, right? I need
there is
to
proof. You're writing a book, and you don't know where the information's coming from.
yeah, true that, right? But of course, on the other hand, it just could be that I'm not aware of my own mind, right? Or I should say my brain, and that certain aspect of my brain is activated, and I'm creating that information for myself, and don't understand how that information is coming, whether I've had this information all along or not, right? Because I am a pinpoint of the infinite consciousness, and the infinite consciousness is all that there is, ever is, never can be. So all the information of all the universes, everything that there is encompassed into that infinite consciousness. So being that I'm a pinpoint of that expression, I would come equipped with that information already. Just as you're a pinpoint of the expression of the infinite consciousness, all the knowledge of the infinite consciousness is within you, and it's up to you as to how you interact with that information, or how you access that information, because that information is already within you, right? So when it comes to like scientific proof or having proof, right, for me that would mean that an ET would have to stand clearly across from me, right, and give me the information, or tell me, right, say, hey, Omar, this is what's going on, this is what was activated, and then that's how you're getting the information, right? That's something that I don't have, right? And or being up into a spacecraft in itself to show me, like, look, this is a spacecraft, you've been abducted, you're here, and this is the proof, right? For me, the pseudo proof is what I call that, right? Is where people are saying that, hey, this happened to me, and you have to believe me what I'm saying. And, for me, that's, going on faith more so than
Actuality.
And I'm not really big into faith, right? For me, such a thing doesn't exist, right? Faith to me is kind of unparalleled with religion. Right? You need to have faith. It's like, well, no, I don't need to have faith. I have faith already, right? I don't need to believe in any more faith, because then I'm believing into, more pseudo than anything else, right? Then, I need proof, right? If you've been abducted, I need to see some proof. Just like Richard was saying, I need to see physical proof. Otherwise, I'm going to remain a skeptic. But I'm not so close-minded that I'm just going to say, okay, well, I need more proof, and then I'm going to throw that information in the garbage and just move on with my life, right? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put it on the back burner, and then once that's accumulated enough information, then there's my proof, right? Whether it's positive or whether it's negative, it's all up to the information that, that I gather. So I don't know, right? I just simply don't know, and I'm fine with that. Right, I'm cool with it. It's a mystery, and I'm just happy that I get the information that I need to be able to write my book. And then sometimes that information's not there. Sometimes I have to wait a week. Sometimes I have to wait days. But the information does come, right? Now, I'm not sure how that information is coming, whether it's through higher distortion or whether it's through higher awareness, that I'm becoming more aware of myself, and because I'm becoming aware of myself, that information is already there, so I'm beginning to access it. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
I just don't know. And and they, like they always say, right, the answers are in within, right? The answers are not out there. You have all the answers in within, and the more you begin to understand yourself and the more you learn about yourself, the more information you're going to get. And to me, that makes a lot of sense, because I've been going through that process over the course of last bunch of years, and but there was a pause. I'll tell you a creepy story, guys. When I was 18 years old, I lived in a city called Edmonton in Alberta, Canada. And when I was 18, my brother and I decided to move to a little village called Peachland in British Columbia. It's not too far from me, about an hour and a half drive south. So anyway, we're both 18 years old, and we're camping out for the whole summer, and we're doing our thing. And this one day, I was laying on a bench on the beach, and I was meditating at that time, and and I was pretty new to meditation at that time as well. I maybe had been practicing meditation for 6 months, 6-7 months, pretty fresh, very new. So anyways, I was laying there and I was meditating, and I could swear to God, man, I have no proof of this, but I could swear to God. Well, I shouldn't swear to God. I should swear to the infinite consciousness. There's no such thing as a God. Then somebody could say, "Oh, well, you're lying because you're swearing on a God." Anyways, I swear on to the infinite consciousness that my brother had gone to this little store called Sunnyside Market, and we smoked a lot of doobs, and he went in to grab us some sour cream and onion chips and some carrot cake and some chocolate milk. Right?
Munchies.
Yeah, the munchies, right?
Sure.
So he was gone for, I don't know how long, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And while he was gone, I thought, okay, well, I'm just going to lay down on this bench. I'm going to close my eyes and I'm going to meditate a little bit and just relax for a few. So I started doing that. And then a few minutes later, my brother's kind of approaching me and he calls out my name. And I could swear to God, man, my head, my shoulder here, my spine, my tailbone, and my ankles, right? Or I should say my heels, felt like they, where's the camera? It felt like did that.
Yeah.
It almost felt like that I'd levitated myself up like this, and I was kind of hovering there. And then when my brother called up my name, broke my concentration, and I fell. Like, it wasn't too much of a fall, like a half an inch, just enough to know that, the 3-4 points of my body made contact with the bench at the same time, right? So at the time, I didn't know what to make of it, so I just kind of ignored it, right? And being 18 years old, wild and crazy, we just kept on going. We had our munchies and kept moving around, and and the weird thing is about a week or so later, I was talking to him, and we're sitting on the beach, and I said, "Hey, you know what? The crazy thing, I just got this weird feeling that Princess Diana is going to die, right?" And at that time, I didn't know how she was going to die or where she was going to die. I just knew that she was going to die. So 3 days later, we're sitting in a pizza parlor called Peachland Pizza. Best pizza I've ever eaten in my whole life. Little ma and pa store. The pizza place has been there for decades, right? Run by the same family. Tastiest fucking shit ever.
Yeah.
But anyways, we're sitting in there, and I had my back turned to the TV. I was looking out the window. My brother Mike was sitting in front of me, and he was watching the TV that was behind us. And the news came on of Princess Diana's death.
Oh, wow.
She was involved in a car crash, and that she died. And Mike, my brother, his face just went ghost white, like this screen here, right? It was just white, and he's looking at it, and and I could tell something was wrong by just observing him, right? And I was like, "What's up, dude?" And he's like, "Holy shit, bro!" He goes, "Princess Diana just died in a car crash, right?" And instantly, what had happened was really weird, because the arms on my hair stood up, and I turned around to look, and I just briefly gave it a glance. And at that time, what had happened was that this source of information was, again, premonition is what I call it, right? But at that time, I looked at my brother and I said, "Hey, you know what? Who's going to die next?" And he's like, who's that? And I said, Mother Teresa's going to die in 3 days from a heart failure. Told him exactly how it was going to happen. And the weird thing was that 3 days later, we're sitting at our friend Dolores's house, smoking some dope and drinking some coffee. News came on that Mother Teresa had died from a heart failure. And again, my brother Mike, his face was just ghost white, right? He's like, holy shit, man. What the fuck? You know, he talked about Princess Diana and now this. And then from that point on, right, nothing really of any significance happened like that again, right? I'll never forget it because it was really bizarre.
Yeah.
To know what was happening and how it was going to happen, not with Diana, but with Mother Teresa. It was very uncanny. Like, called it right to the point, right? And then since then, up until about 4 or 5 years ago, right, nothing really happened. It was almost like I came out of my slumber. Right, I was awake for a few minutes.
Yeah.
This information download came, and then everything went black again. I went back to being a sheep, and then I roamed around the farm, baha'ing everywhere and believing the government and the media and kind of what have you, and kind of fell back into that slumber. And then, I guess it wasn't like 4 or 5 years ago. I guess it would have been about 12 years ago now, 13 years ago, when Amy and I met. And at that time, she introduced me to the show Ancient Aliens, and I watched it a couple of times. And, and at that time, it almost seemed like I had another awakening, right? I woke up, and then from that point on, I've never gone back into the slumber.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? I've maintained my awakeness. And then from that point on, it seems like my vibration, it's just been slowly but steadily just on the climb. And it's been rising and rising and rising and rising. Yeah, and the weird thing is that sometimes I could be sitting here and I could be looking at my hands, right, out in the sunshine. I could be sitting there and I can see like little crystals, right? Little crystals coming out of my skin. Really weird, right? Like a rainbow-colored crystals, right? Tiny microscopic ones. You can't see them when you go like that, but when you put them in the sun like that and move your hand around, right, and the glitter from it, right? It's not all the time. It happens a few times. I would say since last year, the first time I noticed it was in August last year, and from that point to now, I would say I've probably noticed it twice, 3 times, right? So it's not a reoccurring thing, right? It's just it happens from time to time when I have a look. But to me, I found that to be a bit weird. Yeah. Right, it's those paranormal events that take place. For me, this kind of falls into the paranormal side of things because
they have a thing about Morgellons with the crystal thing in their hands too. It's
man,
with it.
Omar, does that mean Omar's got Morgellons? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if that's what it means or not. I'm just saying, and that's the second time today that. For some reason, Morgellons popping into my mind with certain things that we're talking about, So I'm kind of wondering if I'm getting this download of connection all of a sudden,
It could be. Omar. I don't have any. I'm healthy.
Yeah.
I'm a healthy 46-year-old man that, has no underlying issues.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any medical conditions. I've never broken a bone in my life.
Right.
Odds and on, a few odd sprains here and there, but medically, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm perfectly healthy. My blood pressure is okay. I'm the right weight for somebody my age, my height. It's never been hospitalized for anything. Never really had a very serious cold or a flu. Right, just your average flu, and your average health of an average person is what I have, and I can't say that I would have Morgellons disease. I hope not.
I don't. I'm not saying you have it. I'm just saying
it's just a joke.
Yeah.
It's kind of a connection, because Tony Taylor, the young lady, that's what she has too. She has these crystal. Things that come out of her skin on her hands and stuff, and that's where she sees them a lot, and she claims that it's Morgellons for her, what I'm saying,
Yeah.
So I don't know, but
She may have
Well-
Morgellons. I don't know,
yeah,
right? But from what I understand of Morgellons is that Morgellons, these things that you're growing in your body are attached to you, right? Now,
the
from what I
fibers are,
understand
yeah.
with crystals is that you're shedding those crystals, right? They're
Right.
not really attached to you. You're losing them,
Yeah,
right? So to me, that doesn't really correlate with Morgellons, because as we
Right.
saw in that video, they took that fiber like that and it almost had to, like a hair like that, and then rip it out, right? And
Oh,
the fibers that they had. But with these crystals, that's not happening. They're almost microscopic, and you wouldn't see them if you're looking at them. You actually have to put them under sunlight
yeah,
to get that
refracted light.
Yeah,
Refracted light.
glitter, right? So you're shedding material more so than growing material.
Yeah.
VJ has a good question for you, Omar. She says, Omar, after meditating for about a year, my brain would automatically start meditating spontaneously. Have you experienced that?
At first, when I began my meditation, I had a very difficult time holding my concentration. At first, I tried meditation standing up. It didn't work. Then I tried meditation sitting down. It didn't help. And then I tried meditation laying down. And laying down, it really, I got into it and it helped me. And then I meditated for about a year. And then after that, I kind of just gave up on meditation and really never went back to it. But now I find that the form of meditation that I do is that I get into like daydreaming, right? I just sit there and I just stare at something and I zone out.
that's me.
And I've come to the point now where I lose feeling. I lose touch with my body,
Yep.
with my head, with my physical body. It almost feels like that I'm floating there.
Yep.
Like a
Right.
disconnect from the
And then
physical.
and then when I was doing meditation laying down, what I found was that it came to me really, really quickly. And when I was doing meditation standing up and sitting down, it didn't work with me at all. But when I laid down, I began breathing. I would say to myself, 10 seconds in. So meaning that I would take, my breath intake would take me 10 seconds to breathe in. Then I would hold my breath for 10 seconds, and then I would exhale with 10 seconds. And I would say to myself, in with the good energy and out with the bad. And what I found after a couple of weeks was it first freaked me out because I would lose touch with my body and I could only feel my head. And my head was on a pillow, so that's all I would feel. And it would really freak me out because I would snap out of it, right? Because I thought I would lose myself somehow. And that freaking out was essentially what led to me to stop meditation. But then 12, 13 years ago, when this whole thing began again, I found that my meditation had changed. So now to answer VJ's question, sometimes I just automatically go into that state of mind without being aware of it. And then I'll notice myself after some time that I'm daydreaming, right? I'm not here. I'm just staring into the abyss. And then I snap out of it and then I carry on doing what I'm doing. And then I'll be sitting back and then the same thing will happen, right? So I don't know whether I'm spontaneously going into meditation or whether I'm just daydreaming. Right? Because like I said, your conventional meditation, I stopped that, right? Like 97, 98, right? Long time ago. And from that point on, I found that I really don't need to meditate, right? In order for me to achieve that paramount zenith that people are looking for when they meditate, right? So, it's good for some people and, I guess it doesn't work for others. But for me,
like you, that's, I've had people come up to me and like put their hand in front of my face, because I look like I'm staring off into space. And the TV could be running or something like that, and I'll just be sitting there and I'm thinking about whatever, off of Never Never Land, not moving an inch, or nothing, just sitting there. And they're like, dude, you all right? It's like snap out of it. It's like, oh, yeah, okay. So then I have to come back, what I'm saying? It's like, wow.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm the same, exactly the same way. It just spontaneously happens. And then you kind of get trapped into it. You're stuck.
Yeah.
Then you realize after however long, you kind of just snap out of it.
Yeah.
And sometimes I purposely put myself into that position where, I'll begin to daydream, and then I try doing what Einstein did, right? And Einstein, he daydream, and then he would, sit down on a beam of light, and then he'd see himself traveling through space and, what it would look like. So for me, I try to, reinvent that and try to, see it from his perspective of whether I can do it or not. Sometimes I try to place myself on the moon. Sometimes I try to place myself on Mars, like astro travel, right? I've been able to achieve that a couple of times, right? When I've tried, it's not something that you catch each and every single time. It takes a lot of concentration. Right. But, I find I have been able to do it a couple of times, and it's kind of weird. Right. But because I can understand what Elle was saying, right, where, your body is here and your body, again, is on Mars at the very same time.
Right.
And when I try to, I call it creative visualization.
Well, that's
right,
cool.
Where I would imagine Mars, and then I put myself there, and then look around. And as I'm looking around, I don't know whether I'm going from memory, because I've seen so many images of Mars, whether I'm, just going from memory and looking around, or whether I'm actually, in light body, actually there looking around. Right? It's very confusing and, very, very difficult to explain. I just say you just have to try it and do it. And
right.
And that's really it, But I would recommend, meditation for everyone.
Sure.
Like I said, it may work for you, it may not work for you. It's all really up to you. It's your state of mind, right? Like David said, he's like, I would like to meditate, going to start and try with real effort with my son, start school.
Sure.
Absolutely. I'd say give it a shot. Nothing you can lose. You have everything to gain from it.
That's the truth.
You have nothing to lose. In fact, you'll probably get higher awareness, right? Higher understanding of yourself, because that's where really the key is, right? The key is in understanding yourself, right? Because if you don't understand yourself, then you're not going to be able to understand your environment and your surroundings, right? And if you don't understand yourself, then you're not going to be able to understand those who are around you as well, like Amy, for instance, or our son Melvin, or you, Clarence, or Rob, for that matter, right? Because if I don't understand myself, how do I expect myself to understand you, right? Of where you're coming from. How can I empathetically place myself into your shoes when I don't empathetically understand myself? You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Right?
Absolutely.
So the key is to understand yourself first and foremost. And that's what I was saying with this whole COVID thing all along too, that people don't know how to live with themselves, right? Because you're constantly distracted with, these weapons of mass confusion is what I call it, like Instagram and Facebook and all these other platforms that are out there, televisions and Netflix and Tubi TV and on and on and on it goes, because people seem to keep themselves occupied with these distractions.
Yeah.
Right. Now, what this COVID, for me, the positive side of this COVID is that, okay, we're all trapped in our houses, and this gives us the time to try to dig deep inside yourself and try to understand who you are and how you feel about this quarantine, right? This because everyone's different, right? Like for me, I find it comfortable because I'm mostly in quarantine anyhow.
That's me. Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah.
don't know where to go
Right.
anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, whether it's quarantine day outside or not, for me it's quarantine day because I prefer it that way, right?
Right,
I prefer to
exactly.
isolate myself and I prefer to be alone and by myself. I like that. But then there comes a time when, I'm tired of spending time with myself and then I want to go and hang out with my girl,
Yeah.
right? Or, hang out with our son or go and hang out with my brother or do something, right? But I would say 90% of the time, I prefer to be alone. Right now, I don't know whether this is more of a psychological thing or not. Um, Growing up, for me, my dad abandoned me when I was about 10 years old at a child services office. And from that point on, I was raised in group homes and foster homes and institutions. And, being that fact that I didn't have any type of guidance behind me, I was left to do whatever I wanted, right? There was
Right.
really no direction set for me. And the staff that worked at these institutions could really give a shit whether, you go this way or you go that way. There was no role models there. There were no mentors there. There was nothing there. You're just kind of left on your own. So
Yeah.
when I turned 18, the system didn't need me anymore. So the system kind of just booted me out and said, here you go, off you go, and now you're on your own. So I did that, and I found myself in trouble. So I landed myself in prison for a number of years. And then while I was in prison, I was an unruly prisoner. I wasn't down with rules. I wasn't down with being nice, right? The way I saw it, I'm in prison, and
Well, you can't be all the time. It's survival there. It's a different scenario.
Yeah, dog eat
I
dog roll.
understand that.
What I'm gonna do. So I beat the hell out of a lot of people. Some very seriously. Some guys I threw in coma. Some guy, I bit his nose off and then I ate it afterwards because he, picked a fight with me. So, anyways, they ended up putting me on the special handling unit because I went into the hole a few times because of fighting. And of course, I'm a small guy. I'm not really big.
Right.
So there's some pretty big dudes in prison, right? And then if you don't stand up for yourself, then you're
Well,
gonna
that's it.
get up, right? So what I did was I just fought. Anybody who looked at me wrong, I would just walk up to them, I'd hit them, we'd get into a fight. So I kept on going to the hole. So anyways, I would spend 14 days in the hole. I'd come back onto the range, and then I'd get into another fight, and back to the hole I go. And they got tired of that, so they stuck me in a special handling unit where you're in lockdown for 23 and a half hours a day, and then you're allowed out of your cell for a half an hour to either get some exercise or take a shower or make a phone call, whatever you want, right? So anyways, I ended up spending several years in the special handling unit, so spending all that time by myself, right? And then having grown up and spending all that time by myself, now I don't know if it's by nature that I enjoy being alone and being isolated, or whether it's something that is, telling me to be solo and then to daydream in order to understand myself. I don't know. It's very confusing matter for me.
Right. Yeah. No, I get it. I've done the same thing. Oh, looks like we lost Rob. But yeah, I like solitude. I always have, crazy stuff. Even though I did travel and stuff, and did whatever and was a truck driver all them years, things like that. But I come home and that, and I'd rather stay home than go to parties or go to people's houses and that,
Yeah, me
I've
too.
got tons of friends even here, a lot of people I worked with out at the mine and stuff, great people, had fantastic problems, no problems with anybody out there, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And, but I would never go to their house and visit them, so to say, or
Yeah.
whatever, or be social. I come home, I stay home, the only time I ever travel now is if I go back home on vacation or something to see the family. That's it, and I
Yeah,
just,
I'm the same way.
but
I'm the same way. My brother invites me over to his house. all the time. He was here yesterday or 2 days ago. He was here, and he's like, come to my house. And I was like, no,
Yeah.
I'm cool right here. I'm at home, and I prefer to be at home. I'm a homebody,
Yeah.
right? Like I'll wake up in the morning, I'll go to work, I'll come home, and that's where I am. I'm at home. I don't want to go anywhere unless Amy says, hey, let's go to the bar, let's go grab something to eat, let's go grab a drink. Then I'm cool. I'll go with my girl.
Yeah.
And I like hanging out with my girl, and we'll go out and we'll do things. But when it comes to going to other people's houses to visit, it's I don't feel comfortable with that. Even if it's my own family, right? It's it makes never mind to me.
Yeah.
My brother's house or some stranger's house, to me, is the same thing. Right? It's not my house, right?
Yeah.
And, in my house, I can do whatever I want. Almost whatever you want. Yeah.
Almost. I heard that.
Yeah. Big boss in the back keeping an eye on me.
Yeah. Well, that's crazy. I had to tell you a little story you were talking about when you're laying on the bench and how you felt yourself was floating. For a few years that I remember, off and on. Well, this is during my high school years. So we lived in a small house there in town, and not very far from the school, probably a couple of blocks away, whatever. But anyway, it was like probably the last 3 years of my high school, But I would wake up in the middle of the night, literally falling into my bed.
Wow.
Yeah, it really freaked me out, and it went on for quite a while, and I always thought it was some kind of a neurological problem or something, that I was having. Never paid much mind to it, you know what I'm saying? But then I was doing some research on different things, and I ran across, like the falling off the cliff thing. If you hit the bottom, you die, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I got to thinking about it. I'm like, geez, I wonder how many times, I could have killed myself or something, and here I am waking up and I'm literally bouncing in the bed. I mean, I'm like, what the frig, I'm saying? It really woke me up, crazy stuff, but I outgrew it, or it just went away. You know what I'm saying? I haven't done that in, forever, but yeah, that was one of the weirdest parts of my life, but I had that going on for a while. Yeah. Pretty crazy.
Amy said she saw herself sleeping once.
Just like I was above myself.
Can you hear that, Clarence?
Yeah. Yeah.
Speak up, baby.
Oh, like I was above myself. And I could just kind of just see myself just laying in bed. It's like, oh.
That sounds like an out-of-body experience.
Exactly what that is. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, she has some really weird dreams, right? Always
Now,
running.
let me ask you something. Do you guys dream in color or in black and white?
That's a good question. I don't really dream.
Really?
Yeah, I don't dream.
It seems to be in color.
Yeah, Amy seems to be in color, but yours are like more like abductions, right? Like the men with white coats and shit like that.
Those are in color.
Yeah, like that. That's all in color.
I remember that.
Yeah, for me, I dream very, very rarely, right? And they don't really seem like dreams. They seem more like premonitions, rather than a dream.
I got to ask the people in the chat room there, do you guys dream in color or in black and white? Because here's the thing.
I tend to dream in color. I do too. But you'd be surprised how many people tell me that they dream in black and white. And I'm like, that is so weird, because I always, even since I was a little kid, always dreamed in color, and I couldn't figure out how can anybody dream in black and white,
Julie says, I think color.
There you go. Yeah.
I think that that event that happened to me of floating, I've thought about it over the years many, many, many times. And I think what happened was that at that time, I somehow came into almost like a bubble, right? Of a higher frequency bubble where, I came across it. I walked through it like that. It attached itself to me. And at that time, I was meditating too. And that kind of, I think, had an effect of raising my vibration. So my end conclusion with that is that I think that I was able to make myself hover, right?
Wow.
That I've levitated myself, and it may have gone up even higher had Mike not come in and called my name out and then broke that concentration.
Right.
Right. So, I think personally that I did physically levitate myself, right? Being a half an inch or an inch, right? But, to me, that's, if you can lift yourself off the ground, then you've done something,
Yeah.
right? Whether it's a quarter inch or an eighth of an inch, it still happened. And, I've always wondered back to that, had Mike not, come around or gave me an extra few minutes, whether,
How high would you have gone?
yeah, like if I would have just kept on going higher and higher and higher,
Mhm.
right? And I tried to replicate that after that, right? And it just never happened. And like I said, I went back into the slumber, right? I fell back asleep, and then I stayed there until 2008.
Right.
And in 2008, when everybody's awakening began, when everybody's awakening began because of the 2012
Mhm.
that energy shift. Because it was already in within me, it just came to light, and it came out of hibernation is probably the proper word to use for it,
Yeah.
and I kind of just picked up where I left off, right? So I just carried on from there, and I noticed that since 2008, my vibration has just been slowly on the increase, right?
Mhm.
Of course, there's times where my energy totally drops, right? It levels out to zero, and I get agitated very easily.
Right.
I get annoyed very easily. I get mad very easily. I become confused very easily too with the things that are, that I'm trying to study, because I just don't have one thing on the go, right? Like I've got several projects on the go, and and then I stopped that, and then I realized at that time that okay, I'm vibrating very low. I've got negative thoughts coming through my head.
Right.
I've got this dense energy within me, and I need to get rid of that. And then when I start thinking about it, then it seems like that dark energy just leaves, and then my aura comes back to what it should be, right? So it's like ups and downs, right? And so I'm not sure whether I'm being hijacked or whether it's the experience of coming out of hibernation, and that you're going to have those ups and downs, right? For
Right.
me, I can't differentiate between the two just yet,
Mhm.
right? But I'm sure I'll get to the bottom of it, in the future.
Wow. That's awesome.
I would think, to me, I would think hibernation is because all of life is a wave, right? Even frequencies are waveforms, if you look
Sure.
at it. So
Yeah,
the natural progression of things is an up the hill, down the valley, up the hill, down the valley. So even though you try and keep your residential frequency at a specific level, it would
Mhm.
take so much energy to maintain that consistent level for so long that to put your body into rest would mean you would never have those valleys, which
Yeah.
is almost impossible.
yeah.
Is my mom still in the chat room? Is anybody see her there? Is she still there listening?
I haven't seen a comment from
Not
her
for a
in
while.
I just
little
needed her
while.
to verify something for me. My father, my father, back when, well, it was just maybe a year or two before my abduction visitation. He was becoming an ordained minister at the time, Baptist minister, and he had what he called a revelation, basically, where he had like an out of body experience, and he had a really bad dream and everything, during this episode, that he was going through. And the one thing that always always amazed me about it was the fact that he said that it was so lifelike and so real to him that as he was going through the ceiling right? Now he's laying in bed with my mom, and he floated out of his body, went through the ceiling, and he said he was trying to stop himself from going through the roof by grabbing a hold of the rafters of the house. You know,
Yeah,
you got
yeah,
the
yeah.
rafters inside. He said he was literally trying to grab the rafters to stop himself from going through the roof of the house. That's how real it was to him.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Ain't that something? Yeah. It's pretty crazy.
Notice how Clarence said roof.
No, yeah.
Up in Canada, we make fun of that.
Really?
Yeah, like, Americans, right? They'll say roof, right? And in Canada, we'll say roof.
Well, roof? Yeah.
You know, I think in America they'll say crick, right, instead of creek.
Right.
Americans will say a boot,
No,
right?
I say a boot.
We say a boot, and Americans say about. Or is it
About.
Canadians say crick? I'm going down to the crick. It's a
I
boot.
always said crick. Yeah. Crick or creek. Yeah. Yeah.
The
It's
crick?
always the crick. Yeah. I've always
Who
said
wants to
that.
go to the creek and get some crawfish?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Get down in the creek.
Yeah, it ain't crayfish, it's crawfish. Yeah.
I love
No.
talking to my American buddies. You know, when I talked to Jeffrey Boyd Jr., you know, shout out to Independent Research Society. He's from Louisiana, right? So he has that Southern accent,
Right. Yeah.
right? So every time I talk to him, right, I just love it, right? Because he's got that Southern accent, and I'm talking, and I was like, wow, this is so neat, man. To listen to somebody
Yeah.
from down south, right?
I think that's where I pick up half of mine because I lived half of my life down south and the other half up north. So I got kind of a mixture of everything. You know, I'm like a Heinz 57. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's funny. Yeah.
I'm a
I
straight
think
New
it's
Yorker. That's what I am. Straight New York.
Great news.
No two ways about it.
Well, you know,
Live-
even New York and Boston, Connecticut, Massachusetts, all them New England states, they have a really crazy accent to their voice if you ever
Yeah,
really listen to them.
Absolutely.
Boston is crazy. Yeah, I
Oh,
want to
yeah.
go to the car. Like, we're gonna go hang out in the yard by the car. We're gonna go to the bar.
That's
Yeah.
the
You had
one.
your mother
Yeah.
for me. You're like, what?
They never say their R's ever.
No,
It's
no.
funny to
ever.
listen to them. It's like, wow, how did you? I put the car on the ground.
Yeah, I'm walking here.
Yeah.
How would you say my name? It'd be like Rab. You know what I mean? Like Rab. Like real weird.
It is. Yeah.
My buddy John Shaughnessy, he's in somewhere around Boston, and when I talk to him, he's the same way. You know, he never pronounces his R's, right? I was
Never-
out there,
never
by the
even
car, then I was welding.
I love when Omar says about.
A boot.
It's
A
about
boot.
time.
Yeah.
It's a boot time.
Yeah, it's about time.
Let's see here. We got Julie says color, David says color, VJ says color, Vita says color. So everybody so far pretty much is color in their dreams. So yeah, awesome.
Julie said crawdads. That's the
Crawdad.
crawfish.
Yeah.
I'm assuming because I'm not from North
Crayfish.
Carolina. I wouldn't really know.
Yeah. Crayfish. Crawdad, crayfish. Yep. Funny.
In the creek,
In the creek. That's right.
going down to the creek.
What do you guys think dreams are? Do you think
Oh.
that dreams
Oh.
are part of, how can I say this so that it makes sense?
It's
When
a
I have my
virtual
cognitive
reality. That's what I
premonition,
call.
When I have my precog stuff is in my dream state while I'm sleeping. And then it actually comes to fruition in reality, even down to like the emotions in the room. That's how specific it is. If I have a precog during meditation, it's not as specific. It's just a word or a sentence or somebody's face. But when I do it in my dream state, it's very, very vivid. Very vivid. Down to, like I said, like the tension in the room that you could cut with a knife or
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'll
So
agree with that.
it's an
almost like,
accentuation of my empathic ability, I believe, for myself.
yeah, for me, it's almost like living a second life. while you're doing it. But there's some really weird shit that happens during that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like I'll be arguing with somebody eating a chocolate ice cream cone. Why would I do that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, just weird stuff like that. But it's so vivid and so real. When you wake up, you expect to see chocolate on your shirt. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because it dripped on
Well,
you.
It could also be a glimpse into a parallel universe where things are very similar or very different,
yeah.
or a timeline that exists but not yours.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like that. What do they say? That dual entity thing. Like you got one body of yourself someplace else at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. As I mentioned earlier, we are the pinpoint expression of the infinite consciousness. So I am a projection of you as you are a projection of me, because both of us are a projection of the infinite consciousness. So meaning that you and I are the same. We share the same energy. Now, could it be that when you're dreaming, because our consciousness is interacting with this frequency by using this avatar to interact with the earth. Now, when we go into our subconscious, essentially what sleeping is that we go into our subconscious state of mind. Could it be that at that time, the dreams that you're having are actually the projections of what's happening in the overall of the infinite consciousness? And because you're a part of that infinite consciousness, the dreams that somebody else is having or an experience somebody else is having, say, Amy's having a human experience, just I'm having a human experience, but we're both the same. So when I'm dreaming, might it be that I'm picking up the residual effect or the residual experience of somebody else who's the same projection as me, and that I'm just simply picking that up and trying to decode it in the brain as my own experience?
I don't know. It's some pretty deep stuff, I tell you.
That makes me think a little bit too about.
Well, I'll
let's
tell
say
you
there
this.
are. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to say, dreams for me can be so lifelike and so real. I have taste, I have smell, I have feeling. You know what I'm saying? Just crazy stuff. I've even woke up with tears running down my face because I've had a bad episode or a sad episode, like I'll be at somebody's funeral or something like that, and I'll wake up and I'll literally be crying, like, wow, really? Crazy stuff like that.
Amy's saying, yeah. It's you're talking. She's like, yeah, that happens to me. Yeah.
Of course.
So now, what does that mean, though? I mean, is it, is it virtual reality? I mean, are you living, or experiencing a second realm of you, or, you know what I'm saying?
I think, the reason why I asked this question is because I wrote this in my book, and I wanted your guys' opinion on it. But, my conclusion on it is that when we're dreaming, we're just simply intercepting other people's human experience. Because you gotta remember, all this experience and all these thoughts that we have, they go into the ether, and then and then they come back, kind of like a boomerang, right? So
but why would you dream about people that using somebody else's deal? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's because we're connected to them, right? Like I'm connected
through
to
the
you,
infinite consciousness.
I'm connected to Jay, to Vida, to Julie, to VJ, to David. We're all connected because we're all the expression of the same consciousness. You know what I'm saying? So if that same consciousness is, it's experiencing something, and I'm here experiencing something, and when I go to sleep, I put myself into that subconscious. So what that subconscious is doing is that it's going out into the ether, and then from the ether, it's retrieving all the information, everything that's happening. Right, so that gets translated into a dream. Like, people say, okay, well, I was running I was running through a field with a dog chasing me, and then suddenly I was in a shopping mall.
Right.
And there was no dog chasing me. So the way I interpret that is that you picked out a piece of somebody's experience that they're having, that they were being chased through the field, and then you switched and then you got somebody else's coded information where you were in the mall, and then that lasted a couple of seconds, and then you coded into somebody else's reality, and then somebody else's reality, and then someone else's reality, where the same thing is happening to someone else, where they're intercepting your human experience and taking the fragments of your experience that you're having, and it gets incorporated with theirs, because so much information is coming in that's why there's so many different activities that are happening within dreams.
Right. Oh.
Now, if we're a pinpoint of us within this infinite consciousness, it would be possible to access the other pinpoints of ourselves in alternate realities.
Well, I don't think that there is an alternate reality, right? Because the way my brain is working and the way I have the information is that
I don't know.
Like the gray alien, for instance, right? Or a reptilian or an insectoid or, a Palladian or whatever it may be, it's still a projection of you, right? Because that gray alien is a projection, again, of the infinite consciousness that's having a different experience. Like you and I are, chose to have a human experience. Now, a gray or a reptilian or an insectoid or whatever alien that's out there chose to have that experience, like a gray experience, because they're still trapped in this 3D matter reality that we're engaging with here right now, right?
Yeah.
So the infinite consciousness is just not interacting, just with this frequency, the earth frequency. It's interacting with all frequencies at the same time in a paradox of like the past, the present, and the future. So like this body, our avatar, is no different than this phone, right? In order for me to connect to the internet, I need to have a device, right? Because the internet is invisible. You can't see it. But the only way you can see the internet is that if you have a device, right? So I have this device. I can use this device to connect to the internet. Just like if I want to listen to a radio station, radio waves are out there, but I need a radio in order to dial it and tune into certain frequencies in order to be able to listen to what it says on there. Now, the human body, the avatar, this biological computer avatar, is the same thing as a computer. Is just a utility tool that the infinite is using in order to interact with this frequency, because this frequency is invisible as well, right? It may appear to be solid in matter to us because that's the reality that we've chosen to interact with, right? But when you go further out from this, like into the fourth dimension, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, right? This physical world doesn't exist, right? It's only in the mind of the infinite consciousness, because there's a difference between the mind, the brain, and the body, right? The mind is the infinite consciousness. That's the mind that's operating everything. And then you have the brain, which decodes information. And then you have the body avatar, which is interacting with this frequency. And what the brain is doing is it's decoding the information that you're seeing in order for the avatar to be able to move itself around. Just like on your computer, on your phone, you can go to Chrome and put in youtube.com and then go and use Yahoo or Bing, or what's that one? Internet Explorer, totally different browser,
Right.
and you can go to Facebook.com. Right? It doesn't matter because you're still using a piece of technology to interact. And in order for you to understand what's happening on the internet, the phone has to decode the information in order for you to understand and to present it to you of what's going on out there. The body computer avatar is the same thing, where it's decoding information, and the mind is the infinite consciousness.
Huh.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Stevie
It's like
here.
the whole becomes the one,
Yeah.
the one becomes the whole.
Stevie Howlett. I get deja vu so much stuff that I dreamt that came into reality weeks or months later, down to emotions and smells. Do you think that you have the ability to time travel through planes and dream state?
That's a good question. I would
Well,
call
I always use my theory about the wormhole. That's where I take that to. So yeah, good question.
I think that you
Absolutely.
can project yourself anywhere you want and become physical there. Now, I'll use the example of Ra from the Law of One. Now, Ra said that the way they came to the earth was that they simply thought it,
Mm-hmm.
right? They thought the idea in their head. They were on earth and became physical while they were in their hive mind as well, right? So they were in their hive mind, and at the same time, they appeared physical on the earth.
Right.
Now, to answer that question, we can do the same thing as I was stating earlier with like lucid dreaming, right? Through creative visualization, to where you can thought project yourself somewhere and become physical there. And then you're able to experience that plane, right? Let's say, you put yourself on Mars, you can project yourself to Mars and be physically there and physically experience Mars. You don't need to protect yourself, wear a spacesuit, or you don't need to breathe, because you're not there as a biological, physical body. You just appear like a hologram.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And from what I understand from Ra is saying the same thing, to where they projected themselves here. They're a hologram, but appear to be real.
But
Right?
they
Like,
still have the senses, though, right?
pardon me?
You still have your own senses, though. You got the smell, the taste, the touch.
Yeah.
You can still use all your senses.
Yeah.
What about going back to your past self?
What do you mean going back to your past self?
Like it's kind of like astral travel to me.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. So let's say if I wanted to fix some things about myself, right?
Yeah.
Let's say if I had a really hard time when I was 12 years old, or 15 years old, or 20 years old, right? What I would do in that case is that I would first put myself into a state of meditation. And from that state of meditation, I would time travel back to that point, right? Let's say if I'm getting boot fucked on the ground when I'm 15 years old, right? I can put myself to that point in time, and then you can speak to yourself at that time, right? Tell yourself, hey, this is what's happening. This is what's coming. Your past self, it's still there, will understand what you're saying. And then if you master that and do it long enough, what will happen is that you're putting that information down the pipeline so that it's going back in time. But yet at the same time, when you're doing that, you're retrieving that information at the same time, correcting yourself at the very same time to make you into the person that you currently are. That's more like dealing with issues, right? Say you got daddy issues or you got mommy issues, then you can go back to a certain point and say to yourself, comfort yourself, essentially saying, hey, it's okay, things will be all right, you're going to be okay.
I've kind of done that.
right? It's not to the point where, you say, okay, well, in 1998, this is going to happen. So, don't be around that area in 1998.
Right.
It doesn't work like that, right?
You
It's
can push emotion onto
Yeah.
that previous you.
That's right. You can go back and counsel yourself so that in the current, your mind is healed, right? So that you've let go of the issues and the problems that are,
But you're
either
not going to change the past. You're not going to actually change it.
That's right.
You're doing the work to be better now as opposed to different.
That's right. Instead of altering the past, you're just simply healing yourself, right? Because it's a traumatizing time. So when you go back to that moment, all you're doing is just counseling yourself, right? Saying, hey, it's going to be okay. You'll make out just fine. Keep doing whatever it is that you're doing because we turned out okay. Right? It's what I catch from that.
Myself in that exact moment, sitting exactly how I was sitting, on my lap, doing my thing right, and I could see myself saying,
Yeah.
"Yes, it's okay." Kind of.
Yeah, and that's the right thing to do, because the effect that will have is that the effect will be in the now because you've kind of dealt with that issue, like where you've gone back and told yourself, saying, hey, it's okay, right? Shit happened, but we made it through, right? So don't worry about it, right? So you're consoling yourself or counseling yourself to make yourself better in today. Yeah, I know it's insane because if you said something like this 30 years ago,
they would have laughed at you or had you committed.
That you're crazy and that you're schizophrenic. And here's some drugs and off to the rubber room you went.
Good luck.
Right.
Things have changed, and we're I'm a lot more aware of what's happening today than what we were yesterday, and we will be better tomorrow because with information, ignorance lifts. Right?
Well,
ignorance is the biggest problem that we're all suffering from.
I believe that was a paradigm shift spiritually, probably about 20 years ago. People started to awaken themselves to what, like you say, the infinite consciousness was actually there. And it helped people reroute society, in a sense, to get back on track to where they were a long, long time ago. I feel like there has been a lot of awakenings, especially now. Is the crescent of the wave. It's all the work done 20 years ago is actually having a mass effect now. Back then it was only a few people that felt that way, but now since the paradigm shift has been total, it's almost absolute, and everybody is starting to gain benefit from those few people who turn the tide of which way we were going.
You're talking about wanderers. You're talking about wanderers, and there's like 200 to 300 million wanderers on the earth right now, right? Wanderers are like galactic soldiers, right? They've heard the call, and then they've come to this physical reality in order to rescue humanity or
save souls.
Something towards those lines. And these wanderers have been growing in number. Ra talks about that in great detail. And then, in fact, there's another book on from LL Research called Wanderers. If anybody's interested, should really go and read that. It will open up your eyes to what's happening out there. And there's very few channelers out there that have actually channeled something good, right? Like we have Edgar Casey, then we have the Seth material, and then we have the Ra material, right? And and then those the oldies, right? The one that Leonard is doing.
Right.
Those are the only, from what I understand, really the only legit channeling that has happened that's helped humanity as a whole. Right, there's other channeling that's happening, but I think those ones are the big ones, major ones that have
the mass channelings.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree with that.
So now, let me run this by you guys. I talked to, well, I didn't talk to him. I listened to the talk on YouTube there a couple of years ago, and this guy was talking about being abducted. And he said that when he was in the ship was biological. Oh, look at that, 444.
See what I'm saying about damn numbers? I just happened to look down and there it is. Look at that, folks, right in front of your eyes. Ain't that weird?
Mine says 544, so I can't relate.
No, but see, I just happened to look down and there it is, staring me in the face. This is what I'm talking about. It plagues me all the time. It does.
I get a lot of 222s and 1111. That's what I get.
Yeah. That's weird. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Omar. I just had to show that.
Like,
yeah, you guys do think alike. You should interview my wife.
weird, Clarence.
It's crazy.
So this guy was saying that when he was on the ship, there was no windows on the ship, and he said the ship was biological, and that a window appeared when he thought about a window. Right?
Telepathically based biological formation as a spaceship.
I didn't know what to think of it. And it just came to my mind just now, so I thought I'd ask you guys, since we're on the subject. Have you guys ever heard anything like that, where people are talking about like a biological ship and it's kind of connected to your mind, and if you think of a window, the window shows up. If you think of a door, door shows up. Think of
only in Star Wars. They have books that like are legends, and they speak about that, where these specific guys come from outside the galaxy, and they are void of like what the Jedi have, which is the Force, which is all living things are created in the symbiotic relationship, and they come from outside of the actual universe itself, but everything that they use is biological. They don't like technological things. So if you're that far advanced as a race, let's say, some of the alien races that we actually encounter, I would assume that to not pollute, and if you're as, resolute in saving planets as one would be, especially now that like we're getting into that kick too, why wouldn't the rest of the technology be some kind of biotech that would be a living creature and be able to, connect to your brain waves or pick up on your frequencies to access your mental capacity? We do it with each other. There's telepathic people. Of course, things don't manifest from that, like doorways or spaceships and stuff like that. But if you're as far along as some may be, I would think it's definitely possible. We can bioengineer. We can bioengineer basically illnesses that'll reconstruct your DNA in a sense, or take away genetic, RA properties and DA properties that you have inside of your DNA that'll basically mutate you. You know what I mean? So that, to me, that's like an adaptoid type of system. It's adapting to whatever is needed, but it's still alive, like the human body, or like evolution. Polar bears, brown bears, they adapted. So I believe that would be a super farly advanced race that would have some kind of biological technology.
Kind of like a class 1 civilization.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I think too myself. I wasn't so sure on it. I just wanted to quickly get your guys' thoughts on it, because we hear some really bizarre shit about UFOs and abduction stories and things, and we're not really quite sure of like what to make out of what. Like, we're talking to Elle earlier, and things that she's saying, we don't understand them. So because we don't understand them, we say, automatically, well, that's not true, because just because I don't understand it, I'm gonna say it's not true. But there's a lot of shit.
Seems like too much sometimes,
Yeah, but this UFO stuff, like, really, it's bizarre, man.
It is bizarre. Yeah.
I don't know what to make of it. Sometimes, I think that a lot of aircrafts that our governments around the world are creating is to mimic the UFOs that they know of. And because they don't want to tell us that there are UFOs and alien life out there, they've replicated this type of machinery to throw up into the sky so that when people see UFOs, they can come back and say, well, it wasn't a UFO you saw. It was, this SR-71 Blackbird that you saw.
Yeah, but you know what? You can't debunk certain things, like when you got 30 children and 25 teachers standing out in the playground watching a UFO land, and you know what I'm saying? 100 people. You're not going to debunk something like that. You just can't.
Yeah.
Well, it's not so much what was there. It was who was driving it. Was it us or was it extraterrestrial?
Oh no, this
Not
was
so much.
extraterrestrial. They walked off the craft.
Yeah.
They drew to this day, 20
That was
years
in Africa,
later.
right, Clarence?
Huh?
I think that was in Africa.
Yeah.
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 They landed, they came out, they interacted with the school kids,
Yep.
and then they left.
Yep.
Right.
Actually, there were two cases of that. One was in Australia and one was in Africa. Same kind of ordeal. Yeah.
I wonder if
Absolutely.
they were the same people.
What's
I
that?
wonder why I wasn't a part of it. That's what I wonder. Why was I not a part of any of that?
Just in your time, man. That's all.
I guess.
Oh,
I
yeah.
guess.
It's because you want it. You're not going to get it.
I
Well,
know. I know.
Well, it's
I
like
know.
with Michael Feely. Remember me asking Mike if it was, if people are chosen or, what the deal is at a random act. And what did he say? Michael says he thinks they're chosen.
Yeah.
Well, it's
So-
about time they chose this guy right here.
Well, and that's
Choose.
just it. And, and that's the thing. I never thought anything like this would ever happen to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm young. I didn't know anything about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy,
I think they're not going to get me now because I would have questions, and I'd probably be a pain in the ass.
Well, you
Like,
can't
listen.
say that because they take older people just as much as they do young people.
That's true.
Benny
Yeah, but
Barney Hill.
regardless of my age, they're going to revert for me because I'm going to be like, all right, now that you got me, here's what we're going to discuss, and here's how it's going to go down.
Now, be
Yeah.
careful about what you wish for, bud, because you might not get what you want. If you know what I'm saying.
I might not get the good ones. I'm going to end up with the bad
Exactly.
ones.
I'd be
If I didn't have any luck, if I didn't
have
have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all, kind of thing. That's a fact. That's a
Yeah.
fact.
I'd rather have no luck.
That's a fact. I don't want the bad one.
Yeah.
They
I'd
can
rather
keep
have
those.
none at all. Even if somebody tried to give me some good luck, I don't think I'd want it.
No, thank you.
Yeah, for me, I would rather do things on my own, and knowing that I did it on my own rather than, luck of the draw or roll of the wheel,
Yeah.
throw the dice, whatever. Right? For me, I'd just rather do it myself. Right?
He wants to know where in Australia did this happen. You know what? Let me look that up real quick. Go ahead and keep talking, guys. I'm going to check that out just to make sure I'm wrong or right or
For
whatever.
shits and giggles. Just for shits and giggles,
Yeah.
we'll figure it out.
No, I want to. I'm gonna stick to my guns. When it comes to the abductions, as I stated in the beginning of this stream, that most abductions are hereditary. Now, I'm going to talk about this tomorrow after I've done my presentation on symbolism, and then I'm going to get into theorizing and speculating as to the information that I show and what I take away from it. And it's going to give you a bit of an idea. I think what's happening is that roughly 12 to 15,000 years ago, when humanity was underground, during the Ice Age, when we went underground, we stayed there for hundreds of generations until the ice had melted and then we can come out. But I think what had happened was that we were pulled out of this underground existence that we existed artificially. Because I think what happened is that something came along through our solar system and saw us here on Earth, picked up our life signs, and realized that there's living people on this planet, and they observed us and checked out our vibrational frequency and our distortion. Then what they thought was that they can exploit this energy that we have, and that they can thrive off this energy, and that they can use our energy as food, as sustenance for themselves. But they realized that our vibrational frequency as a civilization is very high, that we're very aware people. So because every planet has consciousness, and that every planet is an entity in its own right, what they saw here was that they seen a frequency that was coming off of Saturn, and they had an epiphany to where they can transmit that frequency towards our world, and that distortion will bring our collective vibrational frequency or our distortion down, so that it becomes dense. And then once it becomes dense, they're able to feed off of it.
Would we be more subservient as our frequency came down as well?
Yeah.
To their will?
Yeah, exactly. We will do what we need to do, and we'll see what happened with it all. Trying to get to that is that when these people realize that our energy can be fed off of, and that there's a planet in this solar system which emits a frequency that will help them in their cause. So what they did was that they began extending the ring system around Saturn. Now, I would speculate that if we went and took a really close look at the ring system, that we'll find that this ring system is crystalline based, meaning that it's made of crystals, because crystals can harness frequency, and they can also transmit frequency, and they can change the vibration of that frequency or the tone of the frequency in itself. Now, this is a multi-tiered or multi-level system that they're working with, because not only did they have to extend the ring system of Saturn, but then they had to create some satellites. Now, those satellites that I'm talking about is the artificial moon like Mimas, artificial moon like Pan, right? So what they did was that once this frequency, or once this ring system was complete, these two planets or these two moons were able to harness that frequency and then emit that frequency towards our world. And it's at that time that this Archon force, which I believe to be an archonic force, brought the moon into our orbit. Because back in those days, if you read the literature from then, it doesn't talk about the moon. It tells you that the night was black, and that the Earth was in an upright position like this, like a top. If you spin a top, it's going to always be like that. And then if you nudge it, it's going to go and it's going to wobble. And then once it wobbles, it's going to come back to the upright position.
Mm-hmm.
Now we look at the physical evidence of that on the planet, is that we know that there was a massive tropical forest underneath the Antarctic ice shelf. We know it's there. So we know that this ice age, this ice cap is quite recent, right? Because if you have the planet up like this, the entire world is going to get the same amount of energy from the sun, same amount of heat, same amount of light. So the caps at the North Pole are going to be very, very, very small, or next to none, and same thing at the bottom of the planet. So what's happened is that when this moon came in, they brought the moon in, the Earth is right here, so the gravitational pull from the moon caused the Earth to go into the tilt that it's in today, right, causing havoc on the planet. And also what that moon is doing is that I call it the orbital transmitter. because what it's doing is that it's collecting the frequency that's coming off of Saturn from the moons that it has and is transmitting it to Earth. And then the Earthling moon is picking that frequency up and is shooting it down towards the Earth, kind of like at an angle like that, so the entire surface of the planet will be covered. Now, what that's done is that frequency has disturbed our own vibrational distortion. Now, because it's distorted our vibrational distortion, it's caused us to be in the state of mind that we're in. Now, it just didn't happen like that, because earlier on I was saying that these abductions are hereditary. What I mean by that is that also when we look at the Anunnaki story, it tells us that there was some sort of a genetic tinkering that happened to us. So I think what's happened is that when they pulled us out of our underground cities and forced to come onto the planet's surface, what they began doing was abducting our women, and they began tinkering with their eggs, with the genetic structure of the eggs, in order for our reptilian brain. The reptilian brain that we have is the oldest part of our brain, and I would suggest back in the day, about 12,000 years ago, was probably the size of a pea like that big.
Right.
We had no need for it, right? We were quite advanced and vibrating at a very high level, to the point where we were telepathically communicating with one another, as we see in the story in the Tower of Babel, where we spoke the same language. Now, I would hypothesize that same language that we were speaking was a telepathic language, a thought language that all of us understood. So when that Tower of Babel was severed, that is metaphorically speaking that our connection that we had, the gland in our brain that allowed us to telepathically communicate with one another, was severed. The reason why it was severed, they made it smaller, right? They made it smaller, and they took our reptilian brain and enlarged it. You know what I'm saying? So if this part of our brain enlarges, and then we have this part right here, which is this big, if this is going to enlarge, you have to make this one small. You know what I'm saying? Because you only have so much room in the skull.
Right.
So because our reptilian brain was enlarged, it sent us into the mind, or the headspace of that flight or fight, right? Of that perpetual fear. And then we have these beings that are coming down, like the Watchers, that come down, and they gave us this civilization that we're interacting with currently, right? Where they've set up the justice system, the school system, the banking system. So everywhere you turn, there's a consequence. Everywhere where you turn, there is a hurdle to where they always constantly keep you on the down low of your vibrational state. Because the denser you vibrate, the more of a food source that you are.
Mm-hmm.
So because they enlarged this aspect, this old aspect of our brain, now we have this orbital station orbiting our planet that's emitting this frequency, this constant frequency onto us, has caused us to be in this confused state of mind, right? And that's why we've been at war with one another for the last several thousand years. Now, there's evidence that goes with this, because I watched an episode on Ancient Aliens there a few years ago, where they showed this experiment from this scientist. What had they done? And I think I've told Clarence's story before, where they took a couple of mice and put them into a maze, and they allowed the mice to do what they needed to do, and these mice were healthy. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. They went through the maze. They found their way to the cheese. They sat together and ate their cheese, and even at points shared their cheese with one another.
Right.
And then they took these same mice and emitted this frequency onto these mice, which they didn't tell you which frequency it was, thankfully, because if somebody was able to replicate that, we'd be in some serious trouble.
Probably 5G frequency, but go ahead.
Got it in the wrong hand. So what they did was they emitted this frequency onto these mice, and these mice, I kid you not, they lost their mind, literally, and they became very confused. The maze that they had earlier navigated they weren't able to navigate this maze anymore. They were in an extreme state of confusion. And then they started climbing over the walls to get to where the cheese was. And then finally, when they got to the cheese, instead of paying attention on the cheese, these two mice, they began fighting one another. Biting each other, biting each other's ears and things like that, causing, damage to one another, where they were taking bits and pieces of the ear off. And they weren't interested in the food. They were just fighting amongst one another. And they removed this frequency off of them. And it was like day and night. They went from fighting to stop, went straight to the food and began eating their food, and were able to navigate their way through that maze back to where they were supposed to go. So I took that and I thought, hey, what if this is happening to us on a global, global stage, where, this frequency is being emitted to us, and the reason why we're so violent towards one another, unempathetic towards one another, because this frequency is causing us to do that. It's confusing us and making us fight. Right? So with this,
I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that, with the way that people are nowadays and how short fused, and it almost goes with like the PC culture. People get so hurt by words when 20 years ago people could say whatever they want and it wouldn't have any bearing on anything. People would be okay. They just go about their day and it'd be like, you know what? You're just an asshole. I'm going to keep going. Now, if you feel somebody's an asshole, they start attacking them in group.
Yeah, they'll jump all over you.
Like when they do the rallies or the protests, and Antifa versus regular bystanders, and they just go into a frenzy and start kicking each other and beating each other over people's opinion, which is baffling to me. That's baffling.
They do it over toilet paper.
Yep.
Seriously.
I catch myself too.
So to come back to the abduction aspect of this, the reason why I say hereditary is because when we first came out from the underground, the women that they had abducted, they had, manipulated their genetic, cells, their eggs, so that when she gave birth to another female, to a girl, that girl is carrying the genetic code of that tinkering, and the reptilian brain has gone just a tad bit bigger. So when you come back and abduct that little girl and begin to tinker with her cells, and then when she grows up, has children, her children will carry the tinkering of the previous two generations.
You're speeding up evolution. Speeding up evolution in a sense.
To enlarge that brain, to enlarge the reptilian part of that brain, the oldest part of our brain. So through hereditary abductions over a course of, a couple thousand years, they've brought our brain to the point where our reptilian brain is to the size to which is comfortable for them, for them to keep us in the state of perpetual fear, right? So if the brain is just tiny, if the reptilian aspect of the brain is just slightly smaller, we wouldn't be in that constant state of fear. And if it's enlarged too much, then we're in constant state of fear where we can't manage anything, right? So they found a nice happy medium to where they've grown our brain to a certain point where they're saying, okay, this is perfect. These people are vibrating at a dense distortion. We can feed off of that and just leave it at that, right? So I feel that, when I say hereditary, that's what I mean by that, is that because this is an ongoing, generational abduction phenomena that's been happening in order to, bring the human civilization to where it is today. And we know that back in the day, these people, when they came down, they abducted entire villages, right? Entire towns and villages. We've seen that in lots of documentaries now.
Right.
And then they somehow, and at some point, changed their, gameplay, to where they're saying, okay, well, it's become difficult to abduct an entire village. So, let's just, instead of grabbing an entire village, let's start picking people, from all over the world. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
They're putting linchpins in place.
Yeah.
Linchpins that are going to change the. I see that too, because people our age, me and you and Clarence, have less fear about society than the millennials that are the next up to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I see that ever present. It's ever present in society, because you see, like I was talking about protests. Those are millennial people mostly, or
Yeah.
just misinformed people completely.
The
But
problem is,
No.
Rob, is they don't know what they're protesting. No,
mhm.
you know what I'm saying?
Half of them are professional protesters.
I'm serious. They have
Yeah.
no idea what the hell they're protesting against when they
Well,
go out to do
that's
it.
that's the loss in morality, and
Well, I
by
don't know. It's
enlarging the
just-
reptilian brain, that's that fight or flight. They're just subservient to the will of the master, and the
Yeah.
master is telling them, by me giving you money and monetary items, you're going to do what I tell you, regardless of the repercussions on society as a whole.
That's what's happening.
But
Exactly.
then again, you got these other ones that are snorting condoms up their noses.
Oh my
They're
God.
licking
Licking
toilet seats.
Yes. We had to throw her in there somewhere.
I
She
mean,
has to be
we've
fed
done.
every episode.
Well, don't get me
Well-
wrong. I mean, we've done some crazy stuff when we were young, but wow, really?
I was crazier than most. You never caught me licking a toilet seat,
No, me
especially on
neither.
a public. I wouldn't lick my own toilet seat,
No
let alone
kidding,
a public
right?
toilet seat.
Exactly.
Perhaps
afraid of-
the,
I'm afraid of pink eye. You kidding me?
the experiment with the millennial, right? Because there are kids.
Yeah.
They would be my kids, your kids, Clarence's kids. They're the
Right.
ones that are millennials protesting. There are kids,
Yeah.
right? So
Well, thank God I don't have any yet, so I'm good on that front.
it might be that they're, like I was saying about the tinkering with the DNA, right? Maybe it's just gone too far. And because it's gone too far, they genetically changed the cells so much that this is the effect that it's having, right?
It
Like the
could be.
millennial phenomenon that we're seeing, because we know that these kids are dumber than sack of nuts
Right.
compared
Well-
to, our generation that was born in the 70s and the 80s.
Hmm.
Think about this too.
People
Think
that
about
are
this. How many of those kids have peanut allergies? When I was growing up, having a peanut allergy was so far and few between, or all these, like, you're allergic to all these things.
Or
That's
wear
their
glasses
molecular.
for that matter.
What's that?
Or wear glasses for that matter.
Right.
When I was a kid, I was one of a handful of kids in our school that wore glasses. Now, I go to my son's school, when
They all do.
when he was in elementary school. He's graduated high school now, but when he was in elementary school, I'd go to his school concerts and parent-teacher interviews, things like that. And I'd notice that majority of the kids wear glasses, and there's just a handful of kids that don't wear glasses.
Yeah. See, my son and my daughter were the same way. Now, my son, he started wearing glasses at an early age, probably around, I'm going to say around 9, 10, 11
I was
years
the same
old.
way. I was the
And
same.
my daughter, I think she started wearing them right about the same time. She's only a couple of years behind him. So now I didn't need glasses until I was well into my 30s, almost 40s.
Me too. I'm not 40 yet, but I started wearing glasses at the age of 32. I'm 38 now, so
Yeah.
6 years.
Yeah, I was
crazy.
9. I was 8 when I first noticed my vision deteriorating. Right, I'd go up really close to the TV, and and I'd watch TV from there. And finally, my aunt and uncle, because they're the ones that raised me, they noticed that I was getting closer and closer and closer to the television. So by the time I was 9, they took me to an optometrist and had the things done. They're like, "Oh yeah, this kid's losing his eyes really fast."
Yeah.
Right, and the sad thing is that my eyes have not stopped deteriorating
Mm-hmm.
since.
What's really ironic is my dad was the only one in the family that wore glasses. And now it's just me and my father. I don't think my brother or my sister or my mother, I don't think any of those three at all use glasses at all for anything. So as far as I know, it's just my father and myself.
Yeah, my vision's like really fucked up. I've got like
Yeah.
thousands of black floaties.
Wow.
Black floaties in my eyes. When I look at them, they disappear. Right? Like, if I'm sitting here like this, like there's a bunch floating around when I don't look at them.
Yeah.
Right? But as soon as I try to look at one, it starts to float away. Right?
Yeah,
Then
I got floaters.
I'll try
I
to
see that
follow it.
too.
Yeah.
I'll
I
try
see
to
you
follow
follow
it.
it. It's
It's
only in your peripheral vision. It's only
Yeah,
in like your peripheral vision.
It looks like a microscopic worm too when you look
Yeah.
at it. It's
I've got
almost X-ray. Yeah, it's really weird. I know exactly what you're saying.
them too. So I wonder what the deal with that is.
Yeah, I know. Maybe it is a worm. We're seeing it, you know.
That's your, I think it's your eyes magnifying or hyper focusing to magnify on things that the normal vision doesn't see. You're
no, 'cause
going
there's-
from 2020 to like 2060. Like you're
I don't
switching
know.
your vision.
I don't know. I find it.
Because I can see it. If I take my glasses off right now, and just for a couple of seconds, all of a sudden I'll catch it. You know, I'll see it at a
Yep.
certain. If I have my head turned a certain way, I'll see it right off the bat. You know.
What is your vision, Clarence? What do they describe your vision as? 2040?
Well, I don't know what my right eye is anymore. It's gotten so bad now. I'm going to need cataract surgery, I'm sure, to take care of it. My left eye is 2030. So,
See?
yeah,
See?
yeah, it's crazy. But it's in my left eye. That's where I get the floaters from. Because if I close my right eye, I still see it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I know it's in my left eye. Yeah.
See, I find that kind of stuff, you know, that's definite. I don't know if they call it degradation of the genes or you know, it's,
Yeah, I don't know.
maybe all the tinkering definitely got to a point where it's hindering the human body and and things like that. It's degenerative. It's
Right.
like, and it's crazy how whole generations are becoming more and more degenerative with these things. What's going to happen in 40 years from now? What's it going to look like?
Yeah.
You know, what are the kids in 40 years from now going to look like? They're going to all be wearing glasses. Peanut butter is outlawed, and you know, behavioral problems are normal. If you're a normal child, you're going to be ostracized. Like what? What, you know, and mental issues. Mental issues are rampant right now.
Well,
My eyes are so bad. You know, the floaties in my eyes is that I can't read a book on the computer.
wow.
You know, like PDF books. Like when I read comments with a white background, there's so many floaties that you know it sometimes it gets lost in the words. You know what I'm saying? The words start becoming
Yeah.
and the books, like, you know, a physical book, you know, like I can read those, no problem. Like, I'll show you.
But that's why they have audiobooks. That's what I do. Through my glasses, I'm going to listen to this book.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I did that, the information just wouldn't stick in my head. I've tried to listen to audio tapes and such.
Yeah, I can.
Right.
And, you know, the information just doesn't stick in here. For me, I need to read it.
Yeah.
Right, in order for that info to stick. And then once I've read it, you know, the info sticks, you know, I'll be able to tell you what's on what page, and, you know, this is on the 30th page and this is on the 90th page, and this
I'm
is
complete opposite.
You know,
I'm an audit. They actually labeled me in school as learning disabled
Oh,
because I have a heightened ability or photographic ability. When I hear things, I remember it down to like the tone and the mode, like I depict it in my brain. And it's not that I don't learn by reading, which I do, but they actually labeled me the learning disabled, which doesn't make sense because I can use both equally, but superior for me is the listening.
yeah.
You know, listening to things really, it sticks better.
Mhm.
So I don't really understand how that's disabled in any way. I feel like I have a heightened ability in that sense. So they could be using a lot of that stuff. Like same with mental instabilities. Some people think differently, or they
Oh,
have
of
different logic and thought process. They'll label them depressed or anxious because some
Yeah.
people really, some people really do have it to an extreme.
Manic depressives. Yeah.
Right. But there's
Yeah.
oh, you have mild anxiety. Doesn't everybody worry about stuff?
Sure they
I mean,
do.
it's part
I
of
don't.
being an adult.
I don't.
Not
I don't
one
worry
thing.
about things because I don't exist. I'm not here, so my problems don't exist, and my problems are not real, right? Because at the
Okay,
end of the day,
maybe
the
it's
end
not
of the day,
worry.
none of us are
Maybe it's
actually here. We're just in the mind.
right, but maybe it's not worry. Maybe it's a overthinking of it in a sense of if it repeatedly going through your mind. Maybe not an anxious feeling, but they would say that you have anxiety because you're dwelling on it in a
Yeah.
sense.
For me, I think that when these doctors or teachers or whoever, when they tell you things, they know that we're quite receptive to suggestions and ideas. So if somebody
Right.
tells you that you're not cut out for this, then the way our brain is being designed to operate is to think negatively, right?
Right.
Because we automatically think negative. We never think about positive. Automatically, the bad part. If you're going to this, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? Not the best thing. What's the worst thing that can happen? And that's always our thought process.
Yeah.
And I believe that these pharmaceutical doctors and these bankster teachers, they understand this psychology about us. So when they say that, oh, well, your kid has a learning disability. So what they've done is that they've planted this seed into the child's mind. Now the child thinks that they have a learning disability. Now, because they think that they have a learning disability, they're going to manifest that. You know what I'm saying? They're going to take
Absolutely.
and grow it into a tree, and then they're going to use that as a crutch or use it as an excuse and saying, well, I don't actually have to learn anything because I have a learning disability.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That was me for a long time. I never picked a book up. I
Yeah.
didn't like to read books because I thought that they told me that I wouldn't retain the information properly.
Yeah.
But then there was one year, in the last 2 years, I've read 245 different books. A lot of fantasy books, but
Mhm.
that's what I enjoy, And
Yeah, me
it's
too.
crazy because my imagination goes so wild with these books now that I not only do I retain the information, I can recite it verbatim, just as if
Yeah.
I was hearing it.
Wow.
Yeah.
For a long time, I didn't do that because they told me that it wouldn't stick. The information wouldn't stay there. So I don't know. They say you can grow out of it. I don't believe that. I don't believe it was ever there to begin with. I neglected to go back and actually try.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah, but you became receptive to the idea that the bankster teacher had planted in your mind. And because you're young and because of the fact that you're being pushed through the sausage factory and because of the fact that, they're keeping you asleep, that they're going to give you these ideas, you become receptive to it, you believe them, and then that belief just manifests itself. Right.
Right.
Now, proper thing for these pharmaceutical fucking doctors and these bankster teachers would be to do is to tell you that you don't have a learning disability or that you don't have ADD, that you don't have any of that. And then because the child will, get that, they'll say, oh, well, there's nothing wrong with me. So I should be able to understand this. I should be able to work with this because I'm being told that I can do this. Then they'll accelerate at doing that. But the opposite is happening in our schools where they're telling us, you're stupid, you're stupid, you're stupid, and you're stupid. You're more than likely to succeed, right? The favorite student that brings the teacher an apple, right? That's the one
Yep.
that's likely to succeed, become the captain of the football team. And that's kind of what's wrong with our system is that, we're putting negative thoughts and negative ideas into our children's heads. And it's just not the doctors or it's just not the schools that are doing that. It's the parents as well who are hijacking their children's human experience.
Right.
For instance, when you tell your kid, I'm a doctor, so when you grow up, you're going to be a doctor too, right? You're going to go to medical school, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. And if you become a doctor, you're going to make lots of money. You'll live in a big house. You'll drive nice cars, right? You're hijacking your kid's life experience or human experience by interjecting your own ideas onto them, saying that, well, I'm a doctor, my daddy was a doctor, my great-granddaddy was a doctor, so you're going to be a doctor too, right? Not taking into consideration of what the child wants to do, that it's their human experience and that they can do with it whatever they want. Right. But we come in with our political ideologies, we come in with our sports teams, right? We come in with our religious ideologies, and we hijack our children like that. I'm a Christian, so you're a Christian. I'm a Muslim, you're a Muslim. I'm a Jew, you're a Jew. I'm a Buddhist, you're a Buddhist. I'm an atheist, you're an atheist. Never taken into consideration of what their child wants, right? I'm a Minnesota North Stars fan, so you are going to be a Minnesota North Stars fan too. Are they called the North Stars? I haven't watched in a long time.
The Dallas Stars, I believe it is.
Yeah, what's the Coyotes? Is it the Minnesota Coyotes or?
I don't even know.
NHL?
I'll tell you.
Well,
I'll tell you a funny story. I'll tell you a
NHL?
funny story.
Oh,
I was raised Roman Catholic, raised to the hilt Roman Catholic, right?
Your human experience was hijacked.
Right, but here's where it gets funny, right? So my parents pick up. We lived in New York my whole life. I'm still here. My parents picked up and moved to Dallas, Texas, which is still Catholic, but they have a predominantly Baptist type of church down there, which is different.
Yep.
My mother joined a Baptist church and converted because she enjoyed it so much. Her parents made her Catholic, but she released those shackles by, and she approves that I don't believe in the same lines that she does, and she accepts it because I'm at the age where I make my own decisions. But, she actually found something different in that Baptist church than when she was forced through Roman Catholic Church. So it took her a little bit more time to find herself in that spiritual sense. I found myself a long time ago. She just didn't know it. I had to hide it from them for a long time. It is kind of strange.
We were devoted Catholics when I was little. Our whole family was Catholic. My father comes from a very Catholic family. And when we moved to Florida, we wound up moving right across the street from a Baptist church. So my mom took us kids over there. My dad wouldn't go. No way,
Smart guy.
Yeah, well, check it out. Check it out. So my mother, myself, my brother and sister all became Christians, baptized, Baptist. My dad later on became an ordained minister, Baptist, and had his own church. So, you know what I'm saying? Crazy. Yeah.
I was raised a Muslim, and my family was pretty strict. And by the time I hit, what was that? I was about 13, I think. Yeah, about 12 or 13. I come across Chariots of the Gods in my school by Eric von Daniken. So I took that home and I read it, and it profoundly changed my life. Because at that time, I come to realize that what I'm being told is a lie. And, and that changed my life because prior to that, I was in an Islamic household, and then I essentially rebelled against that, saying, I'm not a Muslim.
Right. That must have been difficult. That must have been super difficult.
Yeah, it was, but it was quite easy too, just to simply walk away from it. Right. And I've never gone back. And the more research that I've done into this, the happier I am that I did walk away from it, because I would have gotten trapped into this religion program. Because I've come to understand now through my studies is that the three major religions on the planet, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, are in fact Saturnistic religions, which are in the service of the cube, right? They worship the cube, right? So these three religions, which are, new religions compared to Zoroastrianism, let's say, these are hijacking programs that came around in just the last 1,500 to 2,000 years. Monolithic religion, right?
Right.
So the more I understand that, the more glad I am that that I walked away from this mind control program, and and I don't regret it for a single minute. And and in fact, I promote the idea of everybody dropping their religions, especially if they're Abrahamic religions, right? Because they're satanic in nature. If
That's very true.
Yeah, they've
Very
mastered
true.
it as one thing, but the underlying education of it all is very satanic, and it's Luciferian, and that's something that I don't support. I have no desire for it because it's disgusting. They kill children. They traffic humans, and they screw children, and they drink children's blood, and anything that has to do with that, I'm
It's disgusting.
against. Right? To me, they're enemies.
What gets me is what ultimately made me leave the Catholic faith was when they started having these pastors coming out and saying that they were molesting little children. And what was the Vatican doing? Hiding it all, bringing them back into the fold so they could stay in the Vatican for X amount of years, then bring them back out once all that information doesn't surface anymore or isn't prevalent. And it made me sick. And I was probably about 17 years old when that happened.
Yeah,
And I believe that there is some kind of higher power. I just haven't figured out what it is yet. I'm open to whatever it is.
That's you. You're the higher power. There's nothing that is greater than the infinite consciousness. Infinite consciousness is God, right? If we want to use the term God, as we understand it, God knows all, God is most loving, and blah blah blah. To me, that is an explanation of the infinite consciousness. So we are God in our own right, and we've manifested as gods onto this plane, into this reality, and we don't need to worship nor pray to anything, because that would be like us going into the jungles of Africa and grabbing a baboon and start worshiping a baboon and start praying to the baboon. The baboon is inferior to us, right? Where we got more brains, we're smarter than a baboon, we can we have emotions. Not saying that baboons don't, but I'm just saying cognitively we're a bit more advanced than a baboon would be, or a deer, or an ant, or a bee. Doesn't really matter. It'd be like us picking one of those things and start worshiping it. So for me, the idea of worshiping a god is the same thing, to where you're worshiping something that is inferior to you, right? So there's no need to worship something, because there's nothing greater than yourself, because you are an expression of the infinite consciousness. There's nothing greater than you.
I agree with that too. Even that could be the higher power. Like I said, I haven't found it yet, so that very well could be the possibility. I'm open, because, like, let's say that we were genetically modified creatures that came from an alien spaceship. Now what? Who are you going to worship? The person who gave you life, or you're going to worship your own spirit, like you said? And that's why I do meditate, because I'm centering myself for myself, not giving any unjust faith to any particular. I'm not giving my power of faith to another being. I'm keeping it inside. I'm using it for my own personal, not gains, but for my own personal clarity, shall we call it, if you can understand what I mean by that.
Yeah.
So I mean, but it's difficult too with you have an upbringing from a family that's telling you, this is the way that we have been for many years. And I'm Italian by nature. I'm heritage is Italian, even though my last name doesn't sound like it. I'm mostly Italian, and family is a big deal. Right. It's a real big deal. Mm-hmm. So for you to walk your street outside the family, you have to first find your way inside the family and walk with them for a while before you veer off and do your own thing. Because I have to understand you and be able to respect you enough to give you that rope. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you're still attached to them too.
I just bailed. I had enough. I understood it, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to have anything to do with this. This is not for me, and I just simply walked. They weren't happy with it, I tell you that. But
I'm sure they weren't.
it is what it is. It's my human experience, and I'm going to experience it the way I want to experience it. Lucky for me, I caught on to this, piece of knowledge early on in my life, to the point where I wasn't fully brainwashed by this, right? To the point where I was beginning to get there, and then this intervention happened, and I came to realize what was happening, and I just simply walked away from it. I said, no, I don't want to have any part of this. If I'm going to worship anything, it's going to be myself, because there's nothing greater than me.
Right.
VJ. VJ in the comments says, I'm a Christian and I don't worship a cube. I believe that Jesus, Yahweh, is the Son of the Almighty Creator, and his purpose was to atone for that he couldn't. And none of my belief has anything to do with religion. I totally get that, VJ. I'm not, trying to down anybody's faith. What I mean by worship of the cube is that, in Islam at Mecca, we have, a billion people that go and, encircle the Kaaba. The Kaaba means cube, and they're essentially, praying to this black cube. And then we go just a few miles over, and then we have Judaism, where when the Jewish people, when they worship or when they pray, they take a teflon, which is a small black cube about this big, and they put it on their forehead right here where the third eye is. And,
they do.
And then they worship like that. And then when it comes to Christianity, just a few miles over that way, we have the cross, right, where Christians go into a church and they're like this, the old cross sign that they do. But when you look at the cross is a geometrical cube, right? So we have three religions that use the cube as their basic principal symbol of their religion. Now, I got nothing against Jesus, peace be upon him. I feel that Jesus was a wanderer, and he was part of the expression of the infinite consciousness that came down here, and he tried to help us by raising our vibrational frequency, by showing us love instead of hatred and judgment and things like that. But unfortunately, we didn't heed that advice, and we didn't go with the principles that Jesus had to teach, and we find ourselves in the position that we are today. Right. So don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to down anyone's faith or religion. If you're Muslim, you're Muslim. If you're Christian, you're Christian. If you're Jewish, you're Jewish. If you're Buddhist, you're Buddhist. Right. I don't really care myself. It's your human experience. And if you feel that that's for you, then by all means, carry on and, do what you have to. Right. But, from my perspective, from my perceptual view, it's just not healthy personally for me. Right, it may be for you, but it's not for me. I respect everyone's religion, everyone's faith. I have nothing against it, nothing at all. I'm not a judgmental person. I don't say, oh well, your religion's wrong and this one's correct, and that political ideology is better than that political ideology. I'm an observer. I'm an outsider. That's just simply observing, because what I've done is that I've detached myself from humanity a very, very, very long time ago, right? To where the point is that I'm up here and I'm just observing and just viewing of what's happening, and I'm not partaking in any of the activities. You still with us, Clarence?
I have to. I had to take myself off the cam because I had to move around a little bit I'm getting a hellacious backache.
I've been doing that all day long,
So
switching
I'm
the
like
camera,
I'm
flopping
squirming
around.
around and stuff, and I'm like, well, I'm better off not showing this, you know.
I hear you. How about I take like a 30-minute break, right? Let me go grab something to eat because getting kind of hungry.
Okay.
So how about I stop my cam, mute myself for say a half an hour, 40 minutes, and let me take a break, and then we'll come back. What time do we got?
5:40. Well, my time, so it'd be
So
3:40 your
3:30.
time.
So 20 minutes. We've got Alex coming on.
Yep.
So how about I take a quick 20 minutes, go to the bathroom, grab a quick bite to eat, and then I'll be back.
Okay,
Is that cool with you, boss?
that'll work.
Right on, man. Because my stomach's growling.
I muted
Not a
myself
problem.
before and had some Ritz crackers while we were sitting there. I was like, screw it. I'm just going to mute myself and chew away. I kept hitting it back on too. It's like, do they hear me? Do they hear me chewing on the crackers?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, usually I don't eat in the mornings. I just don't have the appetite. And then if I do, I kind of feel sick afterwards.
Right.
Right? So it's usually later on in the day, around 4 or 5 o'clock, that I like to grab a little snack because I don't have dinner until 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. Right? Late suppers at my house all the time. Sometimes we have midnight dinners. So
Yeah, those are great. Those are great. Then you go to sleep right afterwards. It's
oh
amazing.
yeah,
Love it. We're having
All right, guys,
steak tacos for dinner tonight, so that's
Oh.
gonna be once we get off the air. But steak tacos,
Oh,
banging, banging.
nice. All right, guys, give me 20 minutes and I'll be back.
we'll be here.
We'll see you in a little while. I want to
Um,
hear from the people in the comments. I want to hear if you guys have any questions, anything you want to
Yeah.
talk about.
I was
Any
just going to say,
ideas?
is Vita still with us, or did she leave us? I put 2 links in the chat room there for her. One of them, it was about the children, the school children that seen the aliens and stuff.
Oh, I did see those.
Yeah, the one is from 1966 in Melbourne, Australia,
Oh, wow.
and the other one, of course, is 1994 in Zimbabwe. 2 different
The Z-
incidences, both with schools. So it's pretty
That's pretty
ironic.
crazy for a
Yeah.
whole class to see it like that.
Yeah,
I wonder
absolutely.
what the extraterrestrials' motivation was for doing that. Like why would they do that?
Well,
What would be their purpose? Were they just showing them that there could be a better life? Like there could be more, maybe not like a better life, but there's, that there is things out there to look forward to, and maybe because I'm sure that if they disclosed information of aliens, a lot of the world would, maybe not all of it, but a lot of the world would come together.
yeah,
It would make, because not like you're going to find a common enemy, but you're going to see that the little things that we fight about on this planet are so small,
hmm
or technologies for energy that would help us evolve into something that was, a different type of, like a different, just like a different plane of thinking, Hang on one second. My girlfriend's trying to get in the house. Oh, shit.
You all right?
Yep. Careful, I spilled a little juice over there. I have to get it. So, I feel like that would make a big difference in society itself.
Right?
Sorry, that was a quick moment. I was like, uh-oh.
It happens.
Hang on one second. I'm going to go get a paper towel because I got to clean this up real quick. Hang
Go
on.
right ahead. Yeah. The things that happen on the show. Oh, brother. But anyway, yeah, Vita, that's what those 2 links were up there in the chat. The one was 1966 Melbourne, Australia, and the other one was 1994 Zimbabwe incident. Yeah, pretty ironic. Yeah, and people ask for proof, and that's, when you get down to it, when stuff like that happens, how much more evidence do you need, Yeah, the links are up above. They're quite a ways up there now. Yeah, they're a little ways up there. Cool.
All right, I'm back. My bad.
Not a
Had to
problem.
clean that up. Did we get any questions? Anybody have any questions, comments? We got 15 minutes to kill before we have our next presenter. How have you felt that this season of Ancient Aliens has been in your eyes?
I pretty much gave up on Ancient Aliens, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, at first I thought, okay, they're going to do something different, they're going to be okay, and then it just went,
Yeah. I feel a lot of that too. I do kind of like seeing the guys on site, seeing what what they think about the specific ruins and what they're looking at. To me, I think that's pretty cool. But you're right.
The one thing I do, I do like that they're bringing in new blood, like Bruce Fenton that we had on the show. He's on it now. I see that Stephen Strong from Australia is on it now. Off and on. So, they are bringing, they're starting to replace some of the older guys with the newer guys. So I think that's pretty cool. But,
they need to find some new topics. They keep
regurgitating in a
the
sense.
Same
they're kind of just repeating a repeat of a repeat, in a sense.
Pretty much, which is crazy to me. There's so much out there that look what we did today with the secret space program.
Yeah,
exactly. They had something about it, but it was never really in depth. You know what I mean? It was just like, oh, it might be there. Okay, great. Now what? You know what I mean?
Well, like Dave said, the show is still a great inspiration for a lot of folks. So, yeah.
Well, that's for people just coming into the society that don't really know what's what, heads of tails of the whole thing, because they haven't been around, I guess, as long or into it as long as we have. So it is bringing new blood to the community, which is definitely,
right,
that's definitely a good thing, because the more people that, actualize what's really going on, we might be closer to disclosure at that point. They may actually feel like it's time to, let everything out.
Yeah. I'm waiting to see what happens on the Skinwalker Ranch ordeal. I have a feeling, and I even made a comment about it on a post, that they're not going to actually find anything, that they're going to be able to show us. I got a feeling it's going to wind up being one of them deals where they're going to have to come back next year or the year after, you know what I'm saying, and keep going with it. So,
like the Bigfoot stuff.
That and Oak Island, and
never seen not even a hair on the ground. All they found was burial sites that they made. It looks so man-made. I was watching this one on Destination America, and I really liked the guys that they had doing it, because they were like real hillbilly type of guys, and they were funny as anything when they were trying to, they were building gigantic traps for it.
Those guys, the ones that carry the guns all the time.
Yeah, they were shooting at things, and they just unloaded their rifles into the woods.
Yeah,
didn't hit a damn thing with all those rifles. I mean, it was funny as anything. But I enjoyed watching it. But they never caught anything.
Yeah,
never even got a glimpse of it. You know what I mean? Not even quick camera shot. There it goes.
Yeah, exactly. And they always had all these mythical creatures. The swamp monster and Big Bertha, whatever her name was, and the witch of
Big Bertha. That's true. One time they had what is it? Heat censoring gear out there, and something was giving off heat, but I think it was one of the guys holding the camera, just looking at him. Like
Right. Yeah.
they were panning around. It was literally the guy holding the camera. Like they're like, that's it, that's it. There he is.
Exactly. It's
No,
kinda
he's not. That's your cameraman, bud.
funny.
Your cameraman.
Yeah.
They ended up. I remember one episode. They ended up on some guy's land, and I think they were making moonshine. So it was like a hillbilly mafia. It was.
Oh boy.
They
Yeah.
were like, "Oh, we're sorry. He's been eating the Bigfoot's been eating the mash and getting drunk, and
Oh
oh,
boy.
it was funny as anything. I was laughing so hard. I was like, these guys aren't in their they're not in their environment at all right now. Like they're out there."
That's funny.
But it was good. It was funny for the time, when I was watching it. But
Cool.
yeah.
I don't know. I just see a lot of these shows coming up, on History Channel and stuff, and I cringe because I know a lot of it is because of the History Channel. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to get more viewers again. But
Well, sure.
yeah,
A lot of these UFO people have come out because of the success of what the History Channel had, so I could understand from a marketing perspective why you would have a show like that.
right.
But unless you bring something new to the table, you're not going to keep viewership for that long. They're
right.
going to watch 1 or 2 episodes, like with that Tom DeLonge thing. You know what I
Well,
mean?
that's yeah. But you know what? That's Tom DeLonge for you. I mean, them guys. That's what they do. You
That's
you
very
haven't
true.
heard nothing from Tom DeLonge in how long now? You know what I'm saying?
2
And
years,
so, yeah, at least. So yeah.
2 years.
I think the last thing I heard was that they had metal, from an alien craft. Then I come to find out after doing some investigation on it, I found out Linda Moulton Howe was the one that actually sold it to him, for X amount of dollars. So,
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So I'm like, okay. Yeah.
I watched a show the other day. I believe it was on. Oh, what was it on? I want to say it was on the Science Channel, and these guys were going about the moon landing, and they were trying to see if they could fake it the same way.
Right.
And they were investigating that if it was faked or not faked, and they actually got the prop set and designer from a 2001 Space Odyssey
Right.
that worked with Stanley Kubrick, and they were actually asking him if at the time in the 1968 and 69 if the special effects that what the moon looked like, if there was any special effects that would be able to mimic that to the T, because he literally made the lunar surface in 2001 Space Odyssey.
Right.
So they were asking him, and he said that they didn't think that they could fake that with the way that the cameras were set up. And they also were doing like a light and shadow kind of test where they actually recreated the moon landing inside of a studio, covering the walls with black sheets. They had a guy come in and actually measure which way the sun would be coming in.
Right.
And they had a lot of calculations to make it happen, I guess.
Yep.
And it was pretty interesting. But they came to the conclusion that the moon landing wasn't fake.
Yeah.
Because of all the controlled experiments that they did.
Yeah.
Which I know a lot of people, especially in our field, they tend to think it was. Some think it wasn't. It's a very split community.
Well, it's like flat earthers and the rest of them. I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's every time you got something going on, there's always going to be a conspiracy. I don't care what it is,
Absolutely.
It's just nature for people, and I never understand it, but that's
the skepticism we were talking about. It's always good to be a skeptic and say, well, let's test this out and see what really happens.
Well, my thing is, I mean, okay, so we had the space race, in the 60s and that, and, the Russians were doing their thing and we're doing our thing and whatever. But to actually fake something like a moon landing, and then, we know that now we have the International Space Station. It was built by our people using a space shuttle, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so on and so forth. So how much can you fake before it actually becomes real? You know what I'm saying?
Well, this is true, but you're talking about 40 years in between,
Well, of course, yeah,
which
absolutely.
is, you know,
Yeah.
that's the real kick.
Yeah,
Is that with technology has advanced, and if that's the case, how come we're not more technologically advanced in the last 40 years than what we are now? As a, you know, if they
yeah,
took such a big leap to get to the moon,
yeah.
why are we only at a space station? Shouldn't we
Well,
have a moon colony by now? And why did we never go back to the moon? What was
well, we're going back. We're going back.
now
to the
we
moon.
are.
Yeah, now we
Now
are.
we are. But
Yeah.
but then what happened? You know why?
I think the main reason was technology versus money versus whatever. I think after the Apollo 13 incident, and then of course they did have a couple more that did go up there but didn't land, later on. But I think it just got to the point where there wasn't much for them to do up there, at that point in time. You know what I'm saying? Other than collect more rocks or do whatever. And they wanted to basically go on to something else, whatever that would be at the time. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I'm not really sure, but I'm sure it was
Well,
costly.
if we're able to get to the moon, how come they haven't sent a manned spaceship to Mars yet?
Well, that's a
Yeah.
whole different ball game. You're talking, 9 months of travel one way.
It's very true. Very true. But
So they have
you
to
know-
learn how to live in a rocket or in a spaceship for 9 months, and then, what they don't
What
know.
about the
the
guys in the
atmosphere or
space
nothing.
station? They stay up there for 2 years.
Well, they do now. Yeah.
And they also
absolutely.
have the ability to, recycle air and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
it really, it comes, there. How do I say this? Imagination in that department kind of stopped,
Yeah.
with their let's go further kind of thing, which I understand too. But what has NASA really done in the last 40 years? Your job is to keep going and explore
Yeah.
and find these frontiers,
Well, I understand what you're saying, but they were dealing with newer technology, or trying to make newer technology as they went along. That's just like the shuttle. They built the shuttle and it did so many missions. We had 2 that burned up, that
Mhm.
exploded, and stuff like that. So the shuttle was kind of an iffy thing. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know if they could keep it going or, if they wanted to do something different now. You know what I'm saying? Then the
Right.
satellite age came about, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, they've been talking about Mars for years, but I
Well,
sure
yeah.
don't think we'll ever see man on it in our lifetime. I really don't. I don't think they'll make it.
I think Julie has a good question here. It says, I want to know why after the first guys came back, they were so subdued at all the press interviews, not excited at all.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Well, let me think. Well, it had been said that they spotted something up there. You know, there's that conspiracy thing again that pops up all the time, where they were on a different radio frequency, and
Right.
they were talking to NASA back and forth, and it was aired over the air. They shut the comm off, I mean, there's always
Right,
there's
right.
all of that stuff. So they supposedly seen aliens. They supposedly, were being watched. Blah blah blah. And that's what that all comes about,
Well, that could be a natural reaction to figuring out that your significance is not as significant as you think. And
right.
it's time to rethink your whole life. And if you notice, they kind of do have that draw, like they've seen something that nobody was supposed to see.
Yeah.
And now that they've seen it, scared the wits out of them. You know
Well,
what I
it's
mean?
like David said, David Rucker says, they witnessed something that they knew they couldn't speak about, So
That was probably the hardest part. If they did, to keep that a secret for so many years. And everybody who ever met them asked that question.
right.
Everybody who ever met them for the rest of your life, you have to be known as the guy who went to the moon, which is great. But the downside is, what did you see? What
Right.
did you see? And people being super persistent. I'm sure they got all types of letters, fan mail. I mean, that's probably a lot to deal with. It's taking your private life into a very, into a very public place.
Yeah.
Really, you know,
Now,
which
Vita
could
says
be
China had landed on the dark side of the moon. Did they explore any life on the moon? Well, they didn't send men to the moon. That was just a probe that they sent there.
hopefully it had a light on it so they could see. It's dark.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Yeah, no, that was an unmanned probe that China sent up there. Yeah.
Yeah, but you never see that footage. You never see that footage.
I know, and that's crazy. I can't believe they wouldn't have cameras and stuff on it. Why didn't they? I haven't seen anything about it.
I
know?
think the Chinese know something because they have temples or pyramids in China that the public, no matter who you are, is not
Right.
allowed to go in. And they also covered them with dirt, grass, and trees to make it look like mountains. They literally hid the pyramid from plain sight because
Right.
there's something in that pyramid that they don't want people to see.
Yep.
Who knows what it is? It could be just some eclectic writing that's the meaning of life, and they don't want people to to really see that stuff.
Right.
But I mean, that's insane. That's insane. Modern archaeologists have never seen the inside of those temples,
No.
nor previous archaeologists.
No.
Only the Chinese government issued archaeologists, which was like 2 people that
Yeah.
actually were ever in there to see anything,
Yeah.
which to me is baffling. It's baffling. How could that be? How could, as a world, how could we let that go? It's our past,
Well,
regardless
it makes
of
you wonder, if there's some kind of secret stuff in there or what, who knows,
And my question is, why isn't anybody pressing the issue?
because it's China. What are you going to do? It's
Well-
like walking into Russia,
That's true. That's true. But you would think that if enough people said, "Hey, we need to disclose what's in that pyramid," they would give in. They
I
want to
don't
be a
know.
part of the world. I mean, after this whole COVID thing, they're going to be ostracized anyway. All of China is going to, the production that they ramp up is going to be, it's going to get crazy.
Yeah, I was reading David
Me too.
thing. I agree, David. I understand. I'm not going to read what you said, but I understand. Hey, Omar's back. Let's bring Omar back.
Omar's back with us.
Hello, Mr. Omar.
He's muted. He's
Yeah,
muted.
I see that. Rich just messaged me. His car overheated. He's going to be a few minutes late, but he's going to be here. He said he's going to listen on the way in. So cool.
Nice. Nice. Once Omar comes back on, I'm going to jump off for a few minutes. I have to run one errand really quick, and I'm going to come right back. But
Okay.
I will be back for the duration once he comes back. I'm not going to leave you here by yourself right now. I got
Not
a
a
few
problem.
minutes anyway. We're only going down the road and coming back, but it
Okay.
should take us about 10 minutes. I got to get
Sure.
cigarettes, really. That's what it is.
Cool.
I'm here, bro.
Here he is.
Oh,
Yeah,
excellent.
I'm here.
I'm gonna jump off real quick. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Sounds good.
Yeah, man.
All right. Bye.
Awesome. And Alex will be here in about 15, he said.
Yeah, he just
So-
messaged me and he said he will be about 15 minutes. So running a
Okay.
bit late. So that's all right. He's running a bit late. Rich is a bit late.
That's all right. We're all a bit late.
Yeah, I've been going at it for a long time, right? Almost 7 hours.
Yeah, I
It's,
got 6 hours and 56 minutes and 50 seconds. So there you go. Well, I'm going hoarse. Listen to that. That's terrible, isn't it? Man, what's up with that?
So
Well, I
David,
just want to apologize to the people who are listening in right now. And, today kind of got sideswiped a little bit, because of technical problems with our other guests and stuff like that. It does happen, but we promise you tomorrow, you don't want to miss it. We got some awesome well-known people that are going to be here. Very well-known people. Yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow should be a lot of fun.
Yes.
A lot of UFO talk, and got some webinars coming up for you guys tomorrow, which would always it's always fun to sit back and watch those. Michael Feely will do about a 2.5, 3 hour presentation. Probably take about a 10-minute break, about hour or so into it, just to break it up, give them a moment.
Sure.
And then we have Mr. Billy Carson. Then we got Mr. Stephen Erdman and Mr. Robert Morningstar.
Yep.
And then after that, I'll be doing my webinar, which will be about 2 hours long. This has been about a year in the making. So it's finally complete, and I'm happy to bring it out. So that should be fun.
Yeah. Awesome.
Well, today's been not bad. I've had fun. It's been enjoyable.
Yeah.
Really
been a pretty
enjoyed.
decent day.
Yeah, I like that conversation this morning with Elle, and then watching and listening and reading to all these comments in our chat, which is pretty cool. Some
Yeah.
really great questions, which is pretty awesome.
Absolutely. Now, I don't know what happened after the 8th hour of Facebook, whether they just shut it off or whatever, So we actually have roughly 1 hour. No, I take that back. Yeah, actually about 1 hour to go. So
Yeah, so it'll be about maybe a half hour to 40-minute talk, maybe with Alex.
yeah. So we'll have
Shows
to
up in
time that.
15 minutes.
So I'm looking at
we're-
7 hours right about now. Coming up.
Yeah, so at 5:10, looks like at about 5:10 we'll be past the 8-hour marker. That's just about 60 minutes from now.
Let's see here. 7 hours.
Or do you want
exactly.
to do a talk with Alex tomorrow, Clarence? Because 40 minutes is not going to really give us all that much time,
Right.
to like really dig into Alex's story, right? Because Alex has a pretty pretty multi-layered, deep experience, and to 40 minutes is not really going to
Cut it. Yeah.
yeah, you know what I'm
Well-
saying? It's just not going to be enough.
Well, let me ask you, will we have enough time to bring him in tomorrow? That's the
So-
question.
Let's do it like this then. Just on the spot thinking here. Instead of myself doing the webinar tomorrow, right? How about I'll cut myself out and we'll bring Alex in and
Okay.
give him that 2 hours. And then my webinar, we can do it the following day. We'll just come
Okay.
on for a couple hours and we'll hit that. And then that'll be the beginning of it all.
Okay.
Right, I think that sounds okay because like really 45 minutes for Alex, I don't think is
Yeah.
is
Not
long
gonna
enough.
be long enough. Yeah.
Right, we're not
Okay.
quite sure what's going to happen after 8 hours. Right, could be just an automatic cut, and I'd hate to have it and we have to paste it together afterwards. Then, right, to make it into a full video.
For you mean for 8 hours or what? Or
Yeah, I like to have a guest on a single video. You know what I'm saying? It's happened to me a couple of times where once I was talking to Steve Meads and my stream fell and then I had to restream. And then Steve Meads' interview was in like 2 parts.
oh, right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The video comes to an end.
Right.
And then you have to go look for the next video to play that. And then if, I understand the attention deficit that people have,
Right.
and chances of them to go to the second video is pretty slim.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They're just
Yeah.
gonna go and watch a different video and that'll be it.
Right.
So that's the one downfall of having the stream being cut, right? Because it's
Right.
really kind of sucks then, right? Because you got a two-parter and it feels incomplete, right? Because then you lose the
Exactly.
flow, right? You lose the flow of the conversation. You got to pick it up all over again, and
Yeah.
and then people that are watching, they disappear, they don't come back, and it's more harmful than it is, positive. I personally think.
I have to laugh at David's comment. I'm not going to read it, David, but yeah, I'm laughing. That's funny.
Yeah, me too.
Julie said that she's been sewing all the day. She's finally done. I'm just glad you
Right
guys
on.
are on. Sewing isn't my favorite thing to do. You guys make it so much easier. Thanks.
Right on,
That's
Jamie,
funny.
thanks.
Well, I'm glad we do something good for you. That's
Yeah.
cute. I like that.
Yeah, so I think that sounds like a better plan, Clarence. If
All
we
right. So,
all opt out, and then we'll get Alex in for tomorrow. This way he'll be prepared too, because I just messaged him like an hour ago,
right.
right? And, and I said, hey man, we got this show, we did it around you. You're not here. I'd like to have you here, right? So kind of a quick drop on him as well. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll, maybe inform him, and then we'll do that. I think that might be better.
Might be better. Yeah. Okay. So what we can do then, we can actually end early if you guys want. It's like it's 7 hours, just after
Yeah, I
7
think that's a
hours.
good
So
idea. My ass is hurting from sitting.
yeah,
My
So,
back's a bit sore.
we
You're
can do that,
getting
and I'll let Rich
moving
know
around
real
over
quick that. He's offline, so he doesn't know. But that's okay.
Who's that, Richard?
Yeah, he's offline. Well, unless he's listening in, say, Rich, if you're listening, we're going to end the show. So don't bother coming in.
I like Richard. I like it for sure.
Yeah,
He's a
he's
good
pretty
guy.
cool. I do.
Yeah,
like
I
him.
like that. I like his straightforwardness. I like that. Really enjoyed that.
Absolutely. And anybody that's listening and would like to see Richard's show, he's doing one tonight. Usually it's on right around, let's see, he does his at 7. So it'd be 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern. And that's GUFON, GUFON radio on YouTube. So check that out. Yeah. So
Hey, let me
you guys
can you
will
grab
like
a
it. It's a
link?
lot of fun. What's that?
Can you grab a link?
Um,
I'm gonna go to YouTube here, and
yeah.
I'll bring up Richard's channel.
Yep.
My computer is just being a nerd. I think it needs an update. Kind of weird too, because I got this motherfucker plugged right into the. I'm not running off of Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I got it connected like right directly into the computer, and I noticed ever since I plugged it in, it got slower. Imagine that.
Oh, you're welcome, Dave. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I like Dave. I want to actually go back to what he had said earlier, and I wanted to mention it. He was talking about his anxiety,
Right.
and from what I understand of Dave, he's former soldier, served with the American military, served in Afghanistan or Iraq, was it? I'm not sure about Afghanistan, but I know he served in Iraq,
Mhm.
a couple of tours, and I can imagine, how stressful an experience like that can be. I'm not into war and mayhem and and going around kicking people's ass or trying to
Right.
change their ideas or be part of any military machine, right? It's just not me. I don't like it. I don't support it. But I've got friends that have been in the army, like you, for instance, Clarence.
Right.
I've got a number of friends here in Canada that served in the military, and I don't look upon them. What they're doing is fantastic. They're just being used, in my opinion, right, to go and carry out a political agenda that they shouldn't have to carry that type of burden, because they signed up to help people, not to go and cause destruction and mayhem. Regardless whether you're an accountant or you're the guy on the front lines shooting bullets, in my mind, it's all the same. Right? That's not the burden people signed up for, like little political battles and shit. Right? So that kind of sucks. But I can imagine the experience being extremely difficult. You're seeing death and destruction around you. Your life is in constant danger. You don't know what's going to happen from day to day, minute to minute, even. Somebody could lose their mind on base and start shooting their own buddies. And it's happened. So I can imagine. So I'm thinking that perhaps your anxiety has to do with like post-traumatic stress. And, you're back in civilian life. You're with your family, your young child, your wife. And that Iraq experience is just it's like it's embedded on you, because that was a horrible thing that you went through. It doesn't matter where you were. The fact is you were there, and the stress from that, it has to be extreme. I can never relate to it because I don't know. Clarence can relate more to that than I can.
Well, I never, we never had to actually see wartime. We went through two small conflicts, Lebanon and Grenada, which nobody really knows much about. But, we weren't like Dave and them guys, I'm saying, ours was more political, smaller stuff, dealing with the Ayatollah and stuff like that. And ours was more about the hostages back in that day in Reagan's administration, but small stuff,
compared to what Dave's been through, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Went through fucking the Iraq War. That's some sick shit.
Yeah, no doubt.
Bombs, fucking bombs
Almost another
everywhere.
Vietnam. Yeah.
Bullets, like holy shit! I could not imagine.
No, me
just
either.
being in that type of environment and that type of stress. It was just, I'm sure I'd be able to handle it, but I wouldn't impose that on anyone.
Yeah.
Right? It's just sick shit, and like I said before, the people sign up to help people, and unfortunately we got demons that run the governments, and they're the ones that send our people to war, and it's a horrible thing, and the stress from it, I can't fucking imagine. But I'm thinking that Dave's anxiety, and I'm thinking most other people that have served in like similar type of conflicts probably have the same thing.
Oh yeah,
it's edged on you, and from the sounds of it, you just like recently got out of the military too, right? So that regimental thinking and that experience is, I'm thinking it's going to be with you for a little while. But like you said earlier, you wanted to meditate with your son, and I think that's a positive step in that direction to detach yourself from that experience. Right, but like all things, right, it was traumatic and it's going to take time. But hats off to you, bro. Fucking totally.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, he says he loves talking about extraterrestrial and universe type stuff. That's his escape. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, awesome. Right on. Everybody needs something, right?
Absolutely.
That's a fact. Everybody needs something.
Yeah, everybody needs something. But, big hats off to Dave, put his life on the line to go and help people. And, not many people got the bullocks to do that.
Right.
Regardless of, what aspect of the machine you served, right? Still, right? You put your life on the line with, with admirable intentions. And that's all that matters, really, at the end of the day.
That's bravery to the fullest. That's courage. He's got severe big big pair of balls on that kid. That's for sure.
Oh, for sure, man.
Yep.
I bet you can kick some ass too.
I'm sure he can. Sure he can.
Yeah.
Take us all down, no problem.
Well, come on, you can't say all that. I mean, I'm a force to be reckoned with. No, I'm joking.
He's a trained militant, dude.
I know. They'll probably kick my ass. I'm not gonna lie about it.
He's a walking machine to kick somebody's ass.
I still have to give myself the benefit of the doubt every day. It's
Yeah.
I can't, you know.
Cool.
Well,
I
I'm
was
glad he's
regulated.
on our team.
Oh man. I was regulated to smoking outside so my girlfriend could watch TV because I was taking up the living room all day long.
Oh boy.
So I'm not smoking outside. If you see me outside, that's what I'm doing. I'm smoking, and then I'll be back in the bedroom where I can hide.
There you go.
Yeah,
He's
we're
like,
going
you've been on that for so long. I was like, yeah, this is really, this is
Yeah.
what we do.
Yeah, we're going to end the stream here pretty quick because we feel that Alex needs more than 45 minutes because the stream comes to an end at 8 hours. Not quite sure what Facebook will do after that. So
Right.
instead of having like 2 parts, which shouldn't really be, right? So
Yeah.
we thought that I'll opt out of my webinar tomorrow and do it the following day, and Alex can have my spot tomorrow, and then we can talk with Alex for an extended period, right? Instead of just rushing
Right.
it,
Right.
right? Rushing something like
That's
that
true, too.
just doesn't make any sense, right? I just don't like that
Yeah.
personally. The
Yeah,
quality of
Of
the
course.
quality of the show suffers, and
Right.
and also the conversation is what suffers the most.
Yeah.
That's a fact. It's rushed, and no rushed conversation is ever really a good one or a really
Yeah,
in-depth one.
That and then when you restream too, right? You lose the vibe, right?
Right.
You lose the the consistency of the conversation because then you have to start all over again because it takes like 5-10 minutes to restream, wait for everybody to come back, and then
Right.
by that time you lost the jive, right?
Pretty
Of
much.
that particular conversation that was happening. Thought
I
process
agree with
was
that.
lost, and so that kind of sucks. And I don't want to put Alex in that type of situation either, right?
Right.
We promised him
course.
time, and and that time he shall get.
Yep.
So
That's a fact.
Exactly.
That's a fact.
yeah, and
Not
then
only
always
that,
come
we
back.
told you we would bring you 8 hours of marathon stuff, and we've pretty much filled our goat here. I mean,
Yeah.
You got-
Unfortunately,
we-
though,
we-
it wasn't quite as good today as I was hoping for. But it's
Yeah.
okay. We did good. We held in there.
tomorrow's going to be
Tomorrow.
exemplary.
Yes, absolutely.
Clarence and I have put together some pretty powerhouse events. We had a 3-day event one time.
Yeah, we
which
did.
one was that? That was Sheeping Planet.
Yep. Sheeping Planet. Yep.
3 days. We had like 30 speakers.
Wow.
We had them coming
Yeah.
in just like one after the other for 12 hours each day.
Yeah.
We
Holy
did the
cow.
Econautical, and that one we had 16 speakers
Yep.
come in one after the other for 2 days, 3 days, something like that.
Yep.
Those were a lot of fun. And
I
this
just love
has
being
been
a part of this. This to me is awesome. I've never done a marathon event, and I'm enjoying it. I got to
Yeah.
say a lot today, so I'm
Well,
thankful.
tomorrow's
And
gonna be even
tomorrow,
better. Yeah.
oh, tomorrow I got questions for tomorrow. Billy Carson's gonna hate me by the time we finish. He's gonna be like, "Who is this kid?" And he is crazy. Like,
Spot. David, he says, our unit guarded the building that executed Sodom. It was
Oh
quite
my
the
God.
experience. Holy shit, bro.
Wow. That's
My
crazy.
God,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
that's just kick
Wow.
ass. Oh my God.
So what do you say, guys? Should we get out of here?
Yeah, BJ says, thank you all for doing this marathon. I'm looking forward to watching what I missed and what's to be for tomorrow. Everyone be careful and stay safe. Have a good night. You too, BJ. Thank you. Much love and respect to you. Julie says, my husband was with the 82nd during Desert Storm.
Oh, wow.
Wow,
Cool.
that's crazy. We got lots of people with military backgrounds
Yeah,
in
absolutely. Awesome.
our crowd. Vita says, thank you for the marathon.
You're very welcome.
Right on,
Yeah.
guys. Thank you very much. This wouldn't really be possible, and it wouldn't be worth doing if it weren't for you guys.
Yep.
That's a
If
fact.
there was
That's a
nobody
fact.
watching, there'd be no point in doing this.
That's right.
So, thank you for all your support. Really appreciate it because you're the mortar of all this. You're the one that keeps it together.
That's a fact.
Us behind here, we just simply do a little bit of legwork and grab a
Just
few
some
people
talking.
and
What's
throw
that?
them up on the screen. And you guys really are the one that's interviewing the person with all the questions that you guys have.
That's right.
Right. So we're just simply facilitators of the event. And thank you very much.
Yes.
Be
Absolutely.
careful
Thank-
out there. Dangerous
Thank-
times.
Yep. Be safe. We love all of you. Hope you all come back tomorrow. It's been a great show today, and tomorrow's going to be even better. It only gets better as time goes on. We're like fine wine. We get better with age,
Exactly.
and we appreciate every one of you, down to the people that don't even agree with us. We appreciate your viewpoints, and this has just been amazing for me. I love it. I can't thank everybody enough. Between you two guys and the audience, it's awesome. It's awesome.
Cool.
I get to speak my mind, and these are things that I don't get to normally say out loud in my own home sometimes, because not that they don't believe the same way I do. I just don't think they're as passionate about it. And they probably don't want to hear about it as much as a lot of people do, like what we do here.
Right.
But they respect it. But I don't overwhelm them with that information, because if they don't enjoy it, there's no, we talk about other things that we both enjoy, me and my girlfriend. So,
Right.
it's a great outlet for me. And it's a pleasure to be a part of it, man. I'm honored to be sitting up here with you guys and doing this thing. And
Cool.
tomorrow's a new day. We're going to do it all over again.
That's right. Better, bigger and better.
Yeah.
Bigger
Not to
and
be
better.
off topic or anything, but I just want to quickly go back to the David Wilcox video that's been going around.
Yeah.
Now, ever since I watched that video, I've been keeping my eye out, right, for news and such coming out. And this morning, I read an article where it said in New York, Florida, and Washington, there was, and California, there was 35,000 children that were rescued from child sex trafficking rings.
Wow.
It's a lot of kids, right? So, and then I thought about it, and it just happens to be that these 4 areas that these rescues happened. I didn't hear anything about arrests or anything like that. Just read the article about these 35,000 kids being saved, and this is on mainstream news to boot.
Huh.
And it occurred to me that all these 4 areas are on lockdown.
Yeah, with COVID.
That's right. All
Yeah,
4
the
of them are
biggest
on
COVID
lockdown,
strike.
like in your home lockdown. And meanwhile, in these areas, the National Guard, the military has been deployed. And then now we hear about these 35,000 kids that got rescued. And I'm just saying, it's not that I'm a big fan of David Wilcox, but I would have to say, to go back to his video, that this is a little bit of a vindication of what he was saying in that video, what's to come and what's happening. And then seeing it in the mainstream news of it actually happening and being reported by these mainstream fake news outlets. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Yeah.
a little bit of a vindication happening there, right? So we have to put, even though you may not like him and may not agree with what he's saying, but when a coincidence like this happens, right? There's more. I put more into it than than I would originally have, right? That's like putting it on the back burner.
Yeah.
And then this information comes up, I put it on that same pile that I got going back there. And if a little bit more news comes out of arrests and such going on and more rescues, then we really have to give some sort of a merit at that time to David of
Right.
what he's
Absolutely.
saying. Right?
I will guarantee that those 35,000 kids that were saved, they probably majority of them don't even have birth certificates.
They
They
probably
were
don't.
literally
Think
They
about the
were-
number, 35,000. That's a fucking football stadium full of kids.
Yeah, that's a
That's-
lot.
Like that rescue. Imagine how
they-
sick that is.
they
That is-
created a habitat for those children, and those children are going to lead them
They
to
found
the
them in
next-
tunnels.
Wow.
right. That those children are going to lead them to the next step of the investigation, which is going to be
Hopefully.
taking out the actual traffickers
Hopefully.
themselves.
Yeah.
Hopefully. And it's kind of weird because before this COVID started happening, the U.S. Border Patrol and such, they were reporting on the tunnels that they had found.
Yeah.
One of the longest tunnels too that they recently found. And then in this article, it's saying that these kids were rescued from tunnels, right?
Wow.
So there's a lot going on here than just a COVID virus lockdown. Don't get me wrong, this virus is real,
Yep.
and these things are attempting to kill us, right? And whether the delivery agent was coming, via an asteroid, or whether it was 20 vials in some guy's sock, regardless, the agent was delivered, and there's something going on, and some of that news is now slowly starting to come out.
Crazy. Well,
Keep
I'm
an
gonna have
eye
to
out.
look
The
into it.
Reptilian Queen's going to be making a speech tonight out of Britain.
Yeah, I've
And,
seen that.
usually- and usually whatever she says, you want to listen to what that reptile's saying because, she's in charge,
Yep.
right? She's
Was that planned for a long time, that speech, or was it just
Yeah.
all of a sudden?
No, it was planned. Yeah.
She recorded the speech a couple of days ago, and
Yeah.
it's being released on the BBC and CBC in Canada, and
Yeah.
more than likely Fox, and
Right.
or NBC, CBS. All of them are more likely going to carry it in the States.
Maybe
so,
she's stepping down. Maybe
so
she's stepping down in fear of.
no, she's going to die a queen. That's how she's going to go. If she hasn't given it up till now, she's never going to give it up. She'll she'll keep her throne to the end. She's a reptile, bro, and she's not giving it up. And what I'm saying is, like, when this reptile speaks, gotta listen, because whatever she's saying affects us, right? It's just like whatever Donald Trump says down in the States affects us in Canada. So whatever this reptile says is going to affect everybody in the world, right? So,
Right.
keep an eye out for that. Listen to it very carefully, and if you see any shapeshifting happening, let us know.
Yeah.
No.
Like ice
Keep your eyes to the sky as well.
yeah,
Watch out.
the ice change, shit like that, right?
Yeah.
Let's really look into this one, because from supposedly she's got COVID, right?
Oh man.
We want to see, how she holds her form.
All right.
Was that tainted adrenochrome that she was drinking? Is that why she has COVID? That's what I heard. Tainted adrenochrome.
Good
I don't
question.
know. I think probably more than likely just being around Charles, and
Yeah.
Charlie the White Killer gave it to him.
That's a fact.
But anyways, I'm done.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Hey,
So
I
we'll
just
see
want
you all
to say thank
tomorrow.
you to everybody. And like I said, be here tomorrow, please. And we're definitely we're going to definitely have a bigger and better show tomorrow. So please be here. But in the meantime, stay safe, love one another, all that good stuff. And we'll definitely catch you guys tomorrow. So
Love one another.
I want to thank you all for listening to Closer Encounters. Please remember to like, follow, and share. And until we meet again, keep your eyes to the skies. Thank you. See y'all tomorrow. Thank you.
Hey, Clarence, can you take the YouTube link from